Welcome to ABC Grandstand's coverage of the 2020 AFL Grand Final. It's been an historic year.
The only way that footy can find a way through is to continue to be agile, flexible and, most importantly, united.
Late October, the whole world seen a change. But for just one night, our hearts beat for the game.
On again, off again.
The AFL has moved to immediately suspend the 2020 AFL Premiership season.
It's not going to be the same when it all starts up again, so, we'll be back someday and we're just going to make sure we look after each other.
The reboot is go. We're at the AFL, we're at the MCG and the players are out on the ground. In round two, we've had to wait almost 12 weeks for football to return.
Clubs moving interstate.
Clearly at the moment, Victoria is not a feasible destination for AFL football. So, if we want to continue the season, we need to be out of Victoria.
Hubs.
I don't think us in a hub environment is any different to the environment we're in here right now.
Bubbles.
Everyone's fully understanding of the seriousness of where we are.
COVID breaches.
An AFL player has been suspended for the rest of the season for breaching quarantine conditions.
Footy Fest. Twice.
Amongst all the challenges and the changes, the good days and the bad days, we continue to find a way through.
And now, a new venue.
The grand final we played at the Gabba.
A new time slot.
The night of Saturday, 24th October.
But the same great prize.
It's a premiership masterpiece from the Tigers. A 12th AFL flag.
The AFL Premiership Cup.
Last one standing.
Grandstand, AFL.
It's obviously a great feeling. I mean, that's why we play the game, is to play in grand finals.
None of us should take it for granted.
These sort of moments don't come around very often, so we'll lap it up as best we can.
You should savour the moment. Why hide away from it when you may never get the chance again?
It's a new day, beginning.
Chris Scott's Cats claw their way back to a grand final for the first time in 9 years. And would you believe it's Tom Lynch with the ball in hand, taking the mark on the full-time siren. And the Tigers are headed to the Gabba to try and defend their crown. From 50, goes for home. It's high, it's straight. Good strike, he's done it! Go to your best players, go to your match winners. That's why teams are in this stage of the year, because their good players stand up. Loads up inside forward 50, one-on-one Lynch. Gets on his right, snaps from 45. Gary Rowan with a brilliant Geelong goal. Fires on goal from 45, and the Richmond skipper is on the board in style. Hawkins approaches and strikes. He loves it as soon as he hits it. Lambert goes through traffic, off the deck, it's beautiful.
Hands to Guthrie, hands to Duncan, hands to Ablett, runs to 55, answer from the ball, genius.
How good is it if you're a Geelong supporter watching Gary Ablett? He is such a special player and it's a privilege to watch him play footy.
To Martin, runs to the pocket, right boot from the top angle. Oh, yes!
You can sit there and you can dream as much as you like, but the fact of the matter is you've got to do a hell of a lot of work to get there.
It is a privilege to be in this position. A lot of teams fight hard to even get this opportunity.
We're excited, especially for our fans back in Melbourne, and hopefully we can get the result for them.
We're down to that last game now. We've just got to win one more and hopefully we can take that cup back to Geelong and celebrate.
Grandstand AFL.
The 2020 AFL Grand Final. Richmond versus Geelong at the Gabba.
On ABC Radio and on Grandstand Digital. It's an historic night in Australian sport after a year like no other. For the first time under lights, for the first time outside Melbourne, this is the AFL Grand Final of 2020. Welcome to the Brisbane Cricket Ground in late October, as for the first time, footy's biggest day becomes footy's biggest night. We are the ABC, this is Grandstand AFL. My name is Quentin Hull. It's my privilege to host the coverage of the 2020 decider at a very, very wet Gabba in Brisbane. The Cats and the Tigers. Same circumstances for both. Hub life for two teams out of Victoria who have worked so hard to get to this day, where it's the Tigers looking for 3 flags in 4 years, and the Cats, so many storylines, of course, headlined by the greatest family in football history and one of the greatest players in football history, Gary Ablett Jr., finishing his career tonight. What a cool team we've got for you. Great to have Brett Sprigg alongside me. The two first-timers doing it together on grand final night. Spriggy, it has been a year like no other. Ready to hold my hand through it?
Absolutely, Q. Welcome to you. Thank you very much. It is great to be here. And I mean that. That's all I can say. It is great to be here. We didn't know 6 or 7 months ago when the ball was bounced, Richmond, Carlton, empty stands at the MCG, that we would get this far through this year of great uncertainty, compounded by lockdown restrictions in footy's heartland, and they're still doing it tough there. To be able to be here is a privilege, but to share it with the footy-loving public right across Australia is just the greatest honour, so can't wait.
Join us at the football. You're a huge part of our season, and of course, the final game of the season, the way to get in touch is 0437 774 774. The Cats are warming up, the Tigers are warming up, the covers are down. I know. It's late October, it's more so cricket season, but yes, the covers are down here at the Gabba. We've had that much rain. We'll get into both camps very shortly, starting with the Tigers, but just before Adam Kingsley joins us, welcome to a man who knows this stage well, as a player and a broadcaster, two-time Premiership Hawk, and the most experienced grand final call member of our team, Brad Sewell. You swum up from Byron, how are you?
Yeah, I waded through. There's heavy rain all the way from Byron up here up to the Gabba. Hopefully it clears. The radar suggesting the worst is behind us, but what a treat it is to be here. Not knowing where the season was going to end, if it was going to end, but to finally get to the final game and to witness two hardened, mature, seasoned sides out here. And the wet kind of just simplifies the game a little bit more. It's going to be fascinating.
And it's wonderful to have Lauren Arnell alongside you, an AFLW star with Carlton and Brisbane. Should I introduce you as Norm or Norma this evening? You've got a vote in the BOG. How are you?
Yeah, crazy, isn't it? It's awesome.
Congratulations. That's
Thanks,
fantastic.
Thank you. It is awesome to be here. I echo the sentiments of everyone, to think of where we've come from and what every player and staff member and everyone involved in putting this season together, and supporters included, what we've all been through throughout a crazy season. It is awesome to be here, and a real privilege to be calling the game and to be involved.
Let's get into the camps. We'll start with the reigning Premier, going for 3 out of 4 tonight. Adam Kingsley from the Tigers coaching team joins us. Adam, thanks for your time on Grandstand AFL, so close to what is going to be a very different decider than what you've experienced previously. Firstly, change of team at all, considering the weather conditions? How are you?
Yeah, well, thanks. Thanks for having me. No change of team. We'll go in as named. We trust our group, whether it's dry or wet, and up for a big game.
Are you concerned by the conditions, or does it lift the spirits considering your form in similar conditions this year?
Yeah, we're certainly not concerned with the conditions. We're aware of what we need to do in these types of conditions, and I think maybe Brad mentioned it, it becomes a bit simpler, the game, in that you've got to win the ball and get it going forward, and it's something that we do whether it's dry or wet, so that really the conditions shouldn't impact too much on our game style, but again, it all starts with being able to win the ball, and that's the challenging part against particularly this Geelong midfield group.
And the whole year's been different, but I'd imagine it rammed home again this week. No 15,000, 20,000 fans at Punt Road for training, no grand final parade, no buzz of Melbourne. How do you compare it to last year?
Oh, well, it's completely different, isn't it? Everything that you mentioned is different. We had probably 5 people at our main training session at Metricon, and certainly not the same fanfare we would have got at Punt Road. No parade, as you mentioned. We came up last night to spend the night in Brisbane, so pretty much treated it like an away game. So that's different grand final week also. So it's been a different season, as we know, and we've been able to ride the bumps along the way pretty well, and hopefully we can do the same again today or tonight.
You've had a terrific build-up, Adam, over the last couple of weeks in particular, and the conditions, I think, favour your game style. Do you carry a bit more confidence into the game? Not that you would have been lacking any previously.
Yeah, not really. I mean, it's an interesting discussion, the old conditions and our game style versus Geelong's, because, yes, they want to control the ball, and that's more conducive to dry weather, but certainly their midfield is big body, clearance game, big, strong ball winners. And we know field position in wet games is really important. So, I'm pretty sure they'd be sitting over there thinking, well, we've got the cattle through the midfield to be able to get the game on our terms, get good field position. So that's a real challenge for us, even though, as I said before, our game style really is the same whether it's wet or dry. But I'm not sure it favours us, but certainly we have confidence on the back of our ability to play the game. We faced these similar conditions last week over in Port Adelaide. Granted, not as wet, but certainly slippery and a little bit of rain. And we're able to come up against a Port Adelaide big-bodied midfielder, much the same as Geelong's, and able to win the ball through stoppages and some contest stuff. So we're confident about that. But, as we know, every game's a new game, and you've got to go out there and do it all again. And it's going to be challenging, particularly through the midfield tonight.
Adam Kingsley from the Richmond coaching group is with us.
One of Geelong's strengths is their ability to start their game from the back half. Will you allow them to keep a spare there? Will you push your number forward to ensure that you've got equal numbers?
Yeah, we'll. I'm not sure what structure they will go in with, whether they sit a player behind the ball or not. We'll start playing the way that we typically play, and if they sit behind the ball, we'll try and deal with it as best we can through our forward structure, but also our ability to use the ball. If he gets out of hand, if he's influencing the game, we'll change our structure, of course, to try and get it back into our favour.
Adam, you mentioned game style, and we saw in this final series you've definitely won more clearances and more stoppage than you have throughout the regular season. How much has that been a tweak in game style versus the likes of Dion Prestia and Shane Edwards coming into the team?
Yeah, it's a good observation. I think when you look at the personnel that we've had back in the last couple of weeks, or the week before final, we got Edwards back. We've got Dion Prestia back, as you mentioned, and we've slightly changed our game style. We've put, with Ivan Soldo getting hurt, we've used David Asprey as a secondary ruckman from the back half. He's a little bit more mobile than, say, your typical ruckman, so he's been really important for us. So more so personnel than anything structurally, I would lean towards.
And what's the week been like for Noah Bolter? Have you spoken to him? Because it is the unique circumstance that he's the only man that doesn't know what this is like.
Yeah. Well, he's a pretty chilled out guy. He doesn't really get too caught up. He's in the moments in the games, he's pretty relaxed, typically pre-game, and he seems the same today. Nothing really seems to faze him. So as our players are walking back in and making a bit of noise, it might be hard to hear for the next couple of minutes, but he's pretty calm and relaxed. I would imagine he'll be looking forward to it. But as we talk to our players, more about the process than the outcome. So I imagine he's thinking about doing his job more so than winning and holding the cup.
Just lastly, Adam, what is it about Dustin Martin? He's in line for a third Normston medal. No player's ever done that. And it'd be a brave person to suggest he couldn't do that. What is it about his style or even just his personality that makes him so conducive to success in big games?
Well, I think, obviously he's got an enormous skill set. He can play a variety of positions. He can do a lot of things. He's obviously dynamic around the ground. Wins the ball, can burst out. Not many players have that many different abilities in their game. So clearly he's got that. But I think the work he does with his mental preparation, the work that he does in remaining calm and composed as opposed to worrying, I think is really important. And, there's no doubt that helps him, stay involved in the game even when it's not working for him.
Thanks for your time, Adam. Are the 2020 Tigers better than the 2019 version?
Well, we think so, yeah. And hopefully you're going to prove that today.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Adam Kingsley joining us from the Richmond coaching fraternity. And interesting that there's not a huge change of personnel on this day compared to grand final day last year where they flogged the Greater Western Sydney Giants. Only Brandon Ellis, Josh Caddy and Ivan Soldo are missing, with Noah Bolter, Jack Graham and Camden McIntosh coming in.
I think the advantage of that is sort of taken away from the Tigers, given the abnormal build-up to grand final week.
Yep.
I think adversely, if it were in Melbourne, you'd think that that would be advantageous for Richmond, because Geelong have only got a couple of guys, of course, that have really spent much time at this pointy end.
Need to do this to paint the picture of the continued weirdness of this season, but on AFL Grand Final night at the Gather in Brisbane, the covers are coming up.
The year has
2020
doesn't fail to keep on giving, does it?
The covers are coming up at the Gabba in October, ahead of the AFL Grand Final.
Play the Grand Final in Queensland, they say. Who was expecting monsoonal rain?
Which, if nothing else, Q, we expect a clean bounce. That is largely unaffected from the torrential downpour we've seen this afternoon, which locals assure me is just par for the course in southeast Queensland, of course, or all of Queensland. But yes, we should have at least a clean centre area.
And the ground drains really well. So even though we've had a lot of rain, I think it's a little dependent on the weather conditions during the game, more so than what we've had beforehand, Lauren, as to how slippery that ball's going to be.
I've just watched them pull the last final piece of the covers off, and there's been a nice little layer of water, but they've got the roller out. It's like we're calling the cricket. Yeah, I will say from experience living here this time last year, when there was that amount of rain during the day, you could give it a couple of hours if it didn't rain, although it is now. If it dried up, the surface can also dry up pretty quickly, as you said, Q, but I can see a little bit more rain falling as we speak.
And 2020 has ensured that we've had different ways to do pre-game, post-game interviews. Corey Enright is right in front of us. Corey, if you look to us, we're waving here in the stands, and he's got the phone next to his left ear. The games record holder for the Cats and three-time premiership champ, part of Chris Scott's coaching team. Corey, it's a strange old night, isn't it? It's a week that you know well. It's a week that I'm sure you're delighted that your beloved Cats are back at. First things first, any changes due to the conditions?
No changes for us. But you're spot on. Just another twist in the road that's been season 2020. But no changes for us. We will go in unchanged. And the weather, obviously, we knew it was a chance to be raining early in the week when we look at the forecast, and we got that today. So wet weather, here we come.
And Tommy Hawkins, he's grabbed a headline or two, but how's he feeling?
Sorry, mate, you just lost you there. What was that?
Just asking how Tom Hawkins is feeling after his little sniffle during the week.
Yeah, a little sniffle. I think he just wanted a couple of days off, mate. Didn't want to have to deal with any media or anything like that. So he's all good. He's all right. He's ready to go.
You know about getting your head in the right place. They were an absolutely jubilant group on Saturday, as well they should have been. So how and who has led the refocus early in the week and got you to the place that you need to be for tonight?
Yeah, I think it's a good point. I know it's obviously really hard to get to where we got to and make a grand final, and that should be acknowledged. But it's been a player-driven thing. You know, those guys have got business that they want to finish off. So we haven't had to do too much. They know what they need to do, and they're very professional. And I guess being in a hub, being together for so long, and obviously being up here, grand final week has looked a little bit different, but it's been the same as what we've been used to over the last sort of 16, 17 weeks.
Boris, it's Sully, mate. What do you do with Dusty Martin? Do you let him roam free, do what he wants? You send Cam Guthrie to him, or you just back in your system?
Bit of everything, to be honest. Like it's obviously they're really good side, and they've got a really good system, and they got some real match winners that we need to keep a close eye on, and he's obviously the one that takes up most of our time and most of our focus. So we have to have a plan, and we're going to try and make it hard for him, but we understand that he's such a good player. He goes between the midfield and forward, and he can impact wherever he is. So hopefully the boys can do a job on him and get the game going our way.
Has Gaz been a bit more sentimental or reflective this week, or is he just reminding everybody how good he is still?
I think I think in his own way, he's sort of taken things in, probably knowing that he's going to do each thing for the last time, possibly. But he's such a professional. He's obviously he's come back for this moment and he's ready to go, and he's got the opportunity now to finish off his career in grand style. So he's taken the week in, but he's taken it in his stride. He's ready to go for sure.
And Corey, last week Harry Taylor was keeping tight lips on a possible retirement. We know how close you defenders are. Has he shared any further information with you?
Oh, mate, he's too tight-lipped. I've got nothing for you. I've got no scoop, no nothing. I don't think he's told anyone. Probably hasn't even told his wife.
Corey, we've seen the conditions obviously all day. There's been some pretty heavy rain, and we've watched, particularly last week, your team control the outer spaces of the Gabba with a lot of uncontested possession. Are you expecting a bit of a change given the wet conditions today?
Yeah, clearly the conditions are a big factor. We'll probably try and continue to play our way and play our game when it's there, but you've got to take in factor the conditions, and it's going to be hard for both teams. So probably going to simplify the game a little bit. It's going to be contest and territory a lot.
And Corey, we are at the Gabba at the start of cricket season for a footy game, and quite often we'll walk out there if there's been rain. You're on the wing here. What's it feel like under your feet? Because we know the ground drains well. There's been 50+ mil of rain. So what does it actually feel like out there at the moment?
Yeah, well, we just made comment. Like it does. Like, I'm not out here kicking the ball or getting tackled or doing anything, but it does feel like it has held up pretty well, and perhaps different to what you get in Victoria as such with the ground. But there's not much, obviously, coverage, so the drainage is really well, but I think it's going to be slippery on top for sure. So, again, the ball handling, will be interesting to see how players go about it early, whether it's, and I think you'll get an understanding early in the game whether they can handle the ball well, and potentially the rain may stop and make it easy for that, or whether it's going to be too hard, whereas, again, it's a territory game.
And Corey, every grand final is a massive occasion. Your club's been to many, but in this strange old year, to think that one of footy's most famous families, which is so closely associated to your footy club, I can't really think of a bigger scene in that respect for the Cats, even though here we are away from Melbourne on a grand final night. It's a huge opportunity, isn't it?
Oh, 100%, but it's obviously special. He's a special player, a special individual, it's a special name, but more importantly, it's about our club, and we've fought long and hard to give us a chance here tonight, and we're ready to take it and try to do our best tonight on a stage that's a little bit different to the normal grand final. But again, as I spoke about, the season itself has been one of twists and turns, and we find ourselves here tonight challenging obviously the Tigers, who've been a juggernaut over the last 3, 4, 5 years.
Have a great night, Corey. It's great to have a chat to you. And, you're getting the speakers set up next to you. This is a strange old season, isn't it? There you are, walking off the Vulture Street wing. We can see you clearly. Thanks for your time before the game, and good luck.
Yeah, no worries, guys, and enjoy the game.
Thank you. Wave out the window to Corey Enright, who now just hangs up the phone. We've had a couple of experiences like that this year, most notably Mason Cox walking around the boundary to do a post-game interview with us, leaning over the fence. Such is football in 2020.
It looks like a bloke lost in the car park, just on the phone, sort of stumbling around, walking no real direction, just sort of back and forth and pacing around. That's what it reminded me of.
Brad Sewell and Lauren Arnell, having touched with both camps, anything strike you in particular? They didn't give away too much.
No, I think just the conditions, both. I think I'll be interested to see if at all Geelong adapt to their game style. They haven't played a high-intensity, high-pressure game for the last month, thereabouts, last 3 weeks. And that's Richmond's Onewood. And so they're coming in hot, having played 2 really hotly contested, high-pressure games. And those, Geelong would like a bit of time and space, and Geelong would like a clean pill to be able to move it around and find their feet. They're not going to get that, Loz.
Yeah, and it was interesting listening to Corey Enright respond to that question as well. And both coaches seemed really calm and composed. And he did say that they would tweak where needed, without a lot of detail, obviously. But I think both groups, as much as you mentioned, Sully, that probably not the perfect contested warm-up into this game for the Cats like Richmond have had. But, yeah, I think both teams are primed for this game.
Well, put your coaches' hats on for a moment. If we do use the very rudimentary control versus chaos, which is what we've talked about with the Cats game style versus the Tigers game style. So it doesn't seem like there's too much for Damien Hardwick to do, but perhaps an adjustment or two for Chris Scott. What would you adjust?
I mean, Richmond don't adjust anything. Their style of game stands up.
So what would the Cats do?
I think the Cats need to back in their system, back in their style of play. If anything, they just might need to take that last handball out of the chain and just try and get the ball moving forward. And it's going to be fascinating to see whether from the start they're prepared to play a yardage game. Kick the ball off the ground, punch it forward, get it played in their half. It's not their first. It's not their number one go, is it?
Well, we haven't seen that as much from Geelong because they haven't had to play like that. But when I think about getting the ball out of the middle, winning the contested footy, and getting it out of there quickly to forward to a clean at ground level, I think that can suit Geelong. They just don't typically play that way. So you look at the likes of Ablett, Dalhouse, Myers, Dangerfield, those guys cleaning up a contest at ground level can get very dangerous very quickly. So I think Geelong are very capable of it. We just don't see them do it often because they don't have to.
The specific revolves around Dangerfield, I think, because Chris Scott hasn't had to really use him as much in the engine room the last couple of weeks. It's no use having Danger down forward if they're not winning the contest, and there's one of the elements that the weather, I think, brings into it, Lauren.
That's one thing we know about Geelong. The read you get on them quickly is where's Danger playing, and that's how you know how they know they're going. So if Danger's playing a lot of time on ball today, you know that they're probably thinking Richmond can possibly or are possibly controlling the game. If Geelong are comfortable, Danger spends a lot of time forward. So that will be one interesting element of how the game plays out, especially given how dangerous Paddy Dangerfield's been in front of goal this whole final series.
To get in touch with us on AFL Grand Final night of 2020, the SMS number is 0437 774 774. That's 0437 774 774. Please include your name and where you are texting from. My name is Quentin Hull. I'll be calling the action with Brett Sprigg. Brad Sewell and Lauren Arnell are our analysts this evening, and Zane Bojack is trying to keep dry among the atmosphere that is building. He'll be keeping a close eye on the benches and the action after the game. Zane, happy Grand Final night.
Thank you, Quentin. How special it is to have an AFL Grand Final in the Sunshine State. Unfortunately, not too much sunshine today, with the overcast conditions turning into about 70 mils of rain prior to the first bounce, which is disappointing. But the surface doesn't look too bad, Q. I was watching both Geelong and Richmond warm up, and Dusty Martin was definitely testing out his sprigs, just seeing how much grip he had in the surface, and it didn't look too bad. Of course, at the end of the day, we had we had those covers come up in the middle, so I'm expecting the bounce to be all right, but maybe towards the wings might be just a little bit more water, of course, as it goes across and there's not as much drainage. Looking forward to the pre-match entertainment. I'm actually standing right next to the stage and saw Andrew Stockdale warming up just before. Of course, he's part of Wolfmother, and it's unfortunate that the pre-match entertainment is probably going to be a little less spectacular as a result of the weather conditions, but there's plenty of fans, lots of yellow and black, and of course the beautiful navy blue and white hoops. They're here for Geelong, they're here for Richmond, they're here for the grand final. Tell you what, I'm pretty excited.
Sounds like it, Zane, as well you should be. Have a great one. Zane Bojack at close hand to the benches and after the game as well. And we spend a lot of time looking at radars during cricket season, not as much during football season, but the Bureau of Meteorology imagery looks promising. I think we've had the most of the rain, and the Gabba does drain really well. So if you're one of those fence-sitting punters who is, well, I think the Tigers in the wet and the Cats in the dry, it's really hard because I think it's going to be drier in the second half than we'll have for the first quarter or so. it'll be slippery early, but I think we might be in for pretty much dry footy after quarter time.
If you had to guess based on what we know about how quickly Brisbane's heat can dry up wet conditions, you would guess that it would be drier than last Friday night's prelim final that Richmond won.
Yeah, that's right. Very wet in Adelaide. Before we get to Welcome to Country and our pre-match entertainment, which Zane mentioned, we've got Andrew Stockdale from Wolfmother. We'll see Cubs Sport. We'll see DMAs. Thelma Plum, Busby Maru, the Queensland Symphony Orchestra, all of those acts are going to be a part of a build-up to a grand final like no other, and the entertainment is always a part of the story, but particularly because this is the first night grand final, and AFL grand finals have traditionally been seen probably in a lesser light than its NRL counterpart, because the NRL get to do it at night, and it looks amazing. And here's the chance for the AFL to see if they can do that. But the stands are going to be an interactive part of the game. I remember going to a Coldplay concert at Lang Park about 18 months or so ago, and everyone in the stand got given a wristband, which is like a watch, but it actually has a light in it. And then for different parts of the show, these wristbands were controlled and different colours came up during the different numbers. And they're trying that tonight here at the Gabba. It's going to be some kind of a scene. And I think it's going to go on during the game as well. So we might get a bit of yellow when the Tigers kick a goal and a bit of blue or white when the Cats kick a goal or something like that.
They're giving out footies as well, Q, as part of the welcome pack, as part of the full experience. And I want to just, on that point as well, Quentin, as a local broadcaster who understands and knows the growth of the game in this state, it's not an ideal day, obviously. The AFL are hoping this would have long-term ramifications on the development and growth of the code in the Sunshine State. Do you think it will be a long-term thing? Is that going to be probably how they're approaching it, given it's 30,000, not quite a full crowd under the restrictions and everything else, but
not just the Olympic effect, as they say. Oh, look, Lauren, you've been a part of footy here for a couple of years now. Brad, you've just moved up. Queensland has always been outstanding when it comes to women's football. I think the early success of Craig Starcevich and the Brisbane Lions, picking predominantly Queensland players, has shown that. The participation numbers are good, and ultimately, once the dust settles from here, it'll be about the Lions and the Suns being competitive week in, week out. As much as AFL House will tell you of the legacy of this year, the local teams have got to be in the news to ensure that they aren't second thought behind the resident Broncos, Reds, etc.
And it's set up beautifully because it looks like both sides will be. Brisbane, another particularly strong learning year, and Gold Coast Suns are heading in the right direction. They've got the most exciting young player in the entire country. So, but I mean, the state and the league and the country has set itself up nicely to capitalise on what has been an indifferent season.
Hello to Jeff from Narrogin. We'll read out a few of these from your part of the world.
It's plenty from WA, always.
Hi guys, please let Gil know that it's fine, warm, partly cloudy and a light breeze at Perth Stadium. Thank you, Jeff. We just couldn't afford the wait to get into your state.
Yeah, there's a lot of that going around today, and people over in WA, just 30 degrees and sunny, big new stadium, possibility of 60,000 perhaps, but yeah, it all comes back to the fact that the WA Premier and the AFL couldn't work it out.
Hello to Mary from South Hobart. This on the SMS 0437 774 774. Sad to hear it's so wet in the Sunshine State. And they say Tassie has the cold and wet weather. Maybe the 2021 Grand Final should be down here.
Tell you what, Hobart is actually the driest state capital city in Australia. It is wet. It's cold. It's never wet.
Freo Cookster, looking forward to a cracking game from the west where the sun is shining and the temperature nudging 30 degrees. We've borrowed Melbourne's biggest football day and we've brought Melbourne's football weather.
It's a shame, isn't it?
I think it's a shame, but at the same time, we don't debate if it rains in Melbourne, because the GF has been locked into Melbourne for so long and is locked into Melbourne for so long. We never really complain or debate this much about the weather.
We are on Yugga and Turrbal land. We're about to have the official welcome from the First Nations people as the opening proceedings and festivities are about to get underway under cloudy skies here at the Gabba with a spotlight at the school end, and welcome to country to kick things off for the AFL Grand Final 2020 at the Gabba.
Yura yura, everyone, tonight we meet on the old ancient battlegrounds called Wollongabba. You know it as the Gabba. Our people, we have met here for generations for battles and tournaments. Tonight, 2 teams will meet here to battle it out, but only one will take the trophy home. Before we begin, we'd like to pay our respects to the people of Melbourne and the Kulin Nation people's area. We'd like to shout out to them. We'd like you all to stand up for a second and belt out a good Australian call out. We say cool, we, on the count of 3, let them know we're here. 1, 2, 3. In our language for hello, we say Yora.
This is Shannon Ruska, renowned for his welcome to country, as the group now break into traditional dance. And so we are welcomed by the First Nations people to the Gabba, the Brisbane Cricket Ground. A grand final like no other in a year like no other. You're on the ABC through Grandstand AFL. Quentin Hull, Brett Sprigg, Brad Sewell, Lauren Arnell and Zane Bojack, your company. We'll have the music in a moment, and painting the scene here of red lights underneath the iconic white sails at the top of the Gabba stands, and we can see the rain slightly coming down. LED effects on the tiered stands showing fire at the moment, and a smoking ceremony continuing as a part of the traditional welcome to this land for the 2020 Grand Final. And already, Brad and Lauren, the sense of how darkness adds to the occasion of the theatrical part of the evening.
Yura, welcome.
Thank you to Shannon Ruska, the Yagara and Turrbal people here at the Gabba. And the stands beginning to now settle with the 30,000 fans, most of them in the house. This is Electric Field's Thelma Plum, Busby Maru and the Queensland Symphony Orchestra. Thelma Plum on the mic with our first song of the evening.
We're opposite men on opposite sides. Vesty was fat with money and muscle. Beef was his business, broad was his door. Vincent was he and spoke very little. He had no bank balance, hard dirt was his floor. From little things, big things grow. From little things, big things grow. From little things, big things grow. From little things. My name is Lydia.
stage atop the interchange gates on the southern wing of the Gabba, with lights continuing to illuminate the stadium, and now the wristbands of those in the fans, a unique sight at an AFL Grand Final. They are a part of the new frontier that is a night Grand Final here in this strange old season of 2020. Wristbands illuminating in the stands, swirls of teal and purple and black colouring up this night as we start the entertainment at the Gabba. But Grand Final night is not Grand Final night or day without reference to Mecca.
Electric Fields, Thelma Plum, Busby Maru and the Queensland Symphony Orchestra, conducted by Chong Lim, with a stirring rendition of Kev Carmody and Paul Kelly's From Little Things, Big Things Grow.
And when I mention Mecca in these sporting terms, there is only one place that we talk about. It's been a year where we have always had the thoughts of particularly the people in Melbourne in our hearts. The MCG has been silent throughout the majority of the season, but we're going to get a little taste of it here in the pre-game entertainment. We've got some of it in front of us. Brett Sprigg, I can see a cutout of the turf at the top of the Geelong players' race. There's also a little cutout of the turf from the MCG at the top of the Richmond players' race.
Yep. It's a unique touch in itself. So shortly we'll see Mike Brady, Q, who has a link to Queensland as well. 82 Com Games, did the theme song for that amazing games event. There's a little Queensland link for you.
So now on the big screen here at the Gabba, it's almost like the Olympic and Commonwealth Games ceremonies where they use the big screen to try and draw the crowd to a certain part of the cultural element of the evening. A flyover over the top of the MCG. The Queensland Symphony Orchestra now on the big screen, and football's anthem being played to the crowd in Brisbane. It's being played across the ABC broadcast platform, and we hear it from Mike Brady in the middle of an empty MCG.
Well, you work to earn a living, but on weekends comes the time you can do whatever turns you on. Go out and clear your mind. I like football. There's a lot of things around. When you line them up together, the pretty win turns down. Here we go! Out there 'cause I live in there and fight. Out there and Adam, show them your might. Out there 'cause I live, don't let them in. Fly like an angel, you're out there to win. There's a lot more things to football than really meets the eye. There are days when you could give it up. There are days when you could fly. Will you either love or hate it, depending on the score? When your team run out or they kick a goal, how's your mighty roar? Come on together, here we go! Out there 'cause I live in their fights. Out there and Adam, show them your might. Out there 'cause I live, don't let them in. Fly like an angel, you're out there to win. Out there 'cause I live, you're out there to win. In there and Adam, don't let them in. Out there 'cause I live, show them you hide. Fight like the devil, the crowd's on your side. Out there 'cause I live, in there and fight. Out there and Adam, show them your might. Yeah! Out there 'cause I live, show them you hide. Fight like the devil, the crowd's on your side. Out there 'cause I live, in there and fight. Out there and Adam, show them your might. Out there 'cause I live, show them you hide. Fight like the devil, the crowd's on your side. The crowd is on your
The roar is at the Gabba for the voice of Mike Brady inside an empty MCG. This is the story of 2020 reflected in one of Australia's society's most favourite pastime, the world of sport. And I don't know about you, but you don't have to be at grand final nights. You don't have to be with Mike Brady, Lauren Arnell and Brad Sewell. My dad played that on a cassette when I was a kid, and it always made me think of the big day in VFL football back then. And here it is so many years on, and what a different way to hear it. The iconic Mike Brady up there, Kazali, via an empty Mecca to hear the temporary host of the AFL Grand Final.
Oh, it's still spine-tingling hearing that tune. It doesn't really matter the location, as you said, Q. It's awesome to hear, and Brad, that now feels like we're ready to watch a Grand Final.
It does, doesn't it? I'm just taking in the atmosphere here. The night aspect of it does change it considerably, just the ambience around the ground.
Now, Spriggy, I'm going to go to your relative youth compared to mine to tell us about Cub Sport, who are about to perform on top of the interchange area.
Brisbane lads, Q, Tim Nelson, Sam Netterfield, Dan Passari, Zoe Davis on keys and guitar, performing the Queenslander classic these days on Powderfinger.
Settles in its place, the shadow in my face puts pressure in my day. This life, well, is slipping right through my hands. These days turned out nothing like I had planned. It's coming round again, a slowly creeping hand of time in its command. It settles in its place, its shadow in my face, its pressure in my day. Soon enough it comes, here it is again, the slowly creeping hand with time in its command. Soon enough it comes, settles in its place, the shadow in my face, undignified and lame. This
Now the Gabba lit in red for this emotive version of the Powderfinger Classic from Cub Sport, and we see the effect as the natural light dims, red and white lights on the wristbands of the fans in the stands at the Gabba, the first ever nighttime experience at an AFL Grand Final.
The slowly creeping hand. This life, well, it's slipping right through my hands. These days turned out nothing like I had planned. Control, well, it's slipping right through my hands. These days turned out nothing like I had planned. These days turned out nothing like I had planned.
Cub Sport, live from the Gabba. This is Grandstand AFL. We are the ABC. You are in the build-up to Grand Final 2020 with Quentin Hull, Brett Sprigg, Brad Sewell and Lauren Arnell. If you want to get in touch, we'd love to hear from you. 0437 774 774 is the SMS number. 0437 774 774. The rain is still coming down lightly. There are no changes to the selected teams for Richmond and Geelong, the two teams that will fight out for the 2020 decider. And quite the emotive set has been chosen by the artistic director this year, Lauren. I think to try and show the empathy and understanding of the football community to what so many have gone through in such a tough year.
It's hard to put into words how good the last two performances have been, to be quite honest, Q. I'm a massive fan of live music. I prefer the smaller gigs myself, but sitting here at must be close to nearly 30,000 people already here at the Gabba, and listening to the last two acts have been mind-blowing.
Well, now we've got the DMAs.
So good.
Tommy O'Dell, the very haunting vocals. This is their version of Cher.
Keep pushing me aside and I can't break through. There's no talking to you. It's so sad that you're leaving. It takes time to believe it. And after all said and done, you're gonna be the only one. No, do you believe in life after love? I can feel something inside me say, I really don't think you're strong enough now. What am I supposed to do? Sit around and wait for you? Well, I can't do that. Yeah, there's no turning back. I need time to move on. I need your love to feel strong. And after all said and done, you're gonna be the only one. No, do you believe in life after love? I can feel something inside me say, I really don't think you're strong enough now. Do you believe in life after love? I can feel something inside me say, I really don't think you're strong enough now.
Stadium lit in lights of blue and yellow as the very Oasis sounding DMAs continue the emotive part of the set. I think the energy's coming with Joker and the Thief in a moment. But feel the love from the Gabba in Brisbane before the grand final of 2020.
I don't need you anymore. Do you believe in life after love? I can feel something inside me say, I really don't think you're strong enough now. Do you believe in life after love? I can feel something inside me say, I really don't think you're strong enough now.
They are the DMAs. This first ever twilight, almost night. It was planned to be twilight, but such is the nature of the cloudy day. It's almost night here in Brisbane, ahead of the first AFL grand final to be played under lights. I don't know about you, Brad Sewell and Lauren Arnell. I don't mind the emotive stuff. You ready for a bit of hardcore rock and roll, just to get us pumped?
The juices are beginning to flow here, Q.
I think they've got a second number, these guys, Spriggy.
This is DMA's current big hit, Criminals.
Okay, what kind of mood have we got here?
A bit the same, to be honest.
Okay, we'll give it a go.
Did I know you once? Did I know you well? Did I know you? Did I show you a way to think again? Tell me, do you need a partner? 'Cause the criminals are here, yeah. Tell me, do you need a partner? 'Cause the criminals are near. I don't need you, you don't need me. You don't see anything at all. And I don't know what to believe in you. But if you go, don't come
And now the full effect of the wristbands on the crowd is being shown around the Gabba. The Geelong colours of blue and white shimmering in the stands. A sight never been seen before, an AFL grand final. The effect of the light show of this breakthrough night in Brisbane.
need a partner. 'Cause the criminals are near and nearer. You can be anyone now. You can be anything else. But here you know it's really gone. You know it's really gone. You can be anyone now. You can be anything else. But here you know it's really gone. You know it's really gone. Tell me, do you need a partner? 'Cause the criminals are here, yeah. Tell me, do you need a partner? 'Cause the criminals are near.
Shimmering lights in the stands, the DMAs performing before the 2020 AFL Grand Final. How are we going so far, Brad? Lauren, for the pre-game entertainment? I'm ready for the energy.
2 thumbs up here.
Okay.
Fantastic.
I get the emotion of the year, but I don't know about you, Spriggy. I'm a bit of a old-fashioned, give me a pump-up song before a big game.
I like DMAs. That's all I'll say, Q.
Really?
I get what you're saying. I'm a fan, so didn't mind it.
So, Joker and the Thief, from the frontman of Wolf Mother, Andrew Stockdale, is next, performing with the Queensland Symphony Orchestra. So this will be interesting. Stage is cleared. We're about to have the next phase of the entertainment, and this is essentially the last of the acts before we get to the main fair. of Geelong taking on Richmond for the 2020 flag. These wristbands, I like them. Had a real effect. What do you think, Surly?
Got an Olympic feel about it.
Yeah. You've got one.
I've got one.
How did you get one?
I've got one.
Oh, Brett and I didn't get one.
No, it's the boring one for me.
Here we go. If you needed some energy, maybe this will give it to you. 2020 Grand Final night at the Gabba. And now we've got spotlights, smoke screen, flickers in the stands. This is the energy lifter. Complete night above the stands. Nighttime AFL Grand Final for the first time. The Cats and the Tigers in the rooms oblivious, ready to do their thing, while Andrew Stockdale and the Queensland Symphony Orchestra do their thing on a historic night at the Gabba. And the roar of 30,000 fans at the Gabba in Brisbane on Grandstand AFL across the ABC. Brad Sewell and Lauren Arnell, you've seen this stage many more times than we have. How about that, Sewell, for something different, different setting, different illumination around the ground. What did you think?
That was awesome. That was so cool. And by contrast, you keep making reference to it being a night grand final. That is head and shoulders above any pre-game I've seen of the past grand finals during the day.
And the AFL knows that too. They had so much riding on tonight as far as lighting, pyro, the rest of it to try to convince people this was the way to go. Did they pass, Loz?
Oh, absolutely. There's just so many more things you can do from a performance perspective when it's night time, and it's just the sun's gone down at the perfect time, even with the lighting that they had happening and the smoke from the fireworks. Seeing a little bit of rain coming through there, it was visually and from a listener perspective, that was unreal.
Did they just overdo the emotive by one track or so?
Yeah, I think that's your bias, mate.
I agree. I loved it.
I love the
That's okay. I'm just, if you've got a thought, 0437 774 774. It's a part of grand final, isn't it? What did you think of the pre-game? 0437 774 774.
Well, it'd be safe to say Sully and I would be your more alternative listener, and I think we've loved it, haven't we, Brad?
I was going to make reference to maybe younger generation here.
No, I was being kind, but yeah, let's roll with that.
The umpires are entering the Gabba, which is now being illuminated fully by the light towers, which were off during the pre-game entertainment. And a big day for these officials. It's grand final day for everyone involved, not just the players.
A nice touch as well, Q. Seeing Craig Fleer, number 26, umpire, raising the ball on the way out of the race. It's his maiden AFL grand final appearance. His 140th AFL game, his fifth final. Matt Stevic is the veteran out there. His 401st AFL game, 45th final, 8th grand final. Equal third all-time on the list of grand finals umpired. And number 21, Simon Meredith, his sixth grand final for him. So those are our field umpires.
The Cats are going to enter the arena first, followed by Richmond. It's not too far away, but let's get to the boundary for a taste of that atmosphere. Zane, a quick word or two on how that felt inside the crowd.
Oh, Q, I can still feel the energy. Actually just said hello to Andrew Stockdale as he came off. He was just feeling what this crowd was giving back to him. It was absolutely awesome. One thing I'd also tell you as the players get set to come on, there's still lots of smoke thick across this ground as a result of those fireworks. They're sort of hanging here because of that thick atmosphere. Hopefully that leaves a little bit soon, but wasn't the lighting spectacular? From where I was behind the stage, it looked absolutely awesome, and all I can say is if you didn't come to this year's grand final, maybe, just maybe, the AFL might have to consider a night final in the future, because that was incredible.
This is still raining.
It is, unfortunately, but one thing I will tell you is it's very, very slow rain. It's not the rain that we had prior to the entertainment, so it has continued to lessen to the point where I almost thought, maybe do I need to put my poncho on, but I do have it on and everyone around me has it on, but they're thinking about whether or not they might even take it off.
So the scene as the Cats are about to enter the arena is that still we don't have the full light effect, and it almost feels like a theatric, dramatic entry for Joel Selwood and the Cats as they attempt to win their first flag in 9 years and end the reign of the Tigers on a night which is big for so many reasons.
We are Geelong, the greatest team of all. We are Geelong, we're always on the ball. We play the game as it should be played, at home or far away. Our banners fly high from dawn to dark, down at Cardinia Park.
They pose for the traditional photo. Brad Sewell, you know what this moment is like. Can you hear the energy in the rooms of the pre-game? And then you get out there. Take us into the players' heads and hearts right now.
Yeah, well, firstly, you're oblivious to what's happened on the ground in terms of pre-match entertainment. But I can tell you, when you run out, the energy just hits you. And the key for these guys in particular is just to get up there, soak it in, enjoy it, have a good look around, look at the crowd, look at your teammates, just revel in this moment until that first bounce, until you really have to zone in and make the most of this really unique opportunity.
How's the tingle in your fingers, Lauren Arnell?
It's awesome. I enjoy watching as they come out, because the photo for me is the one I never really enjoyed. You just want to get it out of the way. You want to get the footy in your hands. And as Brad said, run around and get around your teammates. So once that photo's done, you're pretty much right.
And a shot on the big screen of a man that didn't experience grand finals as a youngster, let alone in his decorated career, the number 35 for Geelong, Patrick Dangerfield. And the Cats fans take their moment. And the Tigers fans realise, where are our boys? A scene that we know well. Only 3 men different to the group that ran out on the MCG to take on Greater Western Sydney last year and demolished them to the tune of 89 points. Only Noah Bolter in the squad who has not experienced this day before. And on the big screen we get the Tigers drums at the Gabba. Here comes Trent Cotchin and the Richmond Football Club. Dynasty awaits as they try to make it 3 from 4.
A fighting fury, we're from Tigerland. In any weather you will see us with a grin, risking head and shin. If we're behind then never mind, we'll fight and win, for we're from Tigerland. We never weaken till the final siren's gone. Like the tiger of old, we're strong and we're bold, for we're from Tiger. Yellow and black, we're from Tigerland.
The year has been so different. The build-up has been so different. No parade, no massive open training sessions at Punt Road and Cardinia Park. Just wondering whether all of that, particularly for this team, Brad and Lauren, who know the MCG so well, they know the hysteria of Richmond and Punt Road so well, surely there's got to be a little readjustment going on at the moment.
Yeah, there'll be a little readjustment, but I think for this team that's been there, this change-up this year is kind of what's reinvigorated them. They've had a number of speed humps throughout the year. Culturally, they were questioned internally and externally. Players stepped outside of the protocol, and there's a bit of pressure on the club. And I think that when a side are as mature as what Richmond are, the club is mature, sometimes you need some of those hurdles just to reinvigorate, just to spark guys, bring them back into line, keep them attuned during the middle part of the year, whereby you'd question they lost their way a little bit, but haven't they timed their run, Loz?
Oh, they sure have. And you think of like the things that can happen in grand finals. There can be players lost to the game and injuries coming in. But when you look at the injury list of both teams, and particularly Richmond, it's really only Soldo and Higgins that you think could be in this best 22 tonight. So both teams absolutely firing and fit and ready to go for this match.
Your thoughts are a part of your night at the footy. To get in touch, 0437 774 774. We'll give a few on the entertainment and then put it to bed and get to the footy. But generally, as an overwhelming positive response on 30, and that is by far the best AFL pre-game in memory from Tomo and Balga. Someone says it was a snooze fest until Wolf Mother. G'day to Yagotabe from Hell's Gate pre-game entertainment. Yeah, not a fan. Francis from Thornbury says, best since Rose Tattoo. Played through 2 crummy speakers on top of the stand at Vic Park in the late 70s. Everyone's got an opinion on the entertainment, and this was always going to be a suck it and see night. But as far as the visual effect, can't compare to 2 o'clock in the afternoon at the MCG.
Well, it's just hard to build that atmosphere in the middle of the day, isn't it? And I think particularly with the stadiums that we play in and here at the Gabba, it's still a large stadium, and to have live music at its best, I think, is absolutely suited to nighttime. And that's where the debate comes from, isn't it, guys? We're not here for live music. We love the live music, the starter, but we are here for the footy.
And the two teams are warming up. We will have, of course, the national anthem and the presentation of the Premiership Cup shortly. But among everything, Brad and Lauren, here's your window to tell us of what we're about to see. An historic night away from Melbourne, away from the afternoon sunshine. A night grand final at the Gabba between two clubs who have done it exactly the same way. Drawn out of Victoria, into hub life, beaten in week 1 of the finals, yet they get to fight for the flag. What are the key points?
Boz, where would you like to start?
I think it makes sense, Sully, to start in the midfield, doesn't it? We know we've got 2 exceptionally strong contested footy sides and smart footballers and experienced footballers in the middle. And I know that most of us will say the game is won and lost in the middle, and tonight, Sully, I think that's what's going to happen, particularly given the weather. I know that the rain is easing, as Zane told us, but centre bounce clearance, given also the fact that it's a short middle of the ground, so it's really only one kick and you can create a shot at goal from there. And Richmond have accelerated that part of their game through this final series, Sully. They've gotten much better. The Cats, we know, the quality of your Guthrie, Selwood, Duncan, Parfitt, Dangerfield in the middle, it shapes to be a pretty sweet matchup.
Yeah, it does. The quality and the depth is the important aspect for Geelong, whereby that has been questioned prior to probably the last month, 6 weeks, I think, questioned whether that depth could stand up in the big games, and they've certainly done that. And it's those, whether you say second-tier players, I'm not sure. It's not doing credit to the likes of Guthrie in particular, Meningola. Duncan's an A-grader. He's been an A-grader for a long time. But in the past, they've relied too much on Selwood, Hawkins, Ablett and Dangerfield. And now they can rely on that tier just beneath those guys. And they need to play, everybody needs to play their role. In these big games, the most important aspect is you want 22 contributors. And instead of expecting Danger to burst out of the middle and kick goals from 65 and win it off his own boot, that doesn't happen in these types of games.
And so last time they played, we saw Richmond control really the first 3 quarters of the game, and a lot of that was through playing their style of game and rushing Geelong and turning them over in the back half. But what I saw watching the game back during the week, in the last quarter when it shifted Geelong's way a little bit more, Atkins played that night, and he's not playing today, but they threw Atkins and Dalhouse to put some more attention into Cochin in that last quarter, which I found interesting because obviously Richmond played Dusty a lot more forward. But Geelong have identified in that game that Cochin is key around the stoppage.
That was round 17 at Carrara, low-scoring affair, Richmond winning by 26 points, and quite the number of changes from that night. You mentioned one of the names there, but Richmond didn't have Edwards, Astbury, Broad or Prestia that night, so Ross, Soldo, Markov and Arts played that night and they're not here tonight for the Cats. 5 changes from that night. Stanley, Ablett, Selwood, Rowan and Sam Simpson, who's been so good. They're the ins. No Jarvis, Fogarty, Radaglia, Atkins or Close. So take it for what it's worth. It was a relatively recent meeting, but interesting you talked about watching that round 17 game. I took the option more so to go back to the 2019 preliminary final, where the teams were a lot more similar, and the most notable absentee that night was Tom Hawkins, who was suspended. Geelong led by 21 points at half-time and Richmond poured over the top of them. What do you think's the more relevant, Sully, or are we just talking in history for the sake of it?
No, I think we're talking history for the sake of it. For the most part, both sides are very, very different, certainly to when they played last and even to 12 months ago. I mean, the development of Geelong in particular, I think, has progressed maybe further than Richmond. Richmond's system is what they will back in tonight. And it's funny talking about Cochin, because he and Selwood play a similar type of role in terms of them both being the spiritual and literal leaders for their respective clubs. And if you want to sort of attack either side, you sort of almost go for the top, don't you? And Danger and Dusty play a similar type of game-breaking role for both sides also.
And as your analysis continues to intrigue, a few more word pictures from the Gabba. A very Queensland arrival of the 2020 AFL Premiership Cup with a group of surf lifesavers, almost as if they're taking a coffin out of a funeral, have a surfboard on their shoulders with the AFL Premiership Cup in the middle of it, and the red and yellow flags, which are the picture postcard stereotype of the beaches around the country, but particularly in this part of the world. A very Queensland entry for the AFL Premiership Cup, which will be handed out in this part of the world for the first time as the players start to take position on the Vulture Street wing of the Brisbane Cricket Ground in 2020 for the first AFL decider outside of Melbourne. It's nice to have you with us on the national broadcaster. We are the ABC Grandstand AFL. Quentin Hull, Brett Sprigg, Brad Sewell, Lauren Arnell and Zane Bojak with you. Ian Nankervis, the Geelong legend, along with Ash Barty, the world #1 tennis player, are the cup presenters and are out there in the middle of the Gabba as well. And now, a man who owned this turf in a stellar career, three-time premiership player, Brownlow medalist of 2002, Simon Black, the cup ambassador, delivers the cup to Ian Nankervis, the Geelong representative. And Ashley Barty, what a choice from Richmond. They raise the cup together and break. And now a lifelong St Kilda supporter who was a quadriplegic from a diving accident when he was 18 years of age, Tim McCallum, on a wonderful representation of inclusion. A man with a brilliant voice in a wheelchair sits at the edge of the centre square in the Gabba to sing our national anthem before the 2020 Grand Final.
Australians, all let us rejoice, for we are young and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. Page, let every state advance Australia fair. In joyful strains then let us sing, advance Australia fair. In joyful strains then let us sing, advance Australia.
Nothing does the sound of 100,000 at the MCG, but I'll take that at next best. Tim McCallum sings the Australian national anthem as the teams break. And crucially, I think we've seen the last of the rain. Lauren Arnell, who are you tipping to win the 2020 flag?
It's going to be a very close game. I know I've been saying that this whole final series, but I'd love to see the Cats win. I think Richmond will come out on top again in another really close game tonight, Hugh.
Brad Sewell.
I tend to agree, Loz. I think, I think it's going to be a tight game, but I like the Tigers as well.
Kev Kluver is the lucky man in the middle of the ground. He's from a local football club, the Sherwood Magpies, not too far away from where I live in the western suburbs. In fact, and he has the pleasure of tossing the coin. What iconic captains, Joel Selwood and Trent Cotchin, in the history of these two famous footy clubs. Trent Cotchin's won the toss and the Tigers are kicking to the school end, the left of your radio dial. Who wins it, Spriggy?
Cats for me, Hugh. I like Guthrie or Duncan for the Norm Smith medal.
I've said I've been an indecisive horse racing punter all week, waiting to see the track conditions. I reckon it's dry enough for the Cats now.
Can I throw a funny stat at you guys?
Of course.
So every time Sam Menegola's had 20 disposals or more this year, the Cats have won.
Depth is so important for Geelong. They need an even contribution across the field.
Zane Bojak down on the boundary. Last feeling before we get to the action.
Yeah, Trent Cotchin just addressed his Richmond huddle, and Tom Hawkins surprisingly very talkative in the Geelong huddle. We've got the second best defence in the Tigers and big time players up against the best attack in the game in Geelong. Let's hope the fact that it stopped raining, Q. It's fantastic that it stopped during the anthem and the surface doesn't look too bad. Let's hope we have an open game of footy.
To get in touch throughout the game, we'd love to have you with us at the 2020 Grand Final. 0437 774 774 is the number. Please include your name and where you are texting from on this most historic of nights, not only in the history of Australian football in this country, but the history of Australian sport. The Indigenous Code's biggest event is outside of Melbourne. It's been played in the evening at the Gabba in Brisbane, and the countdown is on. And the big screen showing images as we ready ourselves for the first bounce of the 2020 decider. Will it be the Tigers or the Cats? Have a good one, Spriggy.
It's unusual, it's unprecedented, and it's under lights, it's underway. Richmond, Geelong, Nankervis and Stanley. Clearance goes the way of the Tigers. Hooley over around the football. Guthrie coughs it up in the tackle. Broad's out to meet it here for the Tigers off the half-back line. And umpire Craig Clear says, give it to me. We'll ball up just alongside the centre square inside the opening 20 seconds.
Blitzarves runs to the edge of the contest. It's Stanley to do right with Nankervis. Kicked off the ground by Cochin towards the interchange gates on the southern side. Bolton kicks it out of the air for the Tigers. Towards half forward, Taylor meets it. He's got the early job on Lynch. Those pair wrestle and it's out of play. And the umpire says throw it in. Tom Lynch having a very good night in the preliminary final last year, kicking 5 goals.
Much spoken about where Dusty Martin will start. Centre bounce against Selwood. Now he looks like he's rolled forward. Kolodashny's picked him up.
Throw in on the southern wing. Plenty of intensity at the contest, and then Curvis plays tackler to lock it up at the feet. And we'll see another neutral.
And danger starting forward for the Cats.
Up it goes. Nankervis slaps it to the outside. Stanley follows up. Guthrie keeps it moving. Off to his skipper, Selwood. Hurried left boot goes out of bounds on the full. So it's a Richmond ball from right half back. Nathan Broad, one of those 14 Richmond players, Q, gunning for 3 flags in 4 years. He has the football, loads it up along the outer side of the ground. Players converge on the outer logo, goes through Lynch's hands. At the back here, O'Connor shuffles a hand pass out to Guthrie. Couldn't pick it up. Bolton provides pressure, lays the tackle. Ball still in dispute. Slap towards the banner 50 here for the Tigers. Edwards sockers it straight to Henry, who clears for the Cats.
Gathered by Dalhouse, but he's tackled immediately by Vlosten. Just got rid of the ball. Towards the boundary, Prestia tries to keep it in and does. 60 out at right half forward for the Tigers. Hand pass to Cochin. He runs out of room.
Although Geelong have got a spare behind the ball, you just see that wave of Richmond pressure, just allowing them to force the ball forward. Goes really quick inside 50 entry, then their pressure allowed to lock it in.
No rain, but very slippery conditions from a wet afternoon. Ball thrown in. Selwood kicks it off the ground from left half back for the Cats out towards the wing. But very close to the boundary line, met by Broad and Myers, and that pair see it over the line. So certainly we can see the Sherrin slipping around Brett, and the draining ability of the Gabba fully tested on one of its biggest ever nights.
2.5 minutes into the grand final. Stanley missed it. Edwards goes the hand pass out wide here for the Tigers. Going in hard, Lambert. Hurry ball inside forward 50. Needs to find the lead. It slips out the top here for Castagna. Henry goes with him. Hand pass comes back into space. Blitzarves goes down. Picks it up. Tackled again by Castagna. Hand pass comes back to Henderson. Weaves his way out. Clears the area here for the Cats. Back to the Vulture Street wing.
Rolling with the battle with Grimes. Neutral, ground level. Picked up by the Tigers, but Boston's hand pass too hot for Hooley, and it's out of play. Throw in on the northern wing. 30,000 in the house. No score through 3 minutes of the 2020 Grand Final on Grandstand AFL through the ABC. All hoiked in. Slightly attacking side of halfway for Richmond. Nankervis with the palm down. Edwards overran it. Selwood tries to kick it off the ground. It ricochets to Guthrie. Clearance for the Cats. From the wing to half forward. Bolter and Hawkins battle. The youngster wins it. Got it to deck and boots it across the half-back line. Looking for help from Bolton. Nudges O'Connor off the ball. Play on. Baker picks up for Richmond. Hand passes to McIntosh. He's tackled by Rowan. His kick is affected to the wing. Taylor tries to gather it one-handed. Knocked at the advantage of Myers. He's monstered by Lynch. High contact. Free kick Geelong. On the outer wing to Grind Myers.
Massive effort twice from Gary Rowan on both sides of the field. He created the contest when the ball first exited Richmond's forward line, and now again on the other side, the other wing, another tackle. Huge start from Gary Rowan as that defensive forward.
On the lateral across to Kolodashny. Kicks through the centre square here. Tries to go up, does Henry. Beaten that time by Revolt. At the drop though, Blitzards. Hand pass goes nowhere. Picked off here by the Tigers. Away they come through Pickett. Front edge of the square. Spirals a high ball inside forward 50. Loose man back in defence. Anderson marks. And again, rebounds the Cats off 50.
Kicks it towards half forward. Simpson in the target zone. Went beyond him. Dangerfield slaps it to the advantage of Ablett. There's a Tiger down. I think it's Vlosten will keep an eye on him.
Yep.
Meanwhile, it's locked up at the edge of the centre square, and he does not know where he is, Nick Vlosten. He's out of the game, I think.
He certainly is. Dangerfield on the way through. Forearm to the jaw. Looked like it was in the action of Danger actually hitting the ball, but Vlosten was out before his head hit the ground. Meanwhile, in the middle of the ground, Gary Ablett's clutching his shoulder.
Wow.
Casualties everywhere here, and it looks like in the tackle as he's been pinned. Yeah, it is. It's similar to his shoulder issues that he's had in years gone by.
Gary Ablett Jr. in the last game of one of football's most decorated careers is clutching his arm in pain and being walked from the ground with the trainer, while Nick Vlosten remains motionless on the northern side of the ground as a stretcher is brought out. Zane on the boundary, what can you see?
Oh, I can see a very distraught Gary Ablett coming over the interchange gates. He knows that shoulder's gone, so he goes straight down the race into the dressing room. I can't expect him back. We know the problems he's had, and look at the replay. That's not great from Danger there on Nick Vlosten. No wonder he hasn't got up. Well, that was, I don't know, guys. You know, it's a grand final at the end of the day, but, gee, that was pretty tough.
And the terrible recurrence of fate for Gary Ablett, who, as a pioneer for the Gold Coast Suns, had them on the brink of perhaps the first final series on a night against Collingwood when he hurt his shoulder, and their season was derailed from there. The prodigal son returned. That seems like a long time ago, but here again in Queensland, Gary Ablett's shoulder has taken him from the football field, and play has been stopped after 6 minutes and 20 seconds. Well, it's been stopped probably after only 5 minutes of action. Really, it feels like time has frozen completely. Lauren Arnell and Brad Sewell as the Medicab is out on the Gabba, attending to the, I think, still unconscious Nick Vlosten.
And that's the concern. Obviously, Gary Ablett, we hate to see a champion of the game get injured. Concern at the moment is for Nick Vlosten. He's still seems to be unconscious, lying face down on the ground, and his players and his teammates are standing by him now, and you can see the concern for them and for Vlosten. It's really not something you want any player to experience at all. And looking at the replay and the incident live, it did seem thoroughly like Dangerfield was punching the ball to the advantage of his teammates. Vlosten was running towards him. A really unfortunate incident to start this grand final.
So he got there in time, Dangerfield. Knuckles went to the Sharon at full stretch of the arm, but then braced forearm where the point of his elbow struck the jaw of Nick Vlosten, and he was out as soon as contact was made. So there has been either a bracing motion or certainly a change of angle with the arm for Patrick Dangerfield in the incident, which has seen Nick Vlosten knocked out.
All in one motion, no less. Appearing nothing to be untoward. Danger was protecting himself as much as anything. It becomes a really interesting period now. Both sides settled, went into a huddle. They've gone back out into position. So in terms of who responds with that same intensity that we saw at the beginning of the game becomes really important.
Vlosten onto the Medicab. Let's get back to Zane. We don't know where to look. What's happening with the Ball Genius?
Look, Hugh, he hasn't come out yet. There's still concern down here. You just see the heads go down the Geelong bench. It's such a special night for him to go out in a GF and to only last, 3 or 4 minutes. Just absolutely extraordinary. And, yeah, no scenes from Gary yet down here. We're just waiting to see what's going to happen with Nick Vlosten. You don't want to see him injured as well, but, yeah, tragedy.
In different circumstances, almost the first time we've seen such drama and body count since the epic 1989 Hawthorn Geelong Grand Final.
Well, as Sully said, the challenge now is for the players remaining. It is really hard to watch a teammate injured in any capacity. To have this delay in the game, the build-up to the grand final, Sully, and to have it so in such close proximity to the players, often you'd see the huddles move away. There's a real challenge now to refocus and switch back onto what's in front of you.
Under the lights at the Gabba in the 2020 AFL Grand Final, Nick Vlastuin is now moving his arms as the Medicab drives him through the cricket pitch area and over to the southern wing where Richmond's rooms are situated. Ablett down in the race with a shoulder injury and Vlastuin driven from the ground.
The most unusual lead-up for him as well, Hugh, with a property of his in the Surf Coast. Torquay was burnt down last night. The police said it was a bit suspicious, so unusual lead-up for him, and I'm obviously disappointed to be out of the grand final so early as well. But he is moving and in the medical staff's hands, which is a good sign.
We started with 22 aside, and after 5 minutes it looks like we're down to 21 each.
But it becomes really obvious here. Stewart remains the spare for Geelong. One out as the deepest Geelong defender, which means it was Camden McIntosh who's the extra for Richmond. Whichever side can settle and get the game played on their terms will force the opposing coach to make a structural change. Who can hold their nerve for the longest becomes really important in this strategic game.
When any news comes through, we'll deliver it to you. And a nervous hum now returns to the Gabba after 10.5 minutes. What a start to the grand final. And you could almost hear the hearts breaking around Corio Bay.
Edwards is now the spare for Richmond within the contest. Really creative player, notwithstanding Stewart is in the back half for Geelong.
And it will be interesting, Brad, in your experience, the Tigers would have seen that replay as to how Vlastuin went from the ground. It'll take some composure to ensure that they keep it together. What would you be doing if you were a leader out there at the moment?
Ensuring everybody gets right back on track. So Vlastuin is a really popular member within this Tigers team. You almost have to put that out of your mind, unfortunately. Don't let that unsettle the players, unsettle the flow. You actually want to see someone like a Cochin. Who else is around the ball here? Martin's slightly forward. You want to see one of their leaders really dig in, tackle hard, reinvigorate themselves within the game.
Lauren, a thought or two?
Yeah, couldn't agree more with Sully. I think you've just got to focus on what's in front of you. There's essentially 4 quarters of an AFL Grand Final to win here, and it's time to do it.
The Cats are yet to go inside 50, still waiting for a score. The Premiership decider of 2020, reaching in Menegola, beaten to it by Graham, perhaps no. Blitzarves mentioned with the football. It's a high ball inside forward 50, 2-on-2. Spilled there in defence by Noah Bolter. His kick smothered. Hooley slides in as well. Parfitt deflects it back only as far as Nathan Broad for Richmond. And now Lambert, hand pass off to Pickett. Rides the boundary line, shrugged the Selwood tackle, but he runs out of space. And the ball bounces out of bounds for a throw-in at right half forward for the Cats, who are attacking towards the city end here at the Gabba. No score in the Premiership decider of 2020.
That extra time has just allowed the ground and the ball to dry out a little bit further as well.
Throwing it right half forward for the Cats. Blitzarves and Nankervis. Nankervis taps down for Cochin. Hand pass around the boundary gathered by Martin of Richmond. Defensive handball back into traffic. Cochin under pressure. Got tackled, turned it over. Selwood's kick in the chop. Ricochets to Edwards. He can't handle it. Out the back. Kolodjasny couldn't pick up. Coming away, though, is short for the Tigers. Has 1 and 2 bounces on the slippery Gabba. Northern wing. Now his left boot hits his kick. It's going to pitch in the field of play, and a sliding mark is taken by Stewart right at the point where the paint of 50 hits the boundary paint at right half back for the Cats. Still no score after that extended delay for the injuries to Vlastuin and Ablett.
Stewart pumps it long on the wing. Hawkins nudged under it by Nankervis. Got the hand pass away though. Dalhouse coughed it up. Tackled by Cochin. Umpire waits and is going to ping him here. Holding the ball. And the Richmond skipper rewarded.
Costly second grab by Dalhouse. He should have been out. Clean hands. Just fumbled it, allowing the tackle to engage.
Cochin wheels around. Plays on. Kicks it high inside forward 50. Wants to find Lynch. Gets loose out the back. Revolt beaten to it here. Edwards slides through the loose man. Tries to soccer off the ground. Stewart smothers. Henry gets the hand pass off to Menegola. They can rebound the football here, Geelong. Towards a one-on-one on the right half forward flank. And now Hooley slides in. Up against Simpson, it's out of bounds for a throw-in. Vulture Street side at left half forward for Richmond. Still no score in the grand final of 2020 through 14 minutes on Grandstand AFL.
You're at the Gabba through the services of the ABC with Quentin Hull, Brett Sprigg, Lauren Arnell, Brad Sewell and Zane Bojack. Ball thrown in left half forward flank for Richmond. Nankervis to the front of the contest. Pickett crashed through without the ball. Parfitt picks up for Geelong. Gave it to Selwood. Tackled without the football. Free kick. Nankervis with the crude attack on the Cats champ. And Selwood's going to take the free kick for Geelong. Kicks it backwards to Duncan, who's on defensive 50. And he's going to try and effect the switch through full-back. It's Stewart now marking uncontested, and he goes long to the left half-back flank over the head of Henderson. It'll roll out of play. Boundary throw-in, still 60 from Richmond's goal at right half-forward.
So Cats still essentially playing to the way they like to play, that switch of the footy, trying to find the next wider space on the other side of the ground. They haven't moved away from what we've essentially seen in this final series.
For just joining us, Nick Vloster, the Richmond defender, knocked out Gary Ablett with a shoulder injury as well. Two separate things, I should say. Edwards, hand pass off to a teammate here. They can keep it moving. Rioli goes high up in the air towards half forward. Lynch sliding through. Couldn't complete the mark. Menegola picks it up in defence. Off to Simpson. Hand pass through traffic. Now O'Connor. He's dumped by Graham. Dispossessed. Twig comes up with it though. Off to Menegola. Balks his way around short. Comes up the Vulture Street wing. Guthrie into space now. Duncan running by. Receives the hand pass into the pocket where he finds the chest of Hawkins. 35 out, 45-degree angle.
Love that run and carry from Geelong. Importantly, they went straight up the middle of the ground instead of trying to find too much width. That was enabled by Menegola just selling a little bit of candy, getting into the pocket of space behind the defender who just bought and overcommitted. Clever chain of handballs from there.
The Coleman medalist, now a three-time All-Australian, Tom Hawkins. Lines up the set shot for the first goal of the grand final, brings it back, but not enough. It's off to the left-hand side for a minor score, and the Cats are on the board first with a one behind. Richmond yet to score through 16 minutes here at the Gabba.
Kicked 2 goals in his first premiership in 2009 and explosive in the second half against Collingwood in 2011 when he kicked 3 and promised to be the power forward that he has become as Richmond's clearance out to the outer side is over the boundary line. We'll see it thrown in between wing and left half forward for the Cats. Everyone's still just trying to contemplate the scenes of the early stages here with Ablett and Floston off the ground. From the stoppage, rove by Bolton of Richmond, hand pass to Castagna, kick back into the chop, taken by Guthrie of Geelong. 60 out, he rushes an entry to the pocket. And it's taken by Hawkins on his chest, plays on with a hand pass to Rowan, pressured near the behind post by Baker, and the ball slips out of play for a throw-in, deep in attack for the Cats.
Who's the bigger loss, Sully, Floston or Ablett?
Ooh, I think they're almost on par.
Good news is that we have vision of Floston actually walking around in the Richmond rooms. Hawkins clean possession from the throw-in. Hand pass to Dangerfield, who'll be booed all day by the Richmond mob. Gives it to Myers, back to Danger. Hand pass to Tui on attacking 50. Free kick, Geelong. And it's going to be Patrick Dangerfield, if you don't mind the theatre of this. The man whose stray elbow put Nick Floston out of the game. The man who is one of the most decorated players in the game, yet to have played in a grand final. He gets the free kick and has a chance to kick the first goal of the first night grand final. Man on the mark is 40 metres out. Dangerfield, for the first goal of the grand final, strikes it from 50 on his right boot, well off to the left. And a minor. 2 behinds the Cats. Richmond yet to score. 18 minutes played of what will be a long first term. Zane Bojack on the boundary.
I got some news. Both Gary Ablett has come out, as well as you mentioned that Nick Floston was walking around. Ablett's come back onto the boundary line and the crowd's gone wild. Brandon Parfitt's getting his finger fixed up. Looks like it was dislocated Q.
And the crowd supports your declaration as well. Zeno, good atmosphere here. Lambert tackled out over the boundary line here on the flank, so we'll throw it back in at left half forward for the Cats.
You cannot write this stuff. The Son of God is risen.
He has.
By heaves it back in. Stanley rises above Nankervis. Clears a path for Guthrie. Off to Dalhouse. Snaps inside forward 50. Coughed up by Asprey. Shut here in defence by Baker of Richmond. Tumbles it towards the Vulture Street wing. Out in space. Wants to find Lynch. A race on foot. The season Taylor goes with him. Taylor copped a shove. Goes to ground. The ball slides out of play. And we'll throw it back in. And in front of us, Vulture Street side left. Half forward for the Tigers.
Such intelligent play, Spriggy, by Harry Taylor, just to nudge it towards the boundary. He knows it's going to skid on, so if he just taps it when he's 5-6 metres out from the boundary line, it's going to skid out away from Lynch.
2 points to Geelong. Richmond yet to score. Slippery conditions at the Gabba. Throw in Simpson Robes for the Cats. Hand pass to Menegola. Rush kick intercepted by Short of Richmond. On the logo, true centre wing, northern side. Left boot from Jaden Short. Inside 50 for the Tigers. Bolton thumps it to the front of the pack. Edwards toes at the advantage of Rioli. Hand pass through Graham. Hand pass to Prestia. He snaps the first goal of the grand final. Dion Prestia from 25 metres out gives the Tigers first blood. Richmond 1 straight, Geelong 2 behind. Approaching 20 minutes first quarter, Brad Sewell, Lauren Arnell.
Initially I was critical of Richmond's entry into their forward half. Long and high, playing into Geelong's hands. They're okay to do that, provided they get the ball to ground the Tigers. And they did it on that occasion, and the spoil went centrally back into the middle part of the ground, which engages the Richmond mids collapsing to lock the ball in. And when you've got guys that are as creative as Edwards, Prestia, Pickett floating around there, that bumbling ball becomes really dangerous.
And that's where we know players like Prestia and Edwards get really dangerous to the fall of the ball. And I love how Prestia held his width there. The Cats defenders and the extras have been getting back quite skinny into the contest, and with a little bit of width, they got caught ball watching the Cats. Great goal by Prestia.
Just his 9th game of this season, Dion Prestia. He's had a couple of ankle surgeries. Another of those dual premiership players hunting number 3 tonight. Restart back in the middle. Stanley v Nankervis again. Dangerfield goes third man up, just slaps it out into space here. Hand pass looking for Martin, that time from Castagna. Ball in dispute now. Dalhouse is tackled. The umpire ball up back edge of the square.
Gary Ablett Jr. is like a cat on a hot tin roof pacing on the Geelong bench. Tap down from Stanley in the ruck contest. Dustin Martin comes through for Richmond. Runs defensive side of the pack. Snaps it from right half back towards half forward. Lynch presents. Taylor spoils. Selwood tries to rove but nudges to the advantage of Buse. His hand pass through blitz halves to Stanley. All under pressure, but the Cats get it to halfway, then turn it over. Martin picks up for Richmond. Kicks into the corridor. Baker marks forward to the bullseye. Hand pass to McIntosh. Hits it on his right from 50. 2 for the Tigers. Richmond 2 goals, Geelong 2 points, 22 minutes play.
So, super finish by McIntosh, and a wingman who held his width again, but that goal came from Dustin Martin. Inside the stoppage, he's playing as what some senior footy clubs would call the 6. So he's the high half forward. Kolodjasny's his direct opponent. Sorry, Q.
Gary Ablett returns to the field with his shoulder strapped. There's just too much happening. So he's gone to the forward line.
Dustin Martin coming in as a forward who comes into the stoppage on the wing, and with Kolodjasny behind him, Kolodjasny's going to stand between Dustin Martin and the goals, but when Dusty goes into the stoppage, wins the first possession, comes back out, with his running power, he's harder to locate. Kolodjasny couldn't get to him on the next possession, and he's the reason that Richmond goal came about.
Camden McIntosh, premiership player in 2017, dropped for last year's final series. And the second major on the board here for the Tigers. From the restart, near perfect bounce. First hands to it here from the Tigers. Prestia had it ripped away though. Now Blitzarv's on the wing. Hand pass. It was spun around to tackle that time from Nankervis. Dangerfield through traffic. Met solidly again by Prestia. Superb tackling. Graham. It's a hot hands here for Richmond. Run down, holding the ball. Will come back. It'll be a Richmond free kick. He was taken without the football, I fancy, there on Prestia. So from the Stanley Street wing, he can work the Tigers forward of halfway. Can they make it 3 goals in quick succession? Up inside forward, 50, reaching for Edwards. Couldn't complete the mark. Castagna gives a hand pass. Rioli back to Martin. Snaps from the boundary, brings it back towards the goal square. Menegola went to spoil, and it's through for a minor score. So again, Richmond just peppering away. 2-1-13 The Cats, 2 behinds. 23.5 played opening term here. Grandstand AFL, the grand final.
Stewart runs out of the goal mouth and kicks Geelong back into play beyond defensive 50. Big pack, brought to ground level. Myers is going to rove and Broad is down hurt for Richmond in that pack. Kick to the wing is marked by Dalhouse. Broad is groggy, can hardly keep his feet. Dear, oh dear, Dalhouse chips towards half forward. Mark taken by Parfitt. He's up and moving, Broad. He's with a trainer, but I don't think he knows where he is. The kick goes to attacking 50 and Guthrie takes the mark for the Cats. Trainer's signalling to the bench. Broad looks like he is in Disneyland. Well, where to look in this unbelievable, dramatic first term of this Gabba Grand Final as Guthrie now has a chance to kick a goal for the Cats. He's jogging to the bench, Nathan Broad. And now, attention on Cam Guthrie, one of only 8 Cats to have played every game this year. 52 out, slight angle right. Great kick for the Cats first. Richmond 2-1-13, Geelong 1-2-8. Brad Sewell and Lauren Arnell.
Tiggs just broke down defensively there, allowing Cats 2 uncontested marks. Guthrie's been revelation this year. Probably that's unfair. His growth as a player and development has continued year on year, and he's slipped under the guard for against a lot of sides. Initially beginning as a stopper or a tag, and then developing his game from there, winning his own ball, now to being a genuine offensive option for the Cats, and his ball use hardness is just fantastic. Terrific finish.
Sorry, Brad. How does Nathan Broad look?
Yeah, I want to make those Tigers fans feel a little bit better about themselves. I don't think he's as bad, obviously, as Nick Gloston. He's been talking to personnel since he's come back here on the bench, and even halfway across the ground, he was in constant contact and communication with the doctor. I think he's going to be okay.
Thank you, Zano. A dramatic opening term of this grand final. Margin 5 points Richmond's way. From the restart, Stanley above Nankervis, taps it down to Guthrie. Silver service, kicks to the outside of the route towards the opponent 50. Ablett this time beaten by Asprey. Baker slaps it out to space. Asprey couldn't get the hand pass away. At the drop though, Simpson steers it inside forward 50. On the half volley, Hawkins can't gather. Picked up in defence by Short, who spun it around. Gets a hand pass going out over the boundary line. The umpire says let's throw it back in. Right near the junction of 50, city end of the Gabba. It's the Tigers 2-1, the Cats 1-2, 26.5 played.
Gary Ablett used some of that limp left wing to make a tackle there, but he is clearly hampered, having gone off with that shoulder injury. Nankervis taps down in defence for the Tigers, but Ablett with the rove. Hand pass to Duncan. His hand pass to the pocket will go out of play for a boundary throw-in. It's almost like football has handicapped the gifted in his last appearance in the game. Gary Ablett with one arm tonight.
Toss back in. Hawkins beats Nankervis in the forward 50 stoppage. Richmond plays around it now. Tui though, first pair of hands for the Cats. Back to Buse. Steers it inside forward 50. It was too hot over the top of Hawkins, and it bounces out of bounds for a throw-in. 15 around from that left behind post city end.
We talked about in the pre-game how important clearances are. The Cats are up 11-6. 5 of those from Cam Guthrie.
Throwing with Geelong in attack. Nankervis nudges Hawkins underneath to tap down for Richmond. Baker collides with Pickett, but Hooley picks up. His kick is not great. Fisted in the air, Selwood grabs it. Tackled, hand pass to Hawkins, 40 from goal. Hands it out the back to Duncan. Bit of space on 50, closed down by Martin. Kick as a scrubber to the pocket, picked up by Hooley of Richmond. Hands it to Koch, and he says, let's get out of here, with a barrel to the southern wing. Will be gathered though by Henry of Geelong. Hands through Stewart. Then on to Duncan, and his kick towards half forward is out of bounds on the full. Free kick to Richmond at right half back.
So the clock's ticking up. We're sitting around 28 minutes of this first quarter. We know it'll go longer because of the injuries early, but Richmond have thrown 2 and 3 extra players in Geelong's forward half.
Short drives it long. Stanley above the pack. Down in space now. Edwards woves it. Goes inside forward 50. Who's out the back? Stewart did well. Taps with an advantage. Has some support nearby. Goes by hand to Kolodjasny. Takes a little moment now and finds Tui at right half back.
And there are 2 intruders that have been taken down by security at the school end of the ground.
That was right near the footy as well. What is going on?
fully clothed and now being escorted from the Gabba. The crowd roars as one of the officials slips over.
Two absolute idiots, Quentin. You never see this sort of thing happen on a grand final ordinarily.
Well, unless Carlton's playing in the 80s, but...
Been a while.
We'll leave that.
So Zach Tui will have a moment to just compose himself. Time blown back on in the right back pocket here. School end for the Cats.
I'm wondering what Mark McClure would have to say about the comparisons between this...
And the security guard is stuck out there inside the 50 at that end of the ground as well, who's taking his time to get off the ground. The crowd just cheering him on to vacate the space. Tigers 2-1-13, Cats are 1-2-8, 29.5 now played.
2020, hey? Selwood takes the mark at right half back. Not making light of that, but comparisons of history and what has been an extraordinary story in this first quarter. Selwood with the chip to Duncan, who's just beyond defensive 50. We've got 3 minutes of this madness left before we get to quarter time and can take a breath. At the game, meanwhile, Richmond lead 2-1 to 1-2. Switches on from the Cats. Through Stewart at left, half back out to Henry, who'll now kick towards the wing. Out in front of Tui. He can't gather cleanly before the boundary line, out of play zone. Bojack.
Yeah, just saw Dustin Martin change his boots and he's about to come on the field, as is Nathan Broad. That's big news for the Tigers. They're back to 3 on the bench anyway, even though they've lost Nick Loston.
Ball thrown in on the southern wing, slightly attacking side of halfway for Geelong. Tapped down by Stanley. No clean rover. Edwards kicks it off the ground for Richmond towards half forward. Clean bowls Castagna. Henry goes in over the ball. Tried to hand pass to Henderson, succeeded. Got it back to Henry. His hand pass to Taylor under pressure. They're rumbling the boundary line. Duncan has a go. He can't keep it in. Out of play for a boundary throw in. Richmond 2-1-13, Geelong 1-2-8. Half an hour played of what will be a long first term in this dramatic night grand final at the Gabba on Grandstand AFL through the national broadcast of the ABC.
Margin 5 points. Back in it comes. Stanley shoved Revolt out of it here now. Selwood on Duncan, in fact, hurries a kick up the line. Baker goes up in the contest, wins it down here for Hawley. Sweeps a hand pass back to the furthermost defensive player on the ground. Noah Bolter here for Richmond. Goes in the 45 to find McIntosh at left half back. So that little half switch here from the Tigers. They use the Vulture Street side, and getting into space now is Nathan Broad. So he's back in the action. Just pops it over the top now for Baker.
Broad kicking with Ablett on the mark. Two that have been hampered in this first term. Baker from the wing for Richmond. Kicks to attacking 50. Bounces beyond the pack. Stewart controls it for Geelong. Had it, then lost it, but cleaned up by Dangerfield. He was tackled and dispossessed by Lynch, but the Cats clear it. Out to the southern wing. Hawkins the only man there for Geelong. Beaten for it by Astbury. Gets a hand pass to Revolt. True southern wing. Kicks Richmond to half forward, but straight down the throat of Blitzard's. No, Stewart, should I say, for the Cats out on that left half-back flank.
Had 25 touches last time these sides met. A pinpoint pass to find Brian Myers. Further up, just forward of defence. Swings it infield now for Stanley. He marks. Baker stands the mark. Stanley wheels around quickly here. Menegola has 2 to beat. Broad to get the fist in. At the drop here, Ablett. It missed him. Sockers it forward now here for the Cats. Who he does likewise now in defence for Richmond. Cochin gathers here. The Richmond skipper up the corridor. Marked by Stanley. Right beyond the bullseye.
Critical save by Stanley. Tigers were out otherwise.
Chips it to Menegola, still in the middle of the ground. He's going to roll on and use his right boot. Cats are plenty in the pocket, and the mark is taken on the chest of Duncan. Only 5 metres in from the boundary. A tough assignment for Mitch Duncan.
Oh, Sully said it. That mark from Reece Stanley, 1 on 3 in the middle of the ground. Richmond were out. I love the insistence that Geelong's making on when they can, they're going to go right through the middle.
Mitch Duncan with 12 goals for the season. Tough assignment here, 40 out, tight angle at right half forward. Brilliant kick! What class from Mitch Duncan. He puts the Cats in front, 2-2 to 2-1, close to quarter time.
Well, Loz, you called it. Geelong much more adept at going through the middle of the ground. Brian Myers transferring the ball, taking risks, and they need to continue to do so. But taking those risks through the middle part of the ground, opening the game up. Gary Ablett, instead of trying to pick the ball up, is just happy to surge the ball forward. Contrastly, when the Tigers have had time and space through the middle part of the ground, they're not taking the space in front of them. Rewalt elected to kick when he had 15-20 metres of grass in front of him straight to the Geelong defence. He has to take a bounce, take that ground in front of him, engage and draw and commit those Geelong fenders out and be much smarter with his ball use going forward, the Tigers.
The voice of Brad Sewell, Lauren Arnell, our experts on Grandstand AFL. Great to have your company, ABC Radio, Grandstand Digital, Radio Australia and beyond. For what has been a most interesting, close to 34 minutes of this opening term under lights at the Gabba. From the restart, up goes Stanley, wins it down, Edwards tackled straight away, gets a hand pass out towards Martin, hacks it out of the air towards the flank, going up in defence, Henry can't get the spoil away, and so ends an opening quarter in this grand final suitably unpredictable, just like the year itself. Goals in the opening term to McIntosh and Prestia for the Tigers. For the Cats, Mitch Duncan and Cam Guthrie. It's Richmond 2-1-13, Geelong 2-2-14.
You're with the national broadcast of the ABC for Grandstand AFL at the 2020 Grand Final. We'd love to hear from you on the SMS line. 0437 774 774 is the way to get in touch. 0437 774 774. The Grand Final sprint will take place at quarter time. We were intending to try and cover it if there wasn't so much happening in the first quarter. We'll do our best. Brad Sewell and Lauren Arnell are taking a breath. They'll bring you their analysis in just a moment. We'll be back very shortly on Grandstand AFL.
There is no Planet B. That's why together we have to fight to save Planet A. Hi, I'm Craig Rucastle. Join me as I challenge billion-dollar businesses to do better.
We've got 20 million trees for Chevron.
Try to hold our government leaders accountable.
Prime Minister! Why is he trying to run away then?
And I'll show you what households can do to reduce our own carbon footprint.
That is crazy!
To find out together if we can make a real difference.
The Fight for Planet A with Craig Rucastle. Stream now on ABC iView. The 2020 AFL Grand Final.
On ABC Radio and on Grandstand Digital.
It's unusual, it's unprecedented, and it's under lights, it's underway. Richmond Geelong.
Dangerfield slaps it to the advantage of Ablett. There's a Tiger down. He does not know where he is, Nick Gloston. He's out of the game.
Meanwhile, in the middle of the ground, Gary Ablett's clutching his shoulder.
Gary Ablett Jr., in the last game of one of football's most decorated careers, is clutching his arm in pain and being walked from the ground with the trainer.
I got some news. Gary Ablett has come back onto the boundary line and the crowd's gone wild.
Bolton bumps it to the front of the pack. Edwards toes at the advantage of Rioli. Hand pass through Graham. Hand pass to Prestia. He snaps the first goal of the grand final. Martin picks up for Richmond. Kicks into the corridor. Baker marks forward at the bullseye. Hand pass to McIntosh. Hits it on his right from 50. 2 for the Tigers. Gary Ablett returns to the field with his shoulder strap. Cam Guthrie, one of only 8 Cats to have played every game this year. 52 out. Slight angle right. Great kick for the Cats first. Mitch Duncan. Tough for Simon here, 40 out, tight angle at right half forward. Brilliant kick!
The 2020 AFL Grand Final.
On ABC Radio and on Grandstand Digital.
Geelong 2-2-14, Richmond 2-1-13. It was always going to be an historic first quarter here under lights at the Gabba. But boy, didn't the story of the contest live up to the drama. We've got the runners ready for the grand final sprint. We've got Brad Hill from St Kilda, Charlie Cameron from Brisbane, Ben Keys from Adelaide, Jordan Clark from Geelong, Ben Ainsworth from Gold Coast, Josh Thomas from Collingwood, Big Up Nguyen of Richmond, and Xavier Dersma of Port Adelaide. So they obviously won't break and play football until this is done. Brad Sewell and Lauren Arnell will give you their assessment in just a moment, but this is part of the uniqueness of Grand Final Day. On a light note, who are you tipping in this? Surly?
Hilly.
Brad Hill. What about you, Lauren?
I'm going to lean towards Jordan Clark from the Cats.
Okay.
It'd be great to see Charlie Cameron get the win, wouldn't it, Q?
That'd be awesome.
In his home stadium.
Yeah. I reckon Xavier Dersma's pretty quick.
Yeah?
Charlie Cameron. Not quite the involvement on this night that he have hoped, while Chris Scott and Damien Hardwick deliver their quarter-time addresses. Migo Nguyen's wearing a hat for Richmond. Okay, let's do this. Dersma, Newen, Thomas, Ainsworth, Clark, Keys, Cameron Hill racing, and in the middle Brad Hill got a very good start. Clark running well alongside him. Dersma coming down the outside. It's between two. Clark and Hill, and Clark's going to get it just ahead of Hill. Not on the finish line like I was at the Olympics and Commonwealth Games. Lauren Arnell, you've picked a winner. Was it Clark ahead of Hill? I think it was, wasn't it? We weren't on the best of angles. And I think the Cats have had a win tonight, and indeed it goes to Jordan Clark. Okay, Cats 2-2, Tigers 2-1. Where do you start?
I think we start with the collision that we had and the injuries that we had early in that quarter, Sully. We talked about Ablett or Flostone. Now, obviously, when it's a grand final, he looks like he's done damage to his shoulder. He's come back out. But Nick Flostone not in this Richmond team, I think, is a massive impact to the way that they play. We know how much they rely on their defensive intercept marks and their play from there. Dylan Grimes and Nick Flostone are the Batman and Robin of that. Often we see Grimes going up and Flostone coming in as the third man up and taking that intercept mark or creating that next spoil so that Geelong can't go offensively from there. And without Flostone being able to either impact from a spoil or take the defensive marks and set up Richmond's offensive play from there, I think that's a huge impact to this Richmond side.
No, you've summed that up pretty well, Loz. Just thinking about who's getting the game played on their terms at the moment, and you'd have to think Geelong, given the impact and influence Stewart has had in the back half for the Cats. He's had the 8 disposals, and you're saying uncontested. He had 6 uncontested possessions, and he's allowing the Cats to set up from their back half, and he's switching the ball, but then that's creating space back in the middle part of the ground, and Brian Myers is working up and back, and he's been important in that aspect. Looking at the sort of statistically, I was surprised to see that it was so even on the scoreboard, because it would appear in terms of stats, Geelong are the ones dominating, only because they've had the 13-9 clearances, 21 marks to 5 in Geelong's favour. So the game is on their terms, but it's not hitting the scoreboard just yet for them.
And you wonder if Richmond will decide to do something about Tom Stewart being that spare. Traditionally, we don't see them do that, but for Stewart to take 4 marks in Richmond's forward line, I wonder if they'll start to do a little bit more about that problem, because Stewart is setting up Geelong's play.
We've seen some nervous ball use by foot. Individuals to quarter time. Tom Stewart, Mitch Duncan each with 8 disposals for the Cats. Selwood and Guthrie with 7. Meanwhile for Richmond, Edwards and Cochrane with 7 touches apiece. Short has 6. Dusty Martin has 5.
Floston is in his civilian clothing and sitting on the bench, so he will not return. And Gary Ablett certainly hampered by a shoulder injury. I doubt we'll see him in the middle of the ground, but he's down forward, and visions of Adam Goods playing on one leg during the Sydney West Coast Epics, such of similar standing and iconic status of the game. What is it about the champions and this big day, and how injuries can befall them, and we wait to see as to whether or not the ball genius can do as Goods did on that day and make some really telling plays for the Swans. The theatre of it has been outstanding to start what was always going to be a memorable night to decide the 2020 flag. Second term about to get underway. Geelong 2-2 lead Richmond 2-1.
It's all about what happens next. Nankervis and Stanley. Stanley slaps it out here. It was too hot for Guthrie. Sockered forward by Dustin Martin. It just skids towards right half forward. Henry doing the defensive work here. Tries to mop it up. He's tackled though by Castagna. Ball goes with him up against the boundary line and now bounces over for a throw-in. 65 around from Richmond's goal at the western or city end of the Gabba. And the Cats keep a 1-point lead, the quarter-time margin.
Ball thrown in. Rain has stopped after a very wet afternoon. Nankervis and Stanley neither with a clean touch. Blitzarves picks up for the Cats. Rumbles it to the wing off his right boot. Bounces beyond the pack. Ablett a chance. He gathers in his one good hand. Puts it in his dodgy other. Hand passes it towards left half forward and out of play.
So clean, isn't he? One touch, and in these greasy conditions, the class just rises, doesn't it? No two grabbing there.
We'll toss it back in. Right on the junction of 50 at the school end. Rucks get to it. Nankervis Beaten this time by Stanley, but it works out okay, though, for the Tigers. Away they go off the half-back line. Kick comes up the Vulture Street side, or it's marked by Castagna just forward of halfway. It was a nice pass from Graham. Castagna wheels around. Kicks in Hope inside forward 50. Lynch is outnumbered. Going up in defence, Stewart can't reel in the mark. Revolt lays a tackle at ground level, and the umpire says, give it to me, 30 out.
Tom Lynch yet to influence the game, 0 disposals, and Harry Taylor just putting on that timely bodywork on Lynch and allowing Stewart to come in as the third.
Throw in right forward pocket for Richmond. Blitzarves, the tap kicked off the ground by Selwood, be on defensive 50. Myers gathers, hands it back to his skipper, and his hand pass to the wing for Dangerfield. Gathers and hand passes to Ablett. Ablett rides a tackle, got a hand pass away just in time despite the pressure of Short. Short butters up at ground level, a 50-50 ball near the boundary. Ablett ferreting for it. Baker tries to kick it off the ground. Dangerfield picks it up. Gets it on his boot. Kicks to half forward. Rowan can't control but plays tackler on Cochin. Ball spills free. Richmond's ball. Grimes hands to Pickett. He gives it away to Prestia, who's monstered by Rowan and deemed to be holding the ball.
Great pressure by the Cats. Just forcing...
And Prestia won't give him the ball. And the umpire's giving him a lot of time, Brad.
Yeah, just forcing the Tigers to second guess and take ground from him.
So Gary Rowan, 65 from goal at left half forward, kicks it to Dangerfield, one out in the pocket against Cochin, and Cochin's given away the free kick.
That's playing to your teammates' strengths. He had Ablett 5 metres ahead of Dangerfield, completely uncontested, and Rowan chose to kick to Cochin v Dangerfield, knowing how strong Danger is in the contested marking.
10 in from the boundary at left half forward. Man on the mark, Trent Cochin, 30 from goal. The errant arm of Patrick Dangerfield put Nick Floston out of the game. In game 2, 6-9 in his first and a long-awaited grand final. Dangerfield on his right boot. Oh, what a class act. What a finish. Cats 3-2. Tigers 2-1. Geelong have kicked 3 in a row after the Tigers kicked the first 2.
Who's going to blink first? Tigers in that 4A forward. Prestia handballing forward. They lowered their eyes, Richmond, which took Stewart out. He got sucked up in the contest at centre wing now, but because Tigers didn't move the ball on quickly enough, allowed Stewart to get back and impact the next contest that went about 40 metres out for Richmond. That was the launching pad again for the Cats. Off half back. A clever piece of play, initially by Dangerfield at centre wing, just to get the ball going again. And they've been a bit more adept, Geelong, at just getting the ball forward and, again, knowing their teammates, isolating the most dangerous forward and backing Dangerfield in a one-on-one contest in the air against Cochin.
Duncan now with 10 disposals, 8 kicks and 2 handballs. I mentioned teams have been so tentative by foot.
That was Patrick Dangerfield's 300th AFL goal. Not such a bad occasion or manner in which to deliver it.
Certainly right. Restart back in the middle. Nankervis and Stanley again, slap to the outside. Cochin hurries a kick up in the air. Duncan tracks it back with a flight, breaks the picket, tackles, stops and props and comes back on the angle towards Selwood on the logo commentary side. Floats a hand pass forward for Puffett. Loose man Harry Simpson, just sport of halfway. Looks inside forward 50. Hawkins and Dalhouse got confused. No talking. Ball bubbles free. Going up in there again is Simpson. Gets the hand pass away. Myers was put down again by Pickett. It's a hot football now. Nankervis toes it forward. Short out the back here. Bolter had views coming the other direction. It's still to be one there for Pickett. Comes wide now for Graham. Got the hand pass from Noah Bolter. Picked off first though by Tui for the Cats. Back to Joel Selwood. The skipper, his kick is a little wobbly and goes out of bounds on the full inside Richmond's defensive 50s. The Tigers get it back and the Cats lead by 7 points. 3-2, 20 plays, 2-1, 13. 5.5 played second term Grandstand AFL, the grand final.
Asprey with the injection from the back pocket for Richmond. High to a pack on the wing. Taylor spoils Lynch. Ground level, right by Duncan. Hand pass to Myers. 50 out, chips to the goal mouth again. Dangerfield, 1 out. This time Grimes does make the spoil. Got it to ground level. Asprey desperately kicks it off the ground, but only to Parfitt of Geelong. Tackled by Broad. Hand pass out the back to Tui. Gave to Dangerfield from 60. Kicks back to the corridor. Front of the pack, and Curtis saves the day for the Tigers. Oh, mark's not paid. Touch, says the umpire. Ball it up at full forward for Geelong.
Cats too hot and hard at the moment. They're winning all the 50-50 balls and just bludgeoning it forward.
Up it goes. Nankervis. Kick smothered by his own skipper, Cochin. They go to clear here this time through Graham, the Tigers. Lynch traps it. Hand pass off to Edwards. Can he rebound the Tigers with some effect? He goes towards the Stanley Street side. Bolton gives chase and Blitzarv's there as well. It's a race on foot. Bolton gets the better of him. Turns him inside out now, Blitzarv. Bolton fires the hand pass back. McIntosh coughs it up. It's a loose football on the outer wing. Simpson had a fresh air shot here for the Cats. McIntosh sweeps a hand pass forward. Prestia keeps it moving somehow. Martin 45 from Richmond's goal. Breaks the tackle. Back to Edwards. 52 out. Off a couple of steps. Goes long towards the goal line. Needs a mark. Lynch won't finish it off. Got the pressure of Kolodjasny. It's off the behind post and as well will throw it back in. And it remains the Cats by 7 points. 7 played, second term.
3-2 to 2-1 in Geelong's favour. Quentin Hull, Brett Sprigg, Brad Sewell, Lauren Arnell and Zane Bojack for the 2020 decider at the Gabba. Blitzarv's the tap for Geelong in defence. It comes back to him. He wins clean possession and kicks it clear for Geelong. A hoping ball to the northern wing which will roll out of play. Will it? Yes, it will, despite Broad and Dangerfield, the 235s, giving chase. A shot of Gary Ablett on the bench having a drink after returning to the field of play, hurting his shoulder in the first quarter. Throw in through centre wing. Second time spike from Stanley for Geelong near Dangerfield, who shunts it to the advantage of Duncan, but he's rumbled out of play. Blatt and Lauren, a chance for a thought or two. 7.5 into the second term. Cats by 7.
Look, I think it's the Cats so far. We see it on the scoreboard, but the pressure coming out of their half-forward line, Ablett with a hurt shoulder, Dangerfield, Parfitt, Dalhouse, particularly Gary Rowan, it's been exceptional. Richmond can't get up and going. 5
entries to 2 this second quarter at Geelong's way. Prestia shrugs the would-be tackle. Hand pass a little dicey though. Lambert couldn't get there. Kolodjasny does here for the Cats. Kicks through traffic now. It's taken by Short, wrapped up by Dalhouse. Ball just free. Revolt. In fact, Asprey dives on it now as well. Comes out the back now for the Cats. Parfitt put down by Baker. The ball goes with him. Baker follows up. Does well. Hose it beyond defensive 50 now, but it's marked by Mitch Duncan on the centre wing, Vulture Street side.
It takes a moment or two to assess his options. A member of the 2011 Premiership side, Mitch Duncan, for the Cats. He'll kick back to attacking 50 in the pack through the hands of Parfitt. Had a clean go at it, dropped it. Picked up by Pickett of Richmond. He'll kick the Tigers clear from defensive 50 to a pack on the wing. First touch, Lynch. Roving is Martin of the Tigers. Wheels onto his left boot, kicks a turnover. Through the fingers of Buse, gathered by Simpson. He gives it back to Buse. The sons of two Cats kids combined. There they are on the wing, and the kick to the wing, to the half-forward flank, taken by Myers.
All spots up. Dangerfield, well-weighted pass over the top, and Dangerfield marks right on the paint of 50. Asprey will stand the mark, 48 out on a 45-degree angle.
They are just set up so well defensively, Geelong. They give themselves just enough teasing room to entice Tigers to kick it forward. If it's not centimetre perfect, they're intercepting.
So Dangerfield to give the Cats maximum value from this. After good build-up play, slick work by hand and by foot. Dangerfield kicks from 53. Looking for goal number 2. It's well across the face. Leaping up in there is Stanley. Numbers around the football and defence though. Bolter's hand pass picked off by Parfitt, and Baker tackles him over the boundary line, so we'll throw it back in. 40 around from goal at Geelong's attacking end, and the Cats lead by 7. 10 go in second quarter.
I feel like the Cats have the momentum, but they need to get more scoreboard pressure, because you know the Tigers are coming in when they're so efficient going forward.
Ball thrown in. Geelong still in attack. Guthrie near the pocket, can't keep it in, and we'll do it all again.
You mentioned those father-son Cats, Hugh, and of course their dads played in losing grand finals as well. Andrew Buse in 89, Sean Simpson 92.
Hoping to do what Dad couldn't. And of course, Gary Jr. has done it a couple of times already, as well as Nathan. Gary Sr. tried 4 times. Stewart kicks the Cats back into attack through the hands of Rowan. Vacant territory near the goal mouth, but Tigers first back there through Pickett. Hand pass to Broad. His kick pressured from the pocket and straight to Myers. He'll play on and miss to the right with no pressure on from 30 metres out. Terrible miss. 3-3-21 Geelong leads Richmond's 2-1, 13, 10.5 second quarter.
Well, Brad's already mentioned they're not putting enough scoreboard pressure on now, knowing how good Richmond are, but that pressure from Paddy Dangerfield to create the missed kick to fall into Myers' hands is exceptional.
Short kicks out long beyond offensive 50. It sort of sways back towards the corridor. Lynch gave a shove that time on Taylor, and the umpire was wise to it. It's a Geelong free kick. So again, the Tigers can't work their way forward of halfway.
Harry Taylor just a little slow to get up there too. He was holding part of his scon.
Lynch was so close to affecting that. Just needed to push in the side a little bit more.
By hand, Duncan. Loopy hand pass forward here for Menegola. Shows good evasion here away from Lambert. On the left boot, goes high inside forward 50. Can they find a jumper? No, it's all yellow and black. Nankervis fists it to the outside. Lambert gets it off here. It was a little too hot for Graham, and now Nankervis slides in. Guthrie beats him to it right on the paint of 50. The umpire is hovering, and I fancy we will ball it up. Just inside forward 50 at Geelong's attacking end. The school end of the Gabba in the 2020 Grand Final. The Cats lead by 8 points.
This is where the Tigers are really missing Nick Flosstone. Just that cool, composed head in D50.
Lauren Arnell with you on Grandstand AFL. Duncan slewed kick goes to Tui. The Irishman with a hooking snap from 45 is just to the right. Boy, he boomed it. Went through at 4/5 post height, but it's gone through for a behind. And the lad from County Laois makes it 3-4-22 to 2-1-13.
Geelong are right on top. Clearances are 14 to 18 Geelong's favourite, and Richmond have a spare around the contest, which still enables Stewart to be loose in the back half for Geelong.
Asprey for Richmond sends it long beyond offensive 50. Revolt was taken out of it that time. The umpire says play on. Henderson's hand pass almost picked off. He gets it back, has another go. Rioli dumps him over the boundary line and will throw it back in on the Stanley Street wing. Cats by 9 points. 3-4-22 to Richmond's 2-1-13. And the 2020 AFL Grand Final. Back in it comes. Nankervis in front of Stanley. Slaps it down. Almost went through Nankervis's legs. Simpson's hand pass chopped off. Stanley keeps it moving. It bobbles towards the paint of 50. It missed Dangerfield. Bolter slaps it back in defence here for the Tigers. Picked off by Dalhouse. High, centering ball goes high towards the pocket now. Reaching in, Dangerfield was beaten to it at the drop. Broad does well, but his kick isn't so great. Out of bounds on the full. And Geelong will get it back in the right forward pocket within scoring range, perhaps, or right on the paint of 50 on the outer side of the ground. 13 and a half played second term. It's Geelong by 9 points.
Luke Dalhouse kicks Geelong back to the top of the goal square. Nankervis double fists it through 4 behind. Cats 3-5-23, Tigers 2-1-13.
Complete domination by Geelong this quarter. 12 inside 50s to 2. 48% kicking efficiency to the Tigers. 63 to Geelong. Geelong's pressure is so good, it's forcing Richmond to rush and turn it over.
Short goes long beyond offensive 50 again. This time Taylor with the spoil on Lynch. Geelong numbers around the football. Buse wrapped up by Pickett. The umpire's going to ping him. Marlion Pickett chasing his second premiership inside his first 20 AFL games. Gives off the hand pass. It was messy. Picked off by Buse. The Cats get it back. So the Tigers, for love nor money, can't get forward of halfway. And this goes out of bounds here for a throw-in at left half forward for the Cats. School end of the Gabba. Geelong 3-5, Richmond 2-1. Margin 10 midway through this second term.
Wherever you are around the world, great to have you with us on the ABC for the 2020 decider. Brett Sprigg, Quentin Hull, Brad Sewell, Lauren Arnell and Zane Bojack. Blitzarves with the tap over the top of Nankervis, but Prestia the road for Richmond at right half back. Hands it to Pickett, kicks the Tigers to the wing. Lynch is outnumbered. The ball pitches favourably for Taylor of Geelong. Hands it to Stewart, kicks infield on the 45. Messy ball went through Prestia and Myers, but picked up by Simpson of the Cats. Hands from Blitzarves, he mishits his handball. Pickett had it for a moment, got tackled off it by Duncan, and Selwood picks up. Dumped as he kicks towards half forward. Hurley there in the time of need for the Tigers. Wins it and hand passes to Bolter. He kicks it straight to Selwood. Tried a cute chip from defensive 50 and Selwood marks 65 from goal.
The Cats are absolutely monstering Richmond at the moment.
Called to play on, chips it to Myers right on attacking 50. Takes an uncontested chest mark and he kicks it inside 50 to Duncan with no one in Kui.
Tigers.
Menegola it is, I should say.
Sorry, Q. Tigers are all at sea. They're overawed by Geelong at the moment.
I know I sound like a broken record, but this is where you need a leader like Nick Flosstone. They need a cool head. They're leaving Cats midfielders uncontested and unchecked inside their forward 50.
Sam Malagola's kicked 14 goals this year, and this, if he is true, will make it a 16-point lead to the Cats. Slight angle left, 48 out. Geelong's got another. Cats 4-5-29, Tigers 2-1-13. 16 minutes played second quarter. Zane Bojack on the boundary.
Trent Cotchin just come back onto the field for Richmond. I can tell you the bench for Richmond, their heads went down when that goal was kicked. They're really frustrated, Q, particularly the leader. Couldn't believe that they couldn't get the ball out of their back half, and he just kept shaking his head. So there's a bit of frustration there amongst the yellow and black.
I love that Zane's just told us that Cotchin's come back on the ground, because the last probably 4 or 5 minutes of play, you start to wonder, where are the leaders? Where's Cotch? Is he around the ball? You've got to get him around the ball. And because a lot of the play's been on the wing near us, it's the opposite side to the benches. It's a wide ground, the Gabba. So if you're trying to create rotations and your captain's on the bench, that's very difficult to do if play's stuck on the far side.
Nick Waston was knocked out in the opening 4 minutes. We thought we'd seen the last of Gary Ablett as well with a shoulder injury. He came back on. There were pitch invaders in the opening quarter as well. Plenty happening in this most unusual grand final of 2020. Margin out to a game-high 16-point lead Geelong's way. 17 played second term. Restart back in the middle. Stanley again this time beats Nankervis. Guthrie just keeps it moving. Taps it out the back. Cotchin first pair of hands. Dump in the Parfitt. Tackle off the Guthrie bursting by a minute before he had it. Mopped up here by Baker. Off to Pickett here for the Tigers. They rebound the football off half back. Reaching forward in again now Menegola, the game's most recent goal kicker. He's tackled on the logo commentary side. The umpire says, give it to me. It remains a 16-point break to the Cats.
Rewalt and Lynch have had one touch of the ball each. They're getting absolutely slaughtered by Geelong defenders.
Nankervis with the touch. Ablett, though, wonderful slick hands to Selwood. Kick inside 50 to Hawkins. That is a trifecta of dream proportions for Geelong. One-handed, he's still that good. He's about to give it up. Far out. Gary Ablett with the deftest of touches to Joel Selwood, and then down the throat of the Coleman medalist, if you don't mind. Can the Tomahawk finish it off? Man on the mark, 40 out again, slight angle left. Memories of the 2019 prelim will come back with that big half-time lead, so it's a long way from home, but oh, how this would lift Geelong's spirits. Hawkins close to half-time. Booms it through! £22 the lead to Geelong. It's eerily similar to that margin of the prelim of last year, close to half-time. We're 18 and a half into the second term.
I think now's the point where you start to talk about discipline, and I've written discipline down in front of me because I'm watching Geelong. Despite the rain all day, it's dry now. The discipline to continue to short kick when you might lose your heads, get a little bit excited in the moment, you want to go longer. You've got the Coleman medal winner starting in the goal square, but they're not doing that. They're kicking short, they're maintaining possession, they're finding uncontested marks, and to man up on Cotchin, Parfitt out of that last centre bounce. They know he's a huge impact at the centre bounce. Parfitt's gone to him in a disciplined fashion. That last stoppage for the Geelong goal, Joel Selwood's allowed to walk out uncontested from the Gary Ablett handball. Richmond are lacking discipline. Geelong's got all the control in this game.
And what does the Boston absence do for their defensive reshuffle? Because they just look all at sea. 22-point margin. From the restart, Stanley taps it down. First pair of hands to it, Graham. Beaten to it, though, in fact. Any meaning touch that time by Parfitt. Graham wants it again. Lays the tackle on Selwood. Got one over the shoulder. Umpire says play on. Parfitt slides in. Has Cotchin tackling him. And will ball up to the left of the centre circles.
15 inside 50s to 2 Geelong's favour this quarter. But they're starting to get rewarded on the scoreboard, most importantly.
Bolter in the ruck against Stanley. Another kick from Edwards over his shoulder. Lambert had Parfitt coming the other way. Loose footy here. Parfitt soccers out to the logo Vulture Street side. Out in space now Menegola. Can't get a hand pass away. Picked up off the deck here short to Martin. The Tigers. Can they go inside 50? Menegola tackled. Dispossessed. Henry involved as well. Stanley soccers. Edwards does likewise for the Tigers. Henry gets it back. Loses it now. Lambert. Centering ball inside forward 50 is marked by Stewart on the intercept. 15 out from defensive goal for Geelong.
Kicks it to left half back. Guthrie impeded by the attempted spoil of McIntosh, picked up by Short of Richmond. 2 kicks from goal, scrolling entry, slewed off the instep, but slewed straight to the chest of Bolton. who takes a chest mark and has an important kick coming up here from the Tigers. He'll have to clear 50 metres.
A couple of really important contested ball wins for the Tigers there, just getting the ball played in their half. They have to break even around the ball, Richmond, unless otherwise, although they've got the spare, they're going to have to equalise numbers because Stewart continues to dominate in the back half of Geelong.
Shea Bolton to the hoots of the Geelong fans at the Gabba. On his right, starts it right. It's got the journey, but it's a minor score. And Richmond's first score of the quarter comes 21 minutes in. Cats 5-5-35, Tigers 2-2-14 on Grandstand AFL at the 2020 flag decider.
Henderson buys some space in the left back pocket. Goes long beyond defensive 50. Bolter has eyes for it. Marks over Ablett. 65 out on right half forward. They all surge forward here in yellow and black. Repeat entry for the Tigers. Goes long with the pocket, back with the flight. McIntosh beaten by Menegola with the spoil coming the other way.
A very strong spoil from Sam Menegola, and probably to make up for his lack of contest on the kick out for Geelong. He left Ablett to compete in the air with Bolter. Strong spoil, another stoppage. We expect this suits Geelong.
22 going second term, margin 21 Geelong's way. From the stoppage here, Bolton out of traffic, kicks it high across the goal mouth. Pickett and Blitzarves in the air. Rioli crumbs it, tries to turn Stewart inside out, lost the football. Great tackle from Stewart, holding the ball was the call, and he has it at the right full back pocket.
Stewart taking a moment or two to direct traffic and puts his right boot to the Sharon, kicks it to the outer wing. Big fly from Broad to fist it towards the boundary line and out of play. Good to see him back fully functioning after he looked a little wobbly earlier in the game. Unfortunately, no Nick Floston. He is on the bench though in his civvies watching on. But Gary Ablett, what a story. He was always going to be. Who would have thought of the dramatic circumstances of the early injury, the return to the field, and then some trickery to create the most recent goal in the game. Bolter toes a low throw in to Edwards at half forward. Gives it back to Bolter. From 50, kicks to the pocket, and the leading diving, spilling Lynch can't control the ball as he slides over the boundary line.
We've talked endlessly about Gary Ablett and it being in his last game. We're not sure about Taylor, but geez, he's doing an amazing job on Tom Lynch, essentially taking him out of the game.
Umpire heaves it back in. Lynch and Blitzarves tangled up. Oh, Lynch out of the ruck. Couldn't get the hand pass away. Henry now goes to rebound for the Cats. It's high and too far out over the boundary line on the full. So it's a Richmond ball at left half forward. Baker drives it long towards the hot spot here for the Tigers. Deep in attack. Lynch was in front. Martin gives away the fend off. Snaps across his body. And Dusty's involved. Oh, the Tigers needed that. And who else but the two-time Norm Smith medalist. Margin 15 points. It's Geelong 5-5-35. Richmond 3-2-20. 24 goals second term. Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio.
Brute strength by Martin. Just, he had a couple of players hanging off him. Gave himself just enough space to literally throw the ball onto his boot. So dangerous around goal, Loz.
And you mentioned earlier in the quarter the difference in the inside 50s. Richmond just in the last couple of minutes able to find 3 or 4 repeat entries. That inside 50 count in this quarter now back to 15-8 in Richmond's favour.
So they've got...
Geelong's favour.
They've got these inside 50s in the last 5 to 10 minutes. They've broken even around the ball. Up until that point in time, Geelong had smashed them in the contest around the stoppages and any 50-50 ball. But Richmond have just slowly and slightly turned the tide a little bit, and we just see how effective they are going forward, and they hit the scoreboard.
The superstar number 4 stepping up in a time of need for Richmond close to half-time. Centre bounce, it's Geelong by 15 points. Nankervis the tap down, kicked off the ground by Edwards of Richmond. Out to the wing, McIntosh leads the race. Gathers on the second attempt and breaks a tackle. Kicks rushed from his right from 70 to the pocket. And again, the fist of Taylor spoils it away from Lynch for a boundary throw-in, 30 around from Richmond's goal. Zane Bojack on the boundary.
Yeah, Hughes, a little bit of bad news. It's just starting to drizzle again. Hopefully it's not the heavy rain like we saw before.
Cats by 15. Umpire wastes no time throwing it back in. Stanley beats Lynch to the front, down towards Blitzarves, tackled by Martin. He was over him straight away. The umpire says holding the ball. So Mark Blitzarves did have prior opportunity, according to the umpire, and Dustin Martin now is 40 out, an angle tougher than 45 degrees. This would be a genuine lifter. Brad Sewell, Lauren Arnell.
Slightly casual there, Blitzarves in the defensive 50, trying to walk out the front of the stoppage, and Dustin Martin, big strong body.
2 goals and 21 disposals in the prelim last week over in Adelaide. You speak of definitive grand final moments. He goes well across the face of goal. Can he find a marking target? Edwards goes up, beaten in defence that time by Tui. Now Stewart gives a hand pass out wide, content to find the boundary line, and that's where it is for a throw-in at left half forward for the Tigers. So back-to-back goals not forthcoming for Dustin Martin, and it remains a 15-point Geelong lead.
He attempted a 40-metre check side / banana kick and mishit it terribly. And it went, I think, from the opposite edge of the footy across the face of goal. Throw in left half forward for Richmond. Cochin picks up, toes it to attacking 50, gathered by Lambert. Hand passes to Edwards, hand pass to Prestia. It just was in front of him, and the siren beats Dion Prestia and any further action after an unbelievable half of football to start this 2020 decider. Injuries, theatre, controversy. Pat Dangerfield's arm errantly, in inverted commas. There'll be descriptions of that for the eternity that footballers talked about. Nick Bloston out of the game. Gary Ablett hurt, returning and playing a role in some key Cats goals. And the reigning champs found one punch late from their superstar 2-time Norm Smith medalist to ensure it's just a 15-point lead to Geelong at half-time. The Cats 5-5-35 to the Tigers 3-2-20. All single goal kickers. Duncan, Hawkins, Menegola, Guthrie and Dangerfield. And for the Tigers, it's Prestia, Martin and McIntosh. Shepherd are coming up as a part of the half-time entertainment. The stage is being rolled onto the Gabba as the Tigers and the Cats depart. And just before we get to you, Lauren and Brad, we're in the fortunate position of being right above the Geelong race. And Gary Ablett, who is at the centre of so much of this night for the Cats, has got his left shoulder heavily strapped, and he is about to lead Geelong from the field at half-time. And there are Cats fans in front of us cheering. If the script was Shakespearean, well, Spielberg's done the directing so far.
Fantastic half of football, and Loz, just I guess a really brief overview just to encapsulate. It feels like Geelong have dominated. It feels like they've been the better side, but when you look to the scoreboard, there's only a couple of kicks in it, and you just get the sense that they had their opportunities. They didn't quite make the most of them. Brian Myers in particular had an easy, unpressured play-on shot from goal from about 30 metres out. And the Tigers just ground their way back into the game in the last 10-15 minutes by breaking even around the ball. Dustin Martin in particular just clawed his way into the game. Their key forwards haven't fired a shot yet. There's still a lot of upside for the Tigers.
Absolutely, and yeah, look, as you said, Richmond aren't going anywhere. We know that we've got 4 quarters of footy from the Tigers, but on the scoreboard, as you said again, Geelong haven't capitalised, but 10 scoring shots solely to 6. So sorry, 10 scoring shots to 5 in that first half of footy. That really does tell a bit of a story of how much Geelong have dominated general play. 31 marks to 9 really just gives a description of how both teams are playing. Richmond are a much more direct and chaotic side. Geelong have insisted on their short kick and maintaining possession, and it's really worked for them so far. Now what they need to do, and we know the premiership quarter is next, capitalise on their opportunities that they're creating for themselves in front of goal.
Yeah, that's right. Particularly around the ball, the midfield becomes so important. That battle, that contested ball, and Geelong have just been able to bully their way forward. Led by Selwood, not surprisingly. Guthrie's been really important for the Cats. He's found a bit of the ball. But Richmond need to get their key forwards into the game. They need some sort of a contest. They need to make Stewart accountable, because at the moment he's allowed to wheel out there and do as he pleases.
Half-time, it's Geelong by 15 points, 5-5-35 to Richmond's 3-2-20. Thank you for your SMS messages. There's been a fair bit happening. We haven't been able to get to many of them, but just a few here. G'day to Gus from Munich in Germany. It's my birthday today, and as a Geelong supporter, I couldn't get a better present than the Cats winning. Go Cats. We'll get to a few more of those if we get a chance, but the stadium has now descended into darkness, all bar a banner of light on the boundary and first tier infrastructure of the stands, which say halftime entertainment in 1 minute. So we're counting down to George, Amy and Emma Shepherd, along with Jason Bovino and Dean Gordon, the members of the popular locally based act Shepherd. Nighttime grand final. Fade to black at the break. If the football wasn't enough, all of these new elements of footy's greatest day, which has become footy's greatest night that we're learning about, I think your wristbands are about to get another go, Brad and Lauren. All of the stands have got patrons with wristbands that glow like you're at a rock concert. Total darkness in the middle of the Gabba.
Halftime show.
For the first time, we get nighttime halftime entertainment. Let's see how Shepherd go. It's the Cats by 15 points at halftime. And indeed, in the stands, the wrist lights, a shimmering array of blue and purple. Wow.
We are so excited to be here, and this is a song about Brisbane for Brisbane. Let's light it up!
I've been stuck in motion, moving too fast, trying to catch a moment. Oh, it slips through my hand, and all I see are long days and dark nights. I'm lost without you, but I'm on my way, so hold tight. I'm coming home tonight, meet me in the valley where the kids collide into the morning. Oh my God, my town is coming alive. I'm coming home tonight. I know you're ready for the sparks to fly into the morning. Oh my God, my town is coming alive. 'Cause I'm coming home tonight. 'Cause I'm coming home tonight. I don't wanna spend my whole life catching my breath, 'cause I've been running round and round and round, and I got nothing left. No, there's nothing like a sunset, a skyline to let you know you're almost home. So breathe in and hold tight. I'm coming home tonight. Meet me in the valley where the kids collide into the morning. Oh my God, my town is coming alive. Oh yeah, I'm coming home tonight. I know you're ready for the sparks to fly into the morning. Oh my God, my town
Shepherd at half-time of the AFL Grand Final on ABC Grandstand AFL, accompanied by a huge group of performers who are holding, well, what looks like big footballs on the top of their heads, and they're lighting up the night. And they've got another number for us as now the predominantly purple lights around the stadium turn to blue. Half-time in the Grand Final, Geelong 5-5-35, lead Richmond 3-2-20. Shepherd bringing a part of the new scene of night-time half-time entertainment to a landmark night in the AFL.
When I lost it, yeah, you held my head, but I tossed it. Didn't understand you were waiting as I dove into the waterfall. Are you ready, Brisbane? So say Geronimo, say Geronimo, say Geronimo, say Geronimo, say Geronimo, say Geronimo, say Geronimo. Crushed it, but it's in the past. We can make this leap through the curtains of the waterfall. So say Geronimo, say Geronimo, say Geronimo, say Geronimo, say Geronimo, say Geronimo, say Geronimo. Just a boy, broken toy, all lost and coy. So it's here I stand as a broken man, but I found my friend at the curtains of the wall. Now I'm falling out, crashing south, come around. And you rush to me, and it sets us free, so I fall to my knees. So say Geronimo, say Geronimo, say Geronimo, say Geronimo, say Geronimo, say Geronimo, say Geronimo.
We've seen the last of the afternoon grand finals. Shepherd at the Gabba. Lights on the wrists of fans in the stands. Absolutely humming. That's part of why so many have wanted to see this event move to the evening. Oh, what do you reckon, Spriggy? 3 votes to Wolfmother or 3 votes to Shepherd? The other 2 aren't in it.
I'm going Shepherd for my 3 votes.
Yeah, okay.
Love the energy. The half-time thing might have won me over, Q, the night grand final.
And now we can hardly see the ground because of all the fireworks and the smoke haze as the entertainment is cleared. Thought on the entertainment, Lauren and Brad, before we get to your thoughts on the footy?
You've summed it up pretty well there, Q. Massive fan. The atmosphere that a night grand final brings by way of entertainment, it's going to be hard to go back, isn't it?
Lauren?
I can't dispute it. I know those that will dispute will be those who are not overly interested in the entertainment piece. They're more interested in the footy. But for me, unreal performances, the musicians and everyone involved in the entertainment in between the footy. It's been awesome.
Well, I hope they take a while. What have we got? Still 11 minutes before the second half gets underway. Just as well, we can't see the middle of the ground at the moment. It's like a pea soup fog has descended inside the Gabba.
You've got to have a bit of a giggle, don't you? It's literally just, I can't see clearly to the other side of the ground.
What do you mean to the other side of the ground? Hold on. Zane, are you out there somewhere?
I am, Q. I was right beside those drummers over on the stage, and absolutely fantastic. Can I just say those balls that lit up with all the different colours, and then the fireworks shooting out of the light pylon towers, unbelievable how it looked amazing from where I was sitting. I just imagine it would have looked great on television as well, and I guess that's what the AFL's looking at. This is a test in what's been an unprecedented year, and I think it's passed every test so far. Loving the football as well. Can't wait for this second half, the last 2 quarters, to see who's going to win the 2020 title.
Cats 5-5-35, Tigers 3-2-20. Back to the footy in just a moment with Brad Sewell and Lauren Arnell to assess the first half of this 2020 decider.
Conversations on the ABC Listen app lets you spend an hour in the life
of someone else. People who've seen something and lived to tell the tale.
Oh my gosh. From the outer limits space
to the living room
to the very edge of life and death.
We have so many conversations with some of the world's most interesting and intriguing people.
Look for Conversations on the ABC Listen app. Download it today.
The 2020 AFL Grand Final.
On ABC Radio and on Grandstands Digital.
Gary Rowan, 65 from goal at left half forward, kicks it to Dangerfield, one out in the pocket against Cotchin, and Cotchin's given away the free kick. 10 in from the boundary at left half forward. In game 2, 6-9 in his first and long-awaited grand final. Dangerfield on his right boot. Oh, what a class act. Sam Malagola has kicked 14 goals this year. Slight angle left, 48 out. Geelong's got another. And Curvis with the touch. Ablett, though, wonderful slick hands to Selwood. Kick inside 50 to Hawkins. Hawkins close to half-time. Booms it through!
Baker drives it long towards the hot spot here for the Tigers. Deep in attack. Lynch was in front. Martin gives away the fend-off. Snaps across his body. And Dusty's involved.
The 2020 AFL Grand Final.
On ABC Radio and on Grandstands Digital.
And didn't the Tigers need the touch of the 2-time Norm Smith medalist just before half-time? Geelong 5-5-35, Richmond 3-2-20. 2-time premiership hawk Brad Sewell, AFLW star Lauren Arnell tell you how we've got here. And good luck giving us some indication of what's going to come next.
Oh, Laws, what's going to happen next?
If the game continues the pattern that we've seen in the first half, we'll see Geelong win the grand final. What I'm expecting is that there are a few tweaks coming from Richmond. Now, there's a number of key players in their team who just haven't been able to get involved in the game to the level that they're needed. So, Kane Lambert, we know how good he is in front of goal. They haven't had the ball inside 50 as much as the Cats. 5 disposals. Basher Hooley, 5 disposals. Dion Prestia, the 6, although he kicked the first goal of the game. And we've talked a fair bit, Brad, about the impact of Tom Lynch and Jack Revolt just not being there yet. The double teaming on Tom Lynch in particular that's coming from Stewart and Harry Taylor has been exceptional from the Cats. But you just feel like across the ground, the Cats are able to play their style of footy. They've the game has gone their way. And Richmond, without Nick Flosstone in the back line to keep them composed, to find the correct kick going down the line, and most importantly to intercept when Geelong are trying to get out of their defensive 50. Richmond just haven't been able to get up and going with their game style outside of probably a 5-minute patch in that second quarter.
Which side right now would you prefer to be in, Loz?
Cats. I think, although, if I'm Richmond, and I know that both of these teams are where they are because they stick to the plan, they stick to their structures, and they carry out their plans very well. I think that they need to do something about Tom Stewart. Stewart's had 13 disposals, 9 uncontested. He's done so much damage for the Cats, and we know how important it is time in forward half. Stewart's intercepting everything, and his metres gained is almost 400 metres gained for the Cats. So they need to play a more defensive role on Stewart from their forward line.
What do they do?
At times, and particularly from a centre bounce, we know that it has to be 6, 6 and 6. So he starts with an opponent from a centre bounce. That was typically a Dan Rioli. Rioli has had 2 possessions so far in this game. I know that Richmond have a structure from stoppage around the ground. That doesn't include Rioli playing on Tom Stewart. But if you allow Tom Stewart to freely intercept Mark for the next half of footy, I think Geelong win.
So when the ball's going in long and high like that and Stewart is playing on someone like Rioli, he's going to out-position and more often than not take the mark. Riewoldt and Lynch neither have had an influence on the game. Why not have one of those two actually play almost as a defensive forward and just have him sit on the back shoulder of Stewart?
And I think, keep going.
Yeah, I mean, that way it just allows him to mark the ball. And at worst case, the ball comes to ground. And when the ball is coming in long and high, you've got the likes of Rioli, Pickett, Edwards, just getting front and centre, knowing that it just has to come to ground.
I think that would be a fantastic way to bring Riewoldt into the game because, Brad, we've seen throughout this season and in his career that he's very good at creating a contest. He's not the old lead-up forward. If you put the ball in the air, Riewoldt's going to make a contest, so I couldn't agree more. Allow Rioli to step off and tidy up. But again, if Tom Stewart's allowed to sit by himself as that spare defender for this whole second half, I can't see how Richmond are going to get enough score on the board.
So Geelong have played close to their capacity to what Richmond has, it feels like, and they're only a couple of kicks in front. Now, to win these types of games, it's who can play hardest for longest. And the Cats at the moment have had 60-70% ascendancy and have kept their noses in front. But we know that you're not going to get that 4 quarters your own way when you're playing against Richmond. Dusty Martin started to puff his chest out and get involved late in that second quarter, and that engagement started to bring his teammates along. And it took until 15-20 minute mark of that quarter till Richmond started winning those 50-50 balls around the middle part of the ground, and the game started to play in their half. So I feel like the percentage, in terms of winning, is in Geelong's favour. But Richmond just aren't going to go away. We know they're not going to go away. And if they just need to tweak a couple of little things and they're right in this game, and they could quite easily just overrun Geelong in this second half.
Well, we know a strength of the Cats has been their outside running and their ability to get to the next contest. But we also know, as you're saying, the next switch to flick for Richmond, which they have done in this final series, is to be more aggressive around stoppage and particularly centre bounce. So I think we can expect that, Sully, in this third quarter. If Richmond get their hands on the footy around stoppage, expect a much quicker and chaotic exit rather than trying to control the ball.
Contested ball is +9 Geelong's way, 69-60. They've had 6 more kicks overall, 11 more hand passes. Inside 50s at 22 each. So, as you say, it's not like opportunities haven't been there for Richmond in this game. You mentioned a few of the individuals, Lauren and Brad. I'll start with the Cats. Mitch Duncan, 16 disposals to his name, 12 kicks, 4 hand passes at 69% disposal efficiency. Stewart, 13. Joel Selwood has 12. For Richmond, Edwards, 14 touches to his name, 9 kicks and 5 hand passes, also 5 clearances to his name. Jaden Short, 14 touches, 9 and 5 his count. Dustin Martin, 11 disposals to the half, and of course a very important goal before half-time as well. The Cats by 15 points, 5-5 to 3-2.
And the intrigue of what happens from here. That goal to Dustin Martin, it just seemed to mean so much for a Richmond team that was utterly outplayed in that second quarter.
It would have been nice to have seen Dusty be more constructive with his second set shot on goal. He went for a cavalier check side from the boundary, almost a junction about 45 out, completely bellied the ball to the middle part of the ground about 40 metres out. Now, had that been a little bit more deliberate in terms of just putting it up into space, allowing someone like Lynch to run into the ball, just it looks much better and structurally brings those key forwards into the game.
Second half is not too far away. 2 times 16-minute quarters plus time on. And what is this crazy 2020 season? I don't feel like we've got 20% off tonight so far, Brett Sprigg. It's delivered 100% plus.
Absolutely. And the question is, as you said, Brad and Loz, is what do Richmond do now? How do they respond? Because they are a class team. They have won 2 flags in the past 3 for a reason. They will bounce back in some level.
Geelong have been, they've almost bullied Richmond at times around the ball, around the contest. Richmond needs to re-engage in that arm wrestle and just at least break even. And I don't mean to keep harping on it, but they have to break even around the ball.
So we're about to begin the third term. Stanley and Nankervis in ruck. Cochin, Edwards and Prestia, the foot soldiers for Richmond. It's Duncan, Selwood and Guthrie at ground level for Geelong. The Cats, 5-5-35. The Tigers, 3-2-20. 15 points the lead to the challenger over the champs as we enter the final half of the 2020 season.
In under an hour, it will be the Tigers or the Cats. And we'll know then. Nankervis slaps it down. Prestia beats Duncan, sockets it towards half forward. O'Connor goes in low, beaten to it though again. Prestia just couldn't get another hand pass away. O'Connor is dumped this time by Pickett. Ball jars free. Bounces back to Graham here. Goes up 55 from goal. Hand pass back to Edwards. Moves through the Guthrie tackle. Goes to find his skipper Cochin. Off the deck back to Graham. Goes sweeping out wide by hand. Short draws the player. Martin alongside him. Loads up inside forward 50 here. A nice start here for the Tigers. Can they find Revolt? He gets the free kick. He was being held. 20 out, slightly right of centre. Henderson gives away the free, and this could be the ideal start for the Tigers.
That's the first time we've seen either key forward in a genuine one-on-one marking contest. And Rewald just doing enough. Bit of jumper pulling on both behalf, but doing enough to get in front. And Henderson getting caught behind, clutching, giving away a free kick for holding.
Kicked 4 goals last time these sides met. Back in round 17. And a quiet final series so far, but Jack Revolt on the approach from 25 gives Richmond the ideal start in the second half. Margin is cut back to 9. It's Geelong 5-5-35, Richmond 4-2-26. Early stages, third term, grandstand AFL.
Sully, you called it. More aggressive. They've won the first centre bounce. Find the opportunity. Even though Geelong were able to force Richmond to handball backwards, they had the numbers in support. And again, the long kick, give an opportunity to your tall forwards to do their work one-on-one.
That might have been a slight tweak we saw there from Richmond in that they didn't want to blaze away in that contest position. They were happy to try and find that spare around the contest, which is exactly what they have to do. And they got the ball into Martin's hand, and he can penetrate and get the ball in over the with a bit of depth into the forward line.
And Britney Spears in between a goal and the restart bounce. This is different. 2020 keeps on giving. Don't think they ever did that at the G, did they? Far out. Cats by 9 points. 2 in a row to the Tigers just before the half-time break. And 90 seconds into the third term by Jack Revolt. Centre bounce. Stanley high over the top of Nankervis. Silver service to Selwood. High contact. Free kick as Nank got up around the shoulders of the Geelong captain. He gets up and runs through the bullseye. Hand passes to Guthrie. Under pressure, poor kick to half forward, taken by Baker of Richmond. Hands it off to Prestia. Kicks to the bullseye to Lambert. They're on the rumble forward, the Tigers. Lambert's kick hits Martin on his chest. 60 out. Too far out even for He centres the ball across the half-forward line. Graham, the target. Blitzarves the spoil. Illegal in the spoil. Free kick, Richmond.
Can we talk about Nankervis? We know he's able to create follow-up pressure from the ruck contest. to give away the free kick against Selwood and then to follow the handball given to Guthrie. He's created this. I know Martin's kick across has allowed Graham the free kick, but Nankervis to chase down 2 midfielders out of a centre bounce, just so impressive.
Did his shoulder in the prelim against Geelong last year and missed the 2019 flag. Jack Graham for 3 in a row for Richmond. Hits it terribly from 50. It slews to the pocket and a chest mark to Stewart of Geelong. Outside of the boot, that was almost ball lucky to hit boot, Spriggy.
His 14th disposal coming up. There it is, a short kick to Menegola. Wider in the left back pocket for the Cats. He drives it long beyond defensive 50 to Menegola. Players converge on the outer wing. It's marked by Kolajasny. And just forward of half-back guys. Kicks a shocker. Goes straight to Lambert coming inboard. Lambert here for the Tigers. Finds Baker. Front edge of the square. Wheels around inside forward 50 and the target. He finds the chest of Castagna who obliges. 45 out. Angle slightly better than 45 degrees. That is now 4 entries inside this third term for Richmond.
Tiggs have come out hot, and the subtle change has been them controlling and holding onto the ball and finding their spare around the contest. And we've seen on a number of occasions now, they've been happy to kick short and lower their eyes.
Shot clock ticks down here for Castagna. He'll have to give everything. Lays into it from 51. It's on its way, and it might just have the carry as well. Precious momentum with the Tigers as they chase 3 flags in 4 years. Margin back to half a goal. Geelong 5-5-35, Richmond 5-2-32. 5 gone third quarter, ABC Grandstand AFL.
Well, Sully, 3 points in it now, and we talked about how important it was for both teams to take their opportunity in front of goal. Geelong didn't do it as well in the second quarter, and now to start the third, Richmond with a couple of quick goals. Castagna didn't look like he could finish that. He gave it everything he could, and there were 3 players on the line for the Cats that just got caught, basically misstepped. They started well behind the goal line, and as it dropped and fell in over the goal, they just couldn't get their hand to it. So what an important finish by Castagna, and a super start here in the third quarter by Richmond.
It was the low Stephen Kernahan mongrel that got there.
Cardinals sin absolute coach killer. Scotty could be pulling his hair out if the defence wasn't set up adequately.
And the Richmond fans are sensing the momentum change. Centre bounce, Tigers with the last 3. 3 points the lead to Geelong. Towed off the ground by Stanley in the middle, but only to Edwards, who in turn kicks off the ground to the wing, but met by Stewart of the Cats. Under pressure, kicked to half forward, picked up by McIntosh, tackled by Parfitt, but got a hand pass away. Presti gets rid of his man, can't pick up the footy. Tui shunts it onto Selwood. Geelong ball through Simpson, through Dalehouse, thumped on by Myers to no great effect, turnover. McIntosh with a hand pass to Bolton, hands it to Graham, runs the bullseye. Hand pass to Hooley, hand pass infield to Edwards. It slows a little, it's an ugly entry, sits on the head there of Lambert, spoiled away by O'Connor. 50 from Richmond's goal. Rioli plays tackler on Kolajasny, who sees the solace of the boundary line and gets it out of play for a throw-in.
Loving this from Richmond, running in waves from half-back. They're not bombing it in as we saw in the first half. They're flicking the ball around, engaging the Geelong defence, drawing them up the ground.
Richmond 3 goals in a row on the side of half-time. He kicks, does Lynch, just snaps it towards the unguarded goal square. Back on the last line eventually here, O'Connor shares it out wide to Henry. And it's gone out of bounds for a throw-in. They just couldn't use the ball cleanly coming out of defence that time. The Cats, a forward 50 stoppage here for the Tigers. As I say, have kicked the last 3 goals in the game either side of the half.
Now the Cats are rattled, a bit of pressure. The ebbs and flows in these big games is just fascinating.
Throw in, attacking 50 for Richmond. Blitz halves, taps down for the Cats, but only to Buse, who's wrapped up. And we'll see a neutral. Still 45 metres from Richmond's goal. They're attacking the school end of the Gabba in this historic night grand final in this third term. Ball up, Lynch has it slapped away from him. Selwood picks up, tries to barge through the congestion, got tackled, got rid of it. Kicked forward by Duncan of the Cats to the wing. Hawkins gets rid of Asprey to allow Dalehouse to pick up. Gives to Hawkins, gives to Ablett by hand, then to Dalehouse, who runs to 55. Hand pass to Myers, on the run from 40, keeps it low and makes the Tigers pay. What a telling answer in goal. Back to 9 points the difference. It's Geelong 6-5-41 to Richmond 5-2-32, and Brian Myers, who's had a couple of key misses earlier tonight and in last week's game, makes the most of that opportunity.
You've got to love that from the Cats. Richmond up the pressure. The pressure's been through the roof from the Tigers at the start of this third quarter, and Geelong say, well, we don't have to fall into anything that you're doing. They've walked out the front of that contest, and their forward line, particularly Ablett, Dalhouse and Myers, the pace from that group of forwards is relatively unmatched. The defenders couldn't keep up with them, and the finish from Myers, which we didn't see from him earlier in the game, that's class and much needed now for the Cats.
Zane Bojack on the boundary.
Yeah, the little master Gary Ablett had just come on the field and was part of that attacking movement, and as Lauren mentioned, just so powerful with those legs. He's struggling with his shoulder. I can tell he's in so much pain getting treatment just after half time, but great contribution there by Gary once he's back on the field.
Cats by 9 from the restart. Bolter against Stanley. Picked up by the skipper, Cochin. Kick this bobbles out to Bolter. Hand pass back to Martin. They win the clearance inside forward 50. Wants to find Nankervis leading up. Swapped out towards Castagna, who snaps 45 out. Doesn't bring it back enough. Through for a minor score to the left-hand side. And Richmond 5-3-33. Geelong 6-5-41. It's the Cats who lead by 8. 9.5 played third term.
Guthrie very short with a kick into College Asney in the right back pocket. Takes the mark and was thinking of giving it back to Guthrie. Will now go the longer option with a kick towards the northern wing. Bolter nudges Stanley under the drop. Free kick against Bolter for that action.
But the right idea, Bolter's wasn't quite subtle enough.
Just as Hooley had gathered at the back of the pack too, and the Tigers were about to explode forward again. Stanley chips it to Duncan. Marks on true halfway. Right in front of the grandstand commentary box on the Vulture Street wing. Duncan short to Guthrie. And now we're seeing a bit of the control come into the Cats after the chaos of the Tigers saw them kick 3 in a row. Guthrie high from the wing. Will come down on attacking 50. Hawkins got a hand in the contest. Can't mark. Hooley attacks Dalhouse. Gives away a free kick for high contact. And Luke Dalhouse, the premiership dog here at the Cats, is 55 out at right half forward. Lazy's right boot into it, a centering kick to full forward and a massive pack. Fisted down to Stanley, the ruckman road snaps and misses to the right. A behind to make it, again, a 9-point ball game at 6-6-42 to 5-3-33. Scoreboard here is incorrect. Yep. It says 5-2. Yep, 5-3.
Short. Probes it long beyond defensive 50. McIntosh here from the right back flank. Goes along the outer side of the ground. Lambert's outnumbered, but it's a well-weighted ball. He doesn't quite complete the mark. Good pressure it was from Henderson. And we'll throw it back in. 75 around from goal at the school end. So the Tigers want to go coast to coast. The Cats lead by 9 points. The umpire heaves it back in. Bolter and Stanley jostle. Bolter, couldn't quite get a disposal away. Parfitt slides in. Hand pass picked off by Martin. Prestia gathers. Hand pass inboard. They come away through short. Inside forward 50 out the back. Castagna! Back with the flight. Picked away by O'Connor. He loses it. Now Castagna goes in again. Taylor rips him to ground. Loose football. Buse up the boundary line. Bolton marks. Menegola was coming the other way. Bolton is paid the mark. He goes inside the corridor and finds Lambert. Shea Bolton to Lambert. And now Lambert can take his set shot from 25 out, slightly right of centre.
Of everything there in that passage of play, Richmond should have had a shot on goal by Castagna. Somehow the ball was pried out of that marking opportunity. But good hustle there, good pressure by the Tigers.
Kane Lambert, 2 goals, 1 last week in the prelim. To get it back to a 3-point game. On the approach and straight over the goal umpire's hat. Yellow and black waves at the school end. Cats by 3. It's Geelong 6-6-42. Richmond 6-3-39 via a goal to Kane Lambert. 12.5 played third term grandstand AFL.
Well, Richmond are really coming now. We've seen Dustin Martin get pretty heavily involved in this third quarter. He's had 4 disposals already along with Jack Graham and Sully. It just feels like Richmond have gone to another level now in this third quarter. Half-time's done the trick. Just a lot more efficient than the Cats.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, it's 7-2 inside 50, so They're holding on to the ball and controlling and maintaining possession through the middle part of the ground, which means Geelong aren't getting that spare, long, high, slow ball going forward.
When does Chris Scott blink and put danger into the middle?
If
Richmond kick the next one.
You reckon?
I think he does, yeah. If Cats kick the next... if Richmond kick the next one.
Do you sense it's getting to that point where
Just got to arrest the momentum, yeah.
Yeah, he's at full forward at the moment. Ablett's deep as well, but hampered. So, centre bounce. Cats by 3 points. And Curvis taps down, but only to Selwood of Geelong. Hands it to Blitzarves, gives to Guthrie. Rush kick inside 50 for the Cats. Goes to the deck. Short can't pick up for Richmond. Dalehouse does for the Cats. Hands it to Blitzarves under pressure. Holding the ball. Fantastic tackle from that Richmond player who's now being rumbled by Blitzarves. It was short of stature on the bigger Blitzarves and wins the free kick at defensive 50.
That extra handball the Cats gave up then, they were getting away with that in the first half. Because Richmond's pressure's gone up, they're not getting away with it anymore.
Dumps it long to the outer wing. Players converge over the top there. Stewart. Tui bursts through as well. Hand pass goes up in the air. Slapped forward here by Noah Bolter. Only as far as O'Connor. The Irishman back to Duncan, who's run down here. Good pressure that time from Pickett with the tackle. Will throw it back in 60 around from Richmond's goal. Zane Bojack on the boundary.
Yeah, Reece Stanley is getting some treatment on his right shin. He had the magic spray put on it. Now it's bandaged up because he's got a bad cork.
Ball thrown in right half forward for Richmond. Selwood again, front and centre for Geelong. Wrapped up as soon as he got it. Just gets it free. Bubbles around. Tui will kick it high and clear from defensive 50 for Geelong to the wing. Pitches beyond the pack to the advantage of Rowan, but opposite 23, Lambert comes through to slap it out of play, and a neutral on halfway on the outer side. Dangerfield is now on the bench. We're seeing a shot on the big screen. It was Geelong by a point at quarter time. They were out by 22 late in the second term, led by 15 at half time, and now it's just a 3-point lead.
The Tigers have kicked 4 of the past 5. Bolton soccers it forward here for the Tigers. It goes out of bounds on the full. It's just a matter of working it forward and creating opportunities, but it will be a Geelong ball here from left half back through Henderson. Time to slow things down. They lead by 3 points. Again, though, drives it long, Stanley Street wing. Up they go. Blitzarves outnumbered. Pickett, tackle on the follow-up by Blitzarves. Ball comes free, but it's out over the boundary line for a throw-in. Cats by 3, 15 and a half minutes played, third term grandstand AFL.
He's Brett Sprigg, I'm Quentin Hull, Brad Sewell, Lauren Arnell and Zane Bojack with you on the national broadcaster for the historic 2020 AFL decider at the Gabba in Brisbane. Blitzarves with the tap down on the southern wing, but Prestia bumps it forward and just rumbles it to attack for Richmond. First immediate debuts of the Cats. Hands it to Tui. Rush kick back to the wing. Parfitt couldn't handle it, but he plays tackler on Hooley, who picked it up, got rid of it to Short. Short's kick for Richmond from the wing to half forward. Pitches on attacking 50. Bounces devilishly into the hands of Martin. Outside of the right boot, a roller from Dusty. Puts the Tigers in front. That's only 30,000 of them at the Gabba. Wherever you are around the world, Tiger fans, we can hear you. The Champs have responded. They've kicked 5 of the last 6 goals in the game.
Well, you feel the game is now on Richmond's terms, and you mentioned Dangerfield. Is he coming in or is he going forward, Brad?
Yeah, he's gone forward, so he's just come off the bench and gone forward. The challenge with sending him forward is he's not getting a look at the ball there. It's 8-3 inside 50s in Richmond's favour.
And Danger is yet to touch the footy in this third quarter. Richmond have now got control of the game. All the momentum. Dusty 5 disposals this quarter. Dangerfield none.
2 goals for Dustin Martin as he chases perhaps a third Norm Smith medal. No one's done that before, but we know he is no normal player. Momentum and the lead. Back with the Tigers. Now Curvis v Stanley. Parfitt reaching for it. Has support. Selwood hurries it forward now. Taken high. Umpire says play on. 40 out. They might pay the advantage. Dangerfield in the contest against Grimes will come back for that Selwood free kick. So I did hear a whistle. It wasn't for the advantage. They just are going to pay the free kick to Joel Selwood after all. The Geelong skipper is 45 out, top of the 50-metre arc.
Did he take advantage?
Yeah.
Contentious, Brad, you think?
Line ball.
Second question for you. Does he have the distance for this to the City end? He'll kick from just beyond the paint at 50. Yes or no, Brad?
I'm going to say no.
The players set up on the goal line. Joel Selwood in pursuit of a fourth premiership. Rise it all the way there. Leaping up. Gary Rowan went up early. Slapped out to the pocket. Numbers in defence here with the Tigers. Baker just tapped it out to space. Picked away here by Gary Ablett. Now Simpson's kick smothered. Ball bobbles back outside 50 now. O'Connor tries to straighten up, but doesn't do so enough. Sprays it out of bounds on the full. It's a Richmond ball from the left back pocket. The Tigers lead by 3 points. 7-3 plays 6-6. 19 played third quarter on Grandstand AFL.
And a booming entry from the Tigers will come down to a packet left half back. Stanley high for Geelong. Picked up at ground level by Selwood. Kick smothered. Bursting through Simpson. Had it. Lost it. Rumbled forward off the boots of Bolton for the Tigers. To the middle of the ground. Rioli dispossessed under the pressure of Blitzarf. Picks up by Managola. Hand to Kennel. Jasny hands it to Blitzarf. Finds a passage. Hands it to Parfitt on the edge of the centre square. Got space to boot it inside 50. Double-fisted spoil from there. Curvis will come down on defensive 50 for the Tigers. Met by Broad. Tried to rush through the tackle of Dalhouse, holding the ball. It was Myers who's going to be paid the free kick. Among that rumble of men, Brian Myers. He dishes off to Guthrie. Runs to 55. Goes on goal. Leaves it right and kicks it behind to make it a 2-point ball game in favour of Richmond at 7-3-45 to 6-7-43.
Quick kick out. Short finds Hooley in the right back pocket.
A couple of waste opportunities for the Cats there. Firstly, Selwood kicking, going to the goal line, falling short, and Guthrie there blazing away from outside 50.
On his preferred left boot towards the outer side. Lynch up in the hole at the drop. Taylor, hand pass out wide. Henderson dispossessed. Strong tackle it was. That time from Lynch on the follow-up. Rowan bursts through traffic here for the Cats. Kicks towards half forward. Myers put down by Hooley. The ball goes with him right up against the boundary line. The umpire will ball up. 55, perhaps 60 out from Geelong's attacking end, the western or city end of the Gabba.
Can't say enough how much Richmond's pressure has increased in this third quarter. They controlled possession, but also 16 tackles to 11.
And Curvis's tap is out of play. Another throw in.
That's reflected, Loz, in the kicking efficiency. 42% for Geelong this quarter, 61 to Richmond, and that's due to Richmond's pressure.
4 goals, 1-1-2 for the Tigers in this third quarter. Throw in left half forward for Geelong. Punch back boundary side. Bolton wins the row for Richmond. Rushed high, kick to half forward. Lynch has got a couple to beat. It's Stewart and Taylor trying to conspire against him. But Lynch is going to pick it up off the bobble eventually. 2 kicks from goal. Rush ball to attacking 50. Rioli beaten to it by Henry. Fine mark for Jack Henry in a time of need for Geelong on defensive 50 at left half back. 21 minutes third term. Tigers by 2 points.
The Geelong Falcons junior, Jack Henry, thumps it along the outer side. Oh, huge grab. Strong grab taken by Guthrie. Rising high above the pack was on Nankervis's shoulders. Plays on quickly from the outer wing. Short pass by foot to Duncan. And this attacking thrust here for the Cats. It's a flat ball from Duncan towards half forward through the midst of Asprey. Pressure mops up in defence for the Tigers. Kick picked off by Selwood though. Ablett in space. Goal side. 52 out. Adds good vision to find Hawkins. Deep in the left forward pocket. 30 out. Hawkins opens up the angle straight away. Across the body. Misses near side. It is a minor score only. The Cats 6-8-44. Our grand final margin is 1. Richmond 7-3-45. We've played 22 minutes in this third term.
Quick entry for the Tigers. Short in the pocket. Marked. Gave to Hooley. He gives to Broad on defensive 50. Now the kick for Richmond towards the wing. Rebold in front. O'Connor makes the spoil and the row for Geelong. Hands it out the back to Henry. Kicks it back to attack for the Cats. Dangerfield flies in from the side into 2-on-2. Can't mark. Follows up but can't pick up the footy. And the men pile in with the Sharon underneath them on attacking 50 for Geelong, and the umpire will sort it out with the ball up. 6-8 trails 7-3 It's Richmond by a point late in the third term.
Ball in the air. Stanley goes up against Nankervis. Wins it down here. Duncan receives a short hand pass in close quarters from Selwood. Now Stanley. High kick up in the air. Hurried ball. Outnumbered this time was Rowan. Slaps it down towards Simpson. No. Hand pass back into space. Dalhouse to Ablett. Can he soccer it forward? Top of the goal square? No. Numbers in defence. Gathered by Presti of the Tigers. Clears the area. Bouncing out towards the flank. It may have just taken some chalk. Deliberate is the call. Deliberate is the call from the Prestia kick. Geelong ball at left, half forward.
And Ablett had to use his injured left arm to support his weight in that previous contest. And he is in immense pain, but continuing on in his last night wearing the famous hoops and gracing an AFL ground. Injection from Geelong is long back to full forward. Back of the pack. Dalhouse off the ground. Oh, didn't hit it well across the face. Pickett picks up in the pocket. He's tackled by Parfitt. Out of play, throw in. Boundary throw in the right forward pocket for Geelong. 24 minutes played third quarter. It's Richmond leading by a point. Arm's going to toss it into the night sky on this historic 2020 grand final at the Gabba. Beyond the ruckman, second time. Asprey with the knuckle towards the boundary line. And Buse can't keep it in. Bolton makes the tackle. But we're now 40 metres away from Geelong's goal at the city end.
The crowd finds their voice. Great to have your company. ABC Radio, Grandstand Digital, Radio Australia. Throw it back in. 40 out from Geelong's goal. Hawkins does the forward 50 ruck work. Ablett goes down, clutching his arm. Ball jails free in the meantime. Buse up against Hooley. Just gets some kind of kick away. High towards the pocket, and it's going to be out of bounds on the full. So Richmond can start again from the last line. The left back pocket, they lead by 1 point in the shadows of three-quarter time.
David Asprey's going to bring the ball back in. And from the left back pocket, drives it long to left half back in a contest. Well, non-contest in the end. Menegola to the drop to mark for Geelong. Quick kick, infield mark by Duncan. His entry down the corridor to full forward. Big pack. Nankervis roves his own crumb for Richmond. Hands it to Castagna. His clearing kick smothered off his boots by Dalhouse to keep it in Geelong's attacking zone. Out of play, thrown in the right back pocket for the Tigers, the left forward pocket for the Cats.
Can't underestimate the value that's smothered by Dalhouse just to keep the pressure on for Richmond.
Hawkins against Nankervis. Bolton can clear the danger area beyond defensive 50 through the corridor. Martin beats College Asney at ground level. Dusty plays on, just thumps it upfield. A high spiralling ball. Blitzarv's the last player back there though in defence for the Cats. On his own defensive 50, hand pass off towards Henry. He has it stolen away from him. Tigers do pretty well, come up with a hand pass. It comes to Edwards, straightens up from 25 on the run, but he can't finish it off. It skids through on the right-hand side. Tigers add just 1 point to their lead. 7-4 plays 6-8. 26 played third term. Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio.
Edwards opting to go along the ground instead of in the air as Henderson kicks long from the restart, and a lovely mark. Clean hands taken by Rowan. At right half back for Geelong. He knows the pain of this day. He's done it twice with the Swans. He doesn't want to triple it up here tonight at the Cats. Gary Rowan chips it short over the head of Menegola on the wing. It bounces out of play. We'll see it thrown in right in front of the grandstand commentary position through centre wing on the Vulture Street side of the ground. Richmond leading by 2 points, 26.5 played in the third quarter.
And back in it comes. Who can work it forward of halfway? Stanley beaten to it this time. College Asney gathers off the deck. O'Connor, he's tackled, dispossessed. Bolton for the Tigers, burst through. Kicks the outside of the boot inside forward 50. Taylor slaps it away. Beat Lynch in the contest. What can they do here? Revolt goes to fend on Duncan. It's a loose football now for Rowan. Parfitt up the corridor. Hurried ball here for the Cats. Only seconds left in this third term. Brought in defence, spills the mark. Hawkins gets loose out the back, as does Dangerfield, but the Tigers will keep possession of it. Hooley off the half-back line. They rebound it. And that's all she wrote after 3 quarters of footy. And what a grand final we've got in 2020. Goal kickers in the game thus far. Dustin Martin kicked his second in that third term. Singles for the Tigers, Castagna, McIntosh, Prestia. They in fact kicked the first 2 goals of the game. Lambert, Revolt also on the board for the yellow and black. Meanwhile, for Geelong, all single goal scorers. Hawkins, Myers, Dangerfield, Guthrie, Duncan and Menegola. 2 points is the Richmond lead, 7-4-46 to 6-8-44 at the final break.
And that's after it was the Cats by a point at quarter time and by 15 points at half time. Richmond kicking 4 goals to Geelong's 1-3. The premiership quarter, as they call it. Well, I don't think the premiership's decided yet. What a final term we have coming up. It is Richmond, the reigning premier, looking to make it 3 flags in 4 years. Defending their title as grimly as they can with a 2-point lead over the Cats, who are looking for their first flag since 2011. What a night it's been so far. It was always going to live long in the memory for the occasion alone. Well, guess what? The footy's lived up to it, and we've got a quarter to go. Brad Sewell and Lauren Arnell will assess it for you in just a moment. Your night at the 2020 AFL Grand Final through the ABC on Grandstand AFL.
ABC Radio, your local source of national and international news, weather and emergency information. We engage with audiences through both analogue and digital radio services. In times of emergency, all the latest news and information can be heard via your local ABC radio station, online at abc.net.au/radio or via the ABC radio app, or head to abc.net.au/news for further news and information. ABC Radio, across Australia.
The 2020 AFL Grand Final.
On ABC Radio and on Grandstand Digital.
Short draws the player. Martin alongside him. Loads up inside forward 50 here. A nice start here for the Tigers. Can they find Revolt? He gets a free kick. He was being held. And a quite final series so far. But Jack Revolt on the approach from 25. Gives Richmond the ideal start in the second half. Shot clock ticks down here for Castagna. He'll have to give everything. Lays into it from 51. It's on its way, and it might just have the carry as well. Precious momentum with the Tigers.
Hawkins gives to Ablett by hand, then to Dalehouse, who runs to 55. Hand pass to Myers, on the run from 40, keeps it low and makes the Tigers pay.
Taylor rips him to ground. Loose football, Buse up the boundary line. Menegola was coming the other way. Bolton is paid the mark. He goes inside the corridor and finds Lambert. Kane Lambert, 2 goals, 1 last week in the prelim. To get it back to a 3-point game. On the approach and straight over the goal umpire's hat.
Shorts kick for Richmond from the wing to half forward. Pitches on attacking 50. Bounces devilishly into the hands of Martin. Outside of the right boot, a roller from Dusty. Puts the Tigers in front.
The 2020 AFL Grand Final.
On ABC Radio and on Grandstand Digital.
The year of expect the unexpected. 2020 and the grand final at night at the Gabba between 2 Victorian clubs. And the reigning champs, Richmond, lead the challengers Geelong by 2 points at 3-quarter time. Couldn't have set it up much better. Dustin Martin, the 2-time Norm Smith medalist, has got a couple of goals. He's the only multiple goal kicker on the ground. It's Richmond's 7-4-46, leading Geelong 6-8-44. Brad Sewell and Lauren Arnell. 3-quarter time of the grand final. There's less than a kick in it. How exciting is it to be a part of an historic night where the football has lived up to the occasion?
It really could go either way at the moment, Loz. You said at half-time you prefer to be in the Geelong camp. Still remain there?
Look, I'm not so sure. I think you've swayed me towards Richmond now, Sully, because it's all about the team that takes their opportunities, isn't it? And Richmond have done that better. I know that last little foray forward, I think it was an Edwards grubbing ball that you'd usually see him kick. Missed that goal with a late opportunity in the third quarter. But overall, Richmond have taken the opportunities that they've had forward. I like that Geelong were able to take the momentum away from Richmond. Richmond had probably the 15-16 minutes of that third quarter where it was their game. And for Geelong to create a scenario where they had repeat inside 50s was one thing to take the momentum away, but Sully, they weren't able to convert on the scoreboard with that. And we'll go back to the Dangerfield conversation. He had 1 disposal in that third quarter, and he's almost, if not the best player on the ground, close enough to Dusty. Dusty had a huge impact on that quarter, and Dangerfield held forward with 1 disposal.
I feel like Richmond used Dusty better than Geelong used Danger. Dusty's very good at starting in the middle and getting forward. Maybe he works harder forward, I'm not sure, but he seems to pick his moments a little bit better. whereas Danger feels like he's either forward or midfield. He maybe doesn't feel the balance of the game or the swings in the game as well as Dusty does. But, I mean, those momentum swings are so important, and you're right, because Richmond took advantage of their momentum swing and kicked truly, notwithstanding the bad miss of Edwards, who should have made more of his opportunity. But the Premiership quarter didn't tell us too much. It got the Tigers back into the game, and that's difficult when playing catch-up football, because they expended so much energy, Richmond, just to get themselves a little, 2 points in front. And so you'd like to think that gave Geelong a bit of room to breathe. They worked themselves back into that game, as you said, in the second half of that third quarter without really doing too much damage on the scoreboard. It just sets us up beautifully for the last quarter, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I loved that Richmond decided to go. You said that they were smarter. They used a bit more width with their inside 50s, but they didn't kick it to Tom Stewart like they had in that whole first half. And Stewart only had the 2 disposals in that third quarter, which I think told a really strong story of how much more efficient Richmond were going forward.
Few stats at three-quarter time. Mitch Duncan leads all comers with 21. 16 kicks and 5 handballs for him. 7 marks and 3 clearances. 4 tackles on his stats line as well. Selwood 18, Stewart 15. Cam Guthrie, a superb grab in that third quarter as well. 13 touches to his name, 11 of which are kicks, and 3 inside 50s for Cam Guthrie. Luke Dalhouse 12. Sam Simpson has 12 as well. Meanwhile for Richmond, Edwards and Short each with 20. Martin with 17. 1 mark, 3 clearances, 3 tackles, 4 inside 50s for Dusty. Trent Cotchin 13 disposals, and Jack Graham has 12 for the Tigers as well.
Players are in position, and the last term is upon us. Richmond lead by 2 points. 30,000 fans in the house at the Gabba. A season like no other is set for a stunning finale in a foreign land for football devotees around Australia, but how the northern reaches of the country have saved the season and now get to host the final dramatic stages of a year like no other. The champs lead the challengers by 2 points, and we've got a quarter to play.
Brett Spritt in the most unbelievable year. Still a plot twist or 2 to go. Nankervis up in the middle, wins it down. Prestia tackled straight away by Dangerfield. Over around the football did Hooley, though. Couldn't get the hand pass. Selwood goes in hard. He's dispossessed. Nankervis gathers. Richmond win the first clearance of the last quarter. Sliding in, marking Lynch. He's 55 from goal at the right-hand side. They start to surge forward in yellow and black. He's a wasteful kick going inside 50, marked by Stanley. Helicopter ball off the boot of Lynch. And the intercept taken by the Big Cats tall. Richmond keep a 2-point lead in the opening 42nd of the last term.
Stanley to right half back. Graham got to the front of Henderson to spoil. Picked up by Baker of Richmond. Rolls it along the ground with a kick. Picked up by Revolt, 50 out. Hand pass to Graham. Hard on the boundary. Snaps it towards the goal mouth. Lambert picks up. Slick hands. Prestia runs to the goal mouth and dribbles through his second. And the Tigers kick the first goal of the final term to lead by 8 points. Richmond 8-4, 52 to Geelong 6-8-44.
I couldn't be more impressed with Nankervis, the way that he stepped into Soldo's role and his follow-up work again through the middle of the ground. He had the inside 50 entry, and the Cats moving away from what they'd done in the first half. The long, exceptionally long Sully kick out of defensive 50, which played into Richmond's hands for the turnover. The whole first half when they controlled the game, Geelong were kicking short out of their back line, controlling the footy. That switch kick to a long option one-on-one, Cats turn it over, and Prestia knows how to find himself forward, knows when to push forward. Quality finish.
Every goal at a premium in this, let's say, relatively low-scoring grand final. But just 8 points the margin. The Tigers lead it. Nankervis v Stanley. Near perfect bounce. The Rucks go to it. Nankervis wins it down. Selwood took Cotchin out of it, and I think the umpires spotted the free kick, which will go Selwood's way. No. Now this is going to go. It's going to go the way of Dangerfield, who was impeded in amongst all of that.
Zane on the boundary.
Gary Ublett's on the bench again, guys. They conceded 3 goals last time he was there. They have to roll the dice, the Cats.
Inside 50, the Cats go. Hawkins spills the chest mark. It's soccer towards the boundary line. We'll throw it back in, 35 around in the right forward pocket at Geelong's attacking end.
How's he look, Zane?
Yeah, he's in a lot of pain, but I know he's playing his 357th on his last game, but Q, you've got to roll the dice, surely.
Richmond by 8. Umpire heaves it back in, and Curvis gets to the front of Hawkins, swings it down here. Edwards through traffic, evades, kicks towards the wing. Revolt held that time by Henderson, gives away the free kick. But Jack Revolt will have a Richmond free kick from just forward of left half back on the Stanley Street wing.
All the 50-50 contests are now going Richmond's way. They've kicked 5 of the last 6 goals, the Tigers.
Revolt kicks, Long to attacking 50, Lynch. First hand, can't mark, roves at ground level, but is tackled and loses the ball. Picked up by Baker, though. He gives it back to Lynch. Off a step from 48, kicks to a vacant goal mouth that slews across the face. Pitches before going out of play in the right forward pocket for Richmond. Tigers 8-4-52, Cats 6-8-44, 3.5 minutes played in the final quarter. It's Richmond leading Geelong by 8 points.
Back in it comes. Out in space, Martin sharks it, lost it now. Blitzards turns through traffic, hurries the ball towards the paint of 50. Hooley on the half volley, slaps it out towards Pickett. Over his shoulder, clever hand pass. Hooley keeps it alive, hacked out of the air by Edwards. Kick goes nowhere though, and now a free kick spotted. It will go the way of the Cats. Shane Edwards giving away the free kick. And Dalehouse, 45 from defensive goal. High ball towards the Vulture Street wing, and 50 as well for the encroaching.
Against Pickett.
Yeah, Pickett ran in a little too close, so this may provide an opportunity for Geelong. Down by 8 points. Dalehouse marched 65 from goal. Gives off the hand pass to Duncan. Plays on quickly. Inside forward 50. The lead from Dangerfield. Can't pull it in. Ricochets to Henderson. Tackled by Bolter. Ball nowhere near it. Umpire says play on. Soccer towards the Stanley Street ring. They will come back for the free kick. It was a very late call.
Holding the ball.
Will indeed be... Oh, holding the ball.
Yep.
So Bolter's tackle rewarded. Obviously he'd tackled Dangerfield and the ball had jarred free well before I saw the hanging on too long. It will be a Richmond ball, 35 out from their defensive goal, and they lead by 8 points. 5 gone, final turn.
Momentum with the yellow and black inside the Gabba. Bolter from the left back pocket, kicks Richmond to the wing. Beyond the contest, Taylor will pick up off the ground for the Cats, but his hand pass turned over. Baker for Richmond. Got it to Martin, slews it back to Rioli. He's tackled. No prior. And a ball up. 60 from the Tigers' goal at left half forward. Rioli picks himself up. Among that group looking to become one of 14 Tigers to be 3-time premiership players. Blitzarves with the tap. Parfitt overruns it at ground level. Blitzarves goes again. Cochin makes the tackle, but Blitzarves farms out a hand pass to Selwood. Rush kick to the middle of the ground. Bounces for Stanley. Hand pass to Myers. Deep injury for Geelong, but backing back. It's Broad taking the mark for Richmond at the top of the goal square. Had his cage rattled early in the game, but calm in the crisis there for the Tigers.
Huge win there for Richmond by Broad. Stanley was left free in the forward line because Bolter's now rolled forward for Richmond.
Broad goes short to Grimes. This is Grimes' second disposal of the game. Long beyond defensive 50. Henderson in the contest against Bolter. Slaps it down into space. McIntosh a hand pass. Picked off here. It's worked wide by Short on the 45. Marked by Lambert. Vulture Street wing. They start to surge forward again. In space. Tom Lynch can mark. 65 from goal. They're still streaming forward here, the Tigers. Tom Lynch holds it just forward of the wing. He wants options all around. Opts to thump it high towards the hot spot. In the pocket they converge. Bolter back with the flight, but a big telling spoil from Stanley up alongside the behind post. Sees it out of bounds for a throw-in.
8 points the lead to Richmond. Brad and Lauren. It seems one-way traffic.
It's been one-way traffic this half, hasn't it? 23 disposals to 11 this quarter for Richmond.
Ball thrown in. Desperate clearance for Stanley of the Cats. Gets them beyond defensive 50. Short spoils. Myers picked up by Pickett. Hand pass out the back. Gathered by Nankervis. Hands it wide to the half forward flank for Short. Another entry coming in for Richmond. From 70 he kicks it to full forward. Menegola thumps it towards the goal line. Gets it through for a rushed point. Kick and a half the difference. 9 points to the lead to the Tigers at 53-44. Zane Bojack on the boundary.
Yeah, Gary Ublett's back out there now, Q. Just wonder how long he can go if he can finish out the match.
And Duncan. It's long beyond defensive 50 here for the Cats. Oh, Grimes in the contest did well. Got the separation against Dangerfield. Cedes some ground here to go back to his skipper, Cotchin. In line with the front edge of the square on the Vulture Street side. Every player on the ground in Richmond's attacking half. Cotchin sets it long towards the teeth of goal. Stanley goes up in defence. Rolls off his knuckles. At the back, Menegola. Thumps it clear off the last line now. Beyond defensive 50 again. Parfitt this time beats short at ground level. Kick goes up in the air. Shea Bolton gets back in space and takes a chest mark for the Tigers. He plays on around Myers. Gets free. 52 out. Off balance but goes all the way home where it's marked in the goal square. Tom Lynch judged the flight well. And he'll take a set shot from 4 out directly in front. A very important kick in this grand final to potentially put the Tigers out by 15.
It's in the book.
Tom Lynch, unbeaten by the way in finals. This is 6th appearance. And a goal here would go a long way to ensuring that stays that way. City End makes no mistake. Tom Lynch joins the goal kickers list, and the Tigers bring it out to a 15-point break. 9:5:59 plays, 6:8:44. 9 played final term. There's still plenty of time left, but the Richmond fans can start to feel it.
Well, there might be plenty of time left, but 9 minutes into this last quarter, boys, Richmond are absolutely controlling this game. 30 disposals to 15. 16 uncontested possessions to 4 for Richmond. That says Richmond are now playing the game on their terms. That was Geelong's game in the first half. Uncontested possession, control the footy. It is all Richmond now, guys, and to have the gall to have just thrown Bolter forward for a few minutes, just try and challenge them out again. It's all Richmond, and I love how aggressive they are in the nature of they know the game's in their hands now and they're going to try and put the Cats away.
7 of the last 8 goals in the game to the reigning champs, Brad Sewell.
They've been dominant, haven't they, in this second half, and again they make the most of their opportunities when they go forward. They're so efficient.
10.5 minutes of playing time remains. Richmond lead by 15 points. Centre bounce. Nankervis taps down to Martin. Clearance for the Tigers. Dusty on his right kicks the Tigers to attacking 50. Lynch hits the pack. Taylor makes the spoil. Roved though by Castagna of the Tigers. Hands it to Pickett near the boundary. Kick inside 50. Cotchin goes down. High contact free kick. Trent Cotchin. He's going to go back and have a set shot. And as much as we can take nothing for granted in this craziest of years. Tigers fans here at the Gabba sense it. Tigers fans, I can hear you around the world sensing it. If the skipper delivers here, it's as good as 3 flags in 4 years. For a 21-point lead from 50 metres out, it goes right to left, doesn't have the journey. Punch through for a point. 16 points the lead for Richmond at 9:6:60 to 6:8:44.
Opportunity from the kick out here for the Cats. Stewart assesses the options, looks right, comes back to the left. In fact, he'll go long up the corridor. His kick towards the centre square. In it goes. Oh, it's marked by Short. No, he's going to away the free kick here. It's going to come back to Asprey, in fact. He was impeded. So Richmond free kick from right on halfway. Short gets into space. Through the corridor again. Honours the lead of Lynch on the half volley. Didn't quite get to him. Picked up by Duncan in defence. Can he keep the ball moving? No. Cotchin slides in as well for the Tigers. We're 45 out from Richmond's goal and we'll ball it up. They lead by 16 points, the Tigers. 9-6 plays 6-8. 12 gone final term in the grand final of 2020.
Just waiting for the official crowd figure here at the Gabba. Maxed out at around 30,000. Oh, Blitzarves taps down to Martin. Can't get away from the contest, Dusty. Kolajasny there to hassle him. And the umpire says no prior and a ball up. It's been an amazing response from the Tigers, who trailed by 22 points late in the second quarter. 7 of the last 8 goals of the game. Clearance here for Geelong, though. O'Connor from defence kicks to the middle of the ground. Myers hands it to Ablett. Buffett's away from Bolter. Ablett with the inside 50 to Rowan. Dives, spills the mark on hitting the slippery turf. The ball popped out. Kept in attacking 50 though. 2 he picks up. Hands it back to Rowan. Hand pass infield, ran out of teammates. Sliding in Edwards for the Tigers and they come away from half back. Gives the hand pass to Short. Battles it to the wing but straight to Taylor of Geelong.
So the Cats will rebound the footy here. Henry holds it up for a moment on the Stanley Street wing. Again, has a look. Thumps it towards the flank. Players converge. Bolter goes up. He's unmarked. And he takes that ball at left, half back, the intercept. They're looking more and more confident, the Tigers, with each passing minute. Bolter gives it a roost up along the outer side. 2-on-1. The spoil from in behind here. It ricochets down towards Dustin Martin. Tries to tackle 55 from goal. Tumbles it towards the goal square. And it's through. Moments of sheer awe in which the pace and intensity of a grand final slows to what feels like an infinite second. Dustin Martin has 3, and the Tigers may well have 3. That's premierships in 4 years. Their lead is 22, 10-6, 66 to 6-8, 44, 13 and a half played final term, Grandstand AFL.
What a display it's been for the Tigers. They were outplayed, particularly in the first quarter. 15 minutes in the third quarter, they started to grind away and win some of those 50-50 contests. They started minimising the influence of Stewart, particularly down back for Geelong. And since then, it has been all one-way traffic.
Number 4's got the third most possessions for his team and 3 goals. He's already won BOG in this game twice. What a phenomenon he is, Dustin Martin. Centre bounce, Tigers by 22 points. Cup within reach. Tigers, though, have to play tackler here as Buse gets the clearance. Hand pass to Selwood. Kicks it high to attacking 50. Menegola with amazing courage. Takes a brilliant mark. Going back with the flight and has knocked out his teammate in the process.
I think it might be Sam Simpson.
I think you're right. He is flat on his back, and indeed it is Simpson whose head hit the Gabba turf in an almighty thump as Menegola came back with the flight. And for the second time in the game, things are going to be held up for a player unconscious.
And not for the first time tonight.
The stretcher is coming out for young Sam Simpson, whose dad Sean played in the losing 92 grand final where Geelong was beaten by West Coast. And we hope that the young man is okay. Nick Vlosten was knocked out in the opening quarter and hasn't been able to return to the field of play. And look, among the primary concern for the young man, can this have an impact on the game of football? We've got 7.5 minutes of playing time. Sam Menegola will have a shot from 50. If he kicks it, it's a 16-point margin.
I think with 22, so it's 4 goals the Cats would have to kick without Richmond kicking a goal. And I think given the way that we've seen this second half unfold, we've seen in the third quarter Richmond were able to get on top, then Geelong were able to stem that momentum but not do a lot with their inside 50s. And Sully, I'm expecting you'll agree that needing 4 goals without Richmond kicking 1 is highly unlikely given the way we've seen this game unfold.
And particularly as Geelong have kicked one goal in the second half.
Unbelievable, isn't it?
Sam Simpson in just his 15th game of AFL footy, coming in to the final series after missing the first week. He's been really good.
He has.
For the Cats. But unfortunately, he is prone at the moment on the attacking 50 at the school end of the Gabba and being attended to by essentially the full gamut of Geelong's bench. And yet again, we get the nervous hum around the Gabba for a fallen player. Tigers fans are being pictured on the big screen celebrating. Now pans to a group Geelong supporters who look a little pensive. 7 minutes and 29 seconds left of playing time. And let's hope Sam Simpson is okay. I can't even see the young man at the moment because he is surrounded by 7 and 8 people here. He's being strapped into the stretcher.
Disappointingly for the Cats, it's just sapped a bit of that momentum and energy of Meningola going back with the flight and taking that courageous mark. He's got the journey in his leg here to go back. He's reasonably reliable in front of goal, and so had he have gone back straight away and kicked truly, this has just sort of sapped some of the momentum.
He's now being lifted onto the Medicab, Sam Simpson. And due respect will be shown this young man as he is taken from a field of battle, a wounded soldier of the night's work. It was always going to be remembered as the first night grand final, as a grand final away from Melbourne, but boy, haven't we had some moments of the game outside of the extraneous circumstances. If this was an afternoon game at the MCG, they'd be talking about it for a long time. Let's hope that Simpson's okay.
Sully, I'll ask you about Jaden Short, his game so far. I mean, he's been one of Richmond's most effective ball users, hasn't he? 24 touches, 17 kicks and 7 hand passes. Today will be about Dustin Martin again, but he's been a very important player today for them.
734 metres gained. Appears that's the most of any player on the ground, and he's sort of one of those unsung heroes for Richmond in that just continually his consistent output sets the Tigers up.
So now the crowd will recognise young Simpson, neck brace on, strapped onto the stretcher, just trying to see any signs of consciousness from the young man. He's going to be driven to the Vulture Street wing and straight into the Geelong rooms. Let's hope he's okay. Yep, now he's seeing his hands move, so that's good news for him. And the fans at the Gabba stand as Simpson is driven from the ground and now back to Sam Meningola, whose courageous act in itself has given him a chance to add some late drama here. He's going to have to clear 55 metres with a set shot from straight in front to try and narrow the deficit to 16 points with about 7.5 minutes of playing time left. And still he contemplates as they have to take Simpson off the Medicab, get him down the race and then take the Medicab from the ground. He's actually not too far away from that little patch of MCG turf that's been implanted on the Gabba surface on this night, just to give another indication of how different this flag decider of 2020 is. Make sure you stay with us in the post-game. We've got, of course, the presentations to come. Your text messages are very welcome on 0437 774 774. And an extended post-game for a lot of you with Corbin and Ben to take your calls once we get through all things here at the Gabba. NRL Grand Final tomorrow night. The Melbourne Storm up against the Penrith Panthers around the country. Join Andrew Moore and the team for, in what has been a strange old season, we get a familiar scenario of the AFL Grand Final on Saturday and the NRL Grand Final on the Sunday. And Simpson is now being helped down the race. Storm or Panthers tomorrow, Surly?
Storm.
Lauren?
Yeah, hearts with the Storm.
Okay.
100%.
What do you reckon, Spriggy?
Love to see Penrith get up, but I think Melbourne.
Well, doesn't look like Gary Ablett Jr. is going to get his fairy tale farewell. Perhaps Cam Smith, who was not going to tell us until well after the grand final if he's retired or not. That's a part of the storyline to be played out on Grandstand tomorrow with the start of the WBBL competition as well. A year of sport that never stops. Let's do the reset. 22 minutes elapsed, final quarter. 7.5 minutes of playing time remaining. Richmond 10-6-66. Geelong 6-8-44. And the umpires still haven't given the Sharon to Sam Menegola, who's taken a mark to put some further word pictures to it. A bit like the one that Nick Revolt took at the SCG all those years ago, going back with the fly. Not quite as spectacular as the tumble to the deck on that occasion. But now it's a huge kick in the context of the game. Menegola's been given the footy. The man on the mark is 50 out. Richmond lead by 22 points. And Menegola has kicked a goal tonight. He's going to give it everything he's got from 55 out. Good purchase on the kick. He has kicked a goal. And we've still got a contest. After all of that time, what a moment for the Geelong Cats and Sam Menegola. 16 points to lead to the Tigers at 10-6, 66 to 7-8, 50. Wow, Menegola's got two.
Maybe the Richmond's momentum lost.
Look, anything can happen. And I'll just say, on Sam Menegola, to have to wait that extended period of time, knowing that you had to kick a much-needed goal in a grand final, hats off. That was an epic finish from Sam Menegola.
So there's one. They need three more, ideally unanswered. The Cats, if they are to recover the lead, and with it, the premiership of 2020. 24 gone, final term.
Get the next one, it'll sound like something here, Spriggy.
Unbelievable finish. What happens next? Nankervis and Stanley. Up they go. Nankervis snatched it out of the ruck. Stanley tackles. The umpire should ping him. No. Ball up again.
Dangerfield and Cochin against each other at this centre bit at the stoppage. Sorry, guys.
Stanley swats it out. Edwards hacks it out of the air by foot. It goes towards half forward. Lynch in the contest against Taylor. Has a path cleared for him. Menegola dummies a hand pass. Takes the contact himself. Ripped to the turf. Right on the 50. Graham gets to it here for the Tigers. And now Castagna's socket into Harry Taylor's the back of his foot. So it's out of bounds on the full. Off a cat. It will be a Richmond ball at right half forward, 70 metres out.
Jason Castagna with ball in hand for the Tigers. Kick and a half from goal at right half forward. Centres it to the top of the goal square. Stanley with the fist for the Cats. Stumps it out of play. Throw in. Left back pocket for Geelong. Right forward pocket for Richmond. A 13th premiership is within reach of the Tigers. They've got 6.5 minutes to survive and they lead by 16 points.
Umpire tosses it back in. Geelong's defence under pressure. Lynch wins it down here. Castagna's hand pass picked off by Henry. Kick smothered. Graham here for the Tigers. Fires on goal from 35. It's away to the right-hand side. Out of bounds on the full. No change to our score, which shows the Tigers leading by 16 points. 25.5 played. Final turn.
Stewart runs beyond the boundary in the pocket and kicks Geelong back into play. Long to a packet left half back. Big fly Stanley at the back. Shorts ball for Richmond. Swivels and puts a right boot to it. Back to attacking 50 and Revolt takes the mark 45 metres out.
Again, Short involved in that passage of play.
Well, he won't be able to sing with the Killers tonight because we don't have any of those festivities in the COVID hit 2020. But he could do his own piece of killing here to kill off the contest and to deliver a third flag for the Tigers in 4 years. Slight angle right. Revolt will kick from 50 to ice it for Richmond in Brisbane. It's on its way. It's left. It's a behind. 17 points to lead. 5.5 minutes of playing time remain.
Time running out for the Cats. Stewart uses the pipe, goes long towards the middle of the ground. Nankervis a running start. Dangerfield up in the aerial contest as well. At the drop, Buse tackled by Baker. Too high, so it's a Geelong free kick. Buse behind the centre circles, loads up, inside forward 50, needs to find Rowan. Aspie was holding him at the drop. Dalhouse gets a hand pass out. Duncan sweeps it forward now for Myers. Pickett goes with him. 2 ears unmarked at the 50. Gathers, chips it deep into the pocket. Ablett at the back. He was beaten to it by Cochin. Cochin marks in the left back pocket. A valuable intercept mark for the Richmond skipper. They lead by 17.
Short kick. Prestia under pressure. Tackled by Guthrie. Umpire says play on. Baker picks up. He's jumped upon. Hooley's there. And the umpire says, ball it up. Selwood fighting ferociously with every sinew to keep that ball locked in Geelong's attacking 50. Ball up here, 45 from the Cats' goal. Tigers leading it by 17 points. Stanley with the tap down, but only to Broad of Richmond. Hand pass to Hooley. He just thumps it desperately towards defensive 50. Turned over. Ablett wins it for Geelong. Hands it to Stanley. Under pressure, an up and under kick. Doesn't gain much ground. Off knuckles towards the pocket and escorted out of play by Hooley. Boundary throw in. Tick, tick, tick. 4 minutes and 20 seconds left. Richmond by 17 points.
Sorry, Q. Hawkins in the ruck here.
Toss back in. Hawkins and Nankervis has been so effective, hasn't he, the Tomahawk in this situation. Kochino off the deck to pick it. Richmond will clear the danger area. Colin Jasny takes a chest mark, though. So he chops it off at right half forward for the Cats. Needs to propel them forward. Can't waste any more time. Loads up now. Needs a jumper deep in the pocket. Rowan sliding through. Ablett as well. Watches it go out of bounds along with Hooley. Will throw it back in. 25 around from that right behind post. Deep at Geelong's attacking end. The school end. They trail by 17 points, the Cats. 28.5 played, final turn.
Ball thrown in. Hawkins, almost clean possession, kicked off the ground by Selwood, only into the congestion. Richmond will come clear from defence. It ends up with Edwards at defensive 50. Kick towards the middle of the ground is beyond Lynch. Stewart taps it to his advantage, will win the ball for the Cats at centre half back. Hand pass to Henry. He chips it across the half back line to Tui. Takes the mark uncontested, kicks to the wing. He's got a man in space. Myers marks, turns, kicks it around the boundary line to Ablett. And one of the last pieces of football we'll see from this master. He marks on the outer wing for Geelong. Pumps his beloved Cats to attacking 50. Grimes fists the pack. Roving is Hooley. Hand pass to Bolton. Tigers out of trouble as they rumble it from left half back.
Baker kicks towards the Stanley Street wing. Up in the contest, Lynch. Can't pull in the grab. Slaps it out into space, though. They're on the overlap here. The Tigers. Hand pass comes to Rioli. Again, he couldn't take it. Geelong with numbers around the football. Taylor's hand pass got off by Bolton. 52 out. Tumbles it towards goal, and it's offline to the left-hand side. If nothing else, it will be a forward 50 stoppage. Deep in attack for the Tigers, who lead by 17 points. 10-7 plays 7-8. Almost hit the half-hour mark of this final turn.
Time surely gone now for Geelong, as unlikely as it seemed. 3 minutes left. 17 points to lead to Richmond. Throw in deep in attack. Blitz ups, taps down. Lynch Road snaps. Kicks a point. The old valuable point, Spriggy.
Yep. A neat 3 goals, the margin.
Bit of a stretch. 68 plays 50.
I think Tom Stewart consents it's gone as well. Attempts to spiral up the corridor. In the centre square, Cochin waiting for it. Buse floats across now. Lambert spun around the tackle. Hand pass goes straight to Dangerfield. Off the half-back line here. Danger goes towards the outer wing. Baker tries to trump it on the half volley. Has support with McIntosh. The two West Aussies combine. Before they go inside forward, 50 and revolts. Beats Stewart to the ball despite the little sidearm spoil of Tom Stewart. Revolt clutches the ball to his chest. And he is 45 metres out on a 45-degree angle. They can enjoy themselves now. They've been here before, Richmond. Jack Revolt knows it's party time. Already 1 goal for him tonight. He'll have to cross the boundary line to kick from 45 out on the right-hand side. Brings it back absolutely superbly to put the exclamation point on more Richmond dominance. They won't be partying in Swan Street, but they'll be roaring right across Australia and beyond. 3 flags in 4 years for Damien Hardwick's men. Jack Revolt's kick 2, and the margin is out to 24.
Well, we've talked all game about knowing that Richmond won't go away. Geelong again had that first half, but the way that Richmond have just come out in this second half, controlled the third quarter and put the stamp on it in this last quarter. What an awesome finish from Jack Revolt, and what a team to carry out this game plan and to have this result, especially with Nick Flostone going down so early in the game. Such an impressive team Richmond is.
Crowd officially posted at 29,767. They were 22 points down late in the second quarter, the Tigers. And they're 4 goals to the good with time counting down. Another centre clearance for Richmond. Rioli takes the mark, 60 from goal. And he is going to slow it up. Chips it to the left half forward flank. McIntosh takes the mark. What a feeling for him, having missed out last year, having been a part of it in 2017. He kicks it as long as he can, Camden McIntosh, towards full forward. Through the fingers of Stanley for Geelong, can't take the mark. Martin pinches his pocket, snaps from the boundary. Oh, no way. Of course, Dustin Martin. Exclamation point is an understatement. He has freaked it out of his right boot on the boundary at the end of the game. His 4th, a 5-goal lead. You reckon that other number 4's good? Help me. Words are escaping me surely.
We're just waiting to see the replay, aren't we? It looked as though he's literally had 2 Geelong defenders hanging off him. Stanley dropped what he should have taken deep in defence. Dustin Martin picked his pocket. He slung Dangerfield off no less. And with his weight almost pushing him back towards the boundary line, he's just propped himself up just enough. Stanley's tried to claim he's touched it, but all too much. Dimmer Hardwick's gone up in the box. Phenomenal.
Just as we farewell one of the game's era definers in Gary Ablett, we are seeing an absolute magician at the peak of his powers. From the restart, Richmond share it by a hand. Edwards to Cochin to Graham, surging forward to get inside 50, and Revolt leads up from full forward. 45 out, slightly right of centre. This will be the tightest of their grand final wins in this era, but it has been second half dominance for Richmond against the Cats. Jubilation on the benches as Jack Revolt takes his time lining up this set shot. 2 goals for Jack tonight. On the approach to the city end of the Gabba. Connects from 52. Rides it all the way home, but it's offline to the right-hand side.
12-9-81 leads 7-8-50 with only seconds remaining in the grand final. In a year where nothing has been normal, one thing stays the same. The Tigers are still the best team in the land. 3 flags in 4 years for Richmond. An historic achievement on an historic night. The winning margin for Richmond in the 2020 Premiership decider at the Gabba. Tigers 12-9-81, Cats 7-8-50. A 13th flag for the yellow and black after Geelong led by a point at quarter time, by 15 points at half time. Richmond led by 2 points at three-quarter time, but win it in the end. 12-9-81 to 7-8-50. 3 in 4 years for Dimmer's boys.
Tigerland, a fighting fury we're from Tigerland. In any weather you will see us with the grin, risking hand and shin. If we're behind then never mind, we'll fight and win, for we're from Tigerland. We never weaken till the final siren's gone. Like the tiger of old, we're strong and we're bold, for we're from Tiger. Yeah, the black, we're from
Dustin Martin kicked 4 goals. 2 goals for Dion Prestia, 2 goals for Jack Revolt, single goals to Jason Castagna, Tom Lynch, Kane Lambert and Camden McIntosh. While for the Cats, Sam Menegola kicked 2 goals. Singles to Mitch Duncan, Tom Hawkins, Cam Guthrie, Brian Myers and Patrick Dangerfield. The storylines are many. We'd love to hear from you on 0437 774 774. But the headline in a year like no other is that you can argue all you want. It's hard to put an asterisk on 3 flags in 4 years.
Such an impressive performance by Richmond, and I mean, we saw last year's grand final. That can't be compared to this. This was a fantastic contest. Geelong took it right up to the Tigers. Sully, the Tigers had to play their best footy in this grand final. We saw it. It was a fantastic game of footy, and the cream rose to the top. Dusty Martin with 4 goals. It leaves you a bit speechless, the things that classy players are able to do in key moments of games. What a win by Richmond.
Yeah, and not just today either. I mean, they, after dropping that first final and then grinding through the next 2 games, and particularly last week was a physical, brutal contest as well against Port Adelaide, and they were jumped early tonight against Geelong, and the first quarter and a half it was all Geelong's way. Albeit Geelong maybe missed some opportunities that they should have taken. You just felt like Richmond are going to grind their way back into the game, and they certainly did that from the halfway mark of the second quarter, and slowly but surely with their second half here tonight was just complete and utter dominance, wasn't it?
Unbelievable. I'm really enjoying watching live now, particularly Jack Revolt, just the class that he's had since that final siren win. It's a nice time to get carried away, isn't it, Brad? But I know I've been watching Revolt, and he's gone over to every Geelong player and made a point of doing that before he celebrated with his teammates. It's a huge huddle of massive Richmond people in the centre of the Gabba now, and you do feel for Geelong. As we said, they had control of the game in that first half, but just to watch the dominance of Richmond and the response of Richmond, Q.
And they now officially enter the conversation of the best teams of the modern era. Brisbane 3 in a row, 01, 02, 03. The mighty Hawks, Sully, of which you were a part of that first 3 in a row. You'd got your first one earlier than that, but 13, 14, 15 for the Hawks, and now 17, 19, 20 for Richmond. And 14 of the group out there tonight become 3-time premiership players. Interestingly enough, Brisbane had 16 of their 22 play in all 3, and Hawthorn had 17 of their 22 play in all 3. So 3 in a row for Brisbane and Hawthorn, but 3 and 4 for Richmond. You can have all the arguments you want about what constitutes a dynasty, but it's a bit of a footy phrase that maybe it's overused. It's just a conversation starter to encapsulate a body of work that sets a football club firmly in the echelon of excellence of football history.
Yeah, absolutely. You see Richmond as a football club, all the players, all the support staff enjoying the moment. Spare thought for Geelong. As a conversation, if you like, in terms of dynasty, they have continually given themselves a chance for the last decade, whereby they've been in a number of preliminary finals. As we watch Scotty walk through the Richmond playing group, congratulate their players. Tough few hours for Geelong boys now to try and reconcile what's just happened.
And the story of both of these clubs, so many weeks and months away from their partners and families and everything they know, and to get past Brisbane and Port Adelaide, who had the relative luxury of sleeping in their own beds, having been beaten by them accordingly in the first week of the finals, and then having to go through them on the opposite sides of the draw just to get here. a mighty achievement from both Richmond and Geelong. And what is it about great teams, Brad and Lauren? I mean, there's a tattooed bloke in number 4 that's got something to do with it, isn't there? He is a freak.
I listened to a podcast, Dylan Buckley's podcast this week with Brandon Ellis, and they were talking about what Dusty Martin does outside of footy. And Ellis was talking about the time that he puts into his footy. May not have put as much in early in his career, but certainly since the beginning of his career has put in huge amounts of time to his game. But what he really puts time into is the mental side of his game off the field, and he works with people who specialise in gratitude, people who specialise in confidence and sports psychology. And you can see it, Brad, the way that Dusty carries himself on the field. You can see that he's a confident player. He backs himself in every situation. Even the shot that we saw in Butcher from the boundary line, the ball was still wet. He's taking a check side from 40 metres on the boundary line, and that's a player who will never doubt his confidence and his ability to play the game. And when you've got the natural ability that he has, the work rate that he puts into his footy, and then to look after the mental side of his game and put that much time into it, you've got a peak performer.
There is full disclosure of the Norm Smith medal voting. Are you allowed to reveal your votes before the announcement, Lauren?
I wouldn't have thought so, Q. I wouldn't have thought so.
Brad Sewell, who do you reckon Lauren gave 3 votes to in the Norm Smith medal?
that number 4 we keep talking about. You'd be surprised if that wasn't top of the list.
And would become the first 3-time Norm Smith medalist if that is the case. So we've got that to come. Of course, the premiership celebrations and commiserations. 0437 774 774. Give us a thought on a crazy night at the footy, which had 2 stretches, a champion winged and another champion just repeat his grand final heroics. All of these new things, we're used to the stage sort of being set up on the wing at the MCG. Well, here it's across the half-forward line at the Gabba, at the school end on attacking 50. And the Cats are respectfully forming a group of exhausted and heartbroken footballers at the edge of the centre square on the northern wing, and still the high fives and celebration for Richmond on the other side of the square.
We'll have time, Q, to ponder this as we go, but whether it's a dynasty or where you place them against other great teams or whatever, Brendan Gale 10 years ago laid out a 10-year blueprint in 2010, 3 flags by 2020. He was laughed at, and they've done it. And that's just a testament to he and Peggy O'Neill, and that club from the top down, for what they've achieved is just absolutely extraordinary.
Now, we've gone a bit over time because of a couple of stretches, but we'll be sticking around. 0437 774 774. Kylie says, great call, guys. I feel for Geelong, but Richmond could quite easily equal Collingwood's 4 flags between 1929 and 1932. Well, they were all in a row, so, well, 3 and 4, that's not bad, is it? And to think there were only 3 changes from last year. In itself, Brad and Lauren, obviously a cornerstone of the success, but an achievement in itself. Because of the way, and we saw it through the season, everything looks clearer in hindsight, but the mastery of the Tigers to rest and rotate their senior core through a year which was going to put demands on footy players like no other season, and there was no real planning to it because things kept changing.
No, that's right. That stability within the Richmond side became really important. They timed their run again to perfection. And Q, as you said, they'd rested, not necessarily rested, but a number of key players throughout the middle part of the season that went back home and then came back via isolation and back into the hubs, become critical players within this team that had ultimately freshened up and again just timed their run so well.
So now the umpires will be recognised on stage for their contribution to the season. Themselves need to be given a huge credit for the amount of time that they've been in isolation as well and in hub life. If you have just joined us, Richmond, having been 22 points down late in the second quarter, they've won by 31 points, and now the Geelong vanquished skipper Joel Selwood steps up and will address the masses after the Cats' 31-point defeat.
Firstly, to Damien and Trent, you guys just too good against the Richmond Football Club. We'll stay in envy of what these guys are doing right now, and we've just got to chase them. To our members and supporters, we can't thank you enough for the support. It's a really tough year what 2020's been, but we've felt your support everywhere up here in Queensland. To Ford and our sponsors, to AFL Queensland for the special job that they've done. And I just want to quickly speak about our group. I just want to thank them for their efforts. They've been outstanding. We had 161 at one stage in the hub, and we've loved the journey. We just couldn't quite get there. And just quickly, there's a little bald bloke over there. We just want to say we love you and we thank you what you've done for the game.
A shot of him on the big screen raising the one good arm that he has, his right, after his left was crunched in the first quarter.
Folks, please join me in welcoming Byron Pickett to present the Norm Smith Medal for the player best, judged best of ground in the 2020 Toyota AFL Grand Final.
Best of ground for Port Adelaide in 2004.
And the winner of the Norm Smith Medal with 4 goals, 21 disposals, Dustin Martin.
For the first time in history, on an historic night, Dustin Martin is a 3-time Norm Smith medalist. No one's ever done it before. No one's ever played like Dusty on the big stage. What a marvel.
First of all, I'd just like to thank Geelong for an awesome game. You're an awesome club, and well done to Gaz on an unbelievable career. To the AFL, Toyota, the government, and last but not least, the Richmond Footy Club. Let's go!
Here's football does the talking. 3 Norm Smith medals. Extraordinary.
It is every footballer's dream as a kid to be on the stage grand final day or grand final night. So it's with great pleasure that we welcome the 22 representatives of the NAB AFL Auskick Note program, who will present the medallions to each player of the winning team. First up, number 1, Nick Fullaston.
Unfortunately, didn't see much of today's game, but he's just been a critical member of this football club for the last decade.
He's taken his civvies polo off, Sully, to put his yellow
number 2, Dylan Grimes.
Dylan Grimes, 4 disposals tonight, 3 kicks, 1 handball, 2 marks, and also a 3-time premiership player.
Kneels down to receive his medal.
Number 3, Dion Prestia.
One of the Fab 14. Who was a 3-time premiership player as well. 2 goals for Dion Prestia tonight. Number 4's about to go up there again. Lauren, did you give him the 3?
Yes, I did. It's hard to ignore.
Number 4, Dustin Martin.
Dusty, obviously 4 goals in a grand final will place you anywhere near 3 votes, but to have the 21 disposals, 9 score involvements, and just crucial key moments of the game that he impacted. Such an impressive player.
A lad from Lake Grace, Liam Baker, 14 disposals, 10 and 4 his count, 3 marks, 3 tackles.
Number 8, Jack Riewoldt.
With daughter in hand, celebrates his 32nd birthday next Saturday. Jack Riewoldt played every game this year, one of just 3 Tigers to do so. And he takes his 3rd premiership medallion different celebrations to 2017, such as the nature of 2020. But the Tassie lad come good in yellow and black.
Number 10, Shane Edwards.
I think Edwards again just so creative around the middle aspect of the game. 27 disposals, 15 kicks, 12 handballs.
Turns 32 tomorrow. Had a daughter this year, Maya.
Number 11, Jason Castagna.
To match his number 11, 11 disposals in the grand final today, 1 goal, 1, and just played his role nicely for his team today at half forward.
And among those that didn't play the majority of the season but has been so vital
Number
since
12,
coming back.
David Asprey.
David Asprey, another 3-time premiership Tiger. Just his 9th game of the year, but it's just a part of what Richmond has done so well in this strangest
Number
of
14,
seasons.
Basher Hooley.
And what about the bearded Basher? I don't need to go back to the Bombers. I'll stay at the Tigers. Thanks very much. Why not? What a statesman, what a player.
Also was late to hub life because of the birth of son Muhammad,
who he's holding in his left hand.
Number 15, Jaden Short.
25 touches for Jaden Short, 18 kicks, 7 hand passes, 3 marks, 6 tackles, 7 inside 50s. What a player he's been for them.
Number 17, Daniel Rioli.
That name again on grand final day. Quietish day by his standards, just the 6 disposals, but Dan Rioli, he's among the Fab 14 to become a 3-time premiership player. Sounds all right, doesn't it? We might coin that for that Richmond group.
Rolls off nicely,
Number 19, Tom Lynch.
2 years, 2 flags.
Can't ask much more than that, can you? He had 8 disposals tonight, 7 kicks, 1 handball, and kicked 1-1.
Number 21, Noah Bolter.
Well, Bolter, a star in the making, really, and the ultimate swingman. I said he went forward. He was actually playing in the ruck in the last quarter and rolled forward as a ruckman, and won some crucial tap-outs as well. Athlete, real future there, Noah Bolter.
Kane Lambert.
The only first-timer turned 21 during the week, the number 21, and he's the only one that doesn't know what this feels like until now. It's Kane Lambert. 13 touches for his night.
Number 25, Toby Nankervis.
He's been massive, hasn't he? Nankervis for the Tigers. 25 hit-outs tonight. 6 tackles as well. 8 disposals, 4 clearances. He's off contract. I'd love to have Toby Nankervis signed up again.
Number 29, Shea Bolton.
Played a lot of midfield time in the middle of the season when a lot of the senior players were out of the team. How'd you see his development, Brad? We've seen a lot of him this year.
He's just been exciting, hasn't he? And a really important middle part of the season for his confidence and development to get that key aspect in the midfield.
The lad from Pinjarra, Camden McIntosh, was dropped for last year's final series, was a premiership player in 2017, now a 2-time winner.
And back-to-back we'll have the players who played in 2017 but missed last year, and Jack Graham injured his shoulder in the preliminary final last year. Injury prevented him from being a part of the rout against the Giants, but he's back in the yellow and black, and another premiership medallion for Jack Graham.
Number 35, Nathan Broad.
We didn't know whether we'd get to see him on 2 sturdy legs at this point of the game. He got a heavy knock, Nathan Broad. And this next guy, Spriggy, last year's triumph with so much written about the number 50. Another great stat from Marlon Pickett
number
tonight.
50, Marlon Pickett.
A dual premiership player inside his first 20 games, Q. Only Ernie Taylor for the Tigers back in 19, 20 and 21. He won 2 flags inside his first 17 games. Keith Stackpole in the 30s with Collingwood inside 18 matches. Just incredible. He's got his kids with him. Marlon Pickett, one of the great stories. Debuted last year on grand final day and he gets his second premiership medallion.
And the modern greats, Michael Voss, Luke Hodge,
And ladies and gentlemen, the
three-time
captain of
premiership
Richmond,
captains,
number 9, Trent Cotchin.
are now joined by this man. Trent Cotchin, the most capped Tigers skipper and a three-time premiership captain. Hub life and the times of the Cotchin family at times were controversial. He's got one of his kids in his hand, the other walking up to the stage.
Please welcome up on stage Malcolm Blight to present the Jock McHale Medal for the coach, the winning coach of the 2020 AFL Toyota Premiership from Richmond, Damien Hardwick.
A man who almost lost his job in 2016. Talk about sticking fat. 2 premierships as a player and now 3 as a coach for Damien Hardwick.
Me first?
From Essendon to Port Adelaide to the Tigers' revered mentor.
First and foremost,
Here's Trent
I
Cotchin.
grew up a Geelong supporter. What a dream come true to play you guys in a grand final. I've been envious of you since, arriving at Richmond a long time ago. It's a credit to the way you continue to show up, perform every year. So thank you and well done on the year. Thank you to the AFL and the Queensland government and their partners. It's been incredible, 110 days or so being up here. Didn't expect it to be this way, but everyone's treated it like an adventure and it's been a lot of fun. There's been some challenges, but nevertheless very grateful to be a part of it. To our Richmond fans here, back home, and all across Australia, it never seems to amaze me just how proud and loud you are. Wherever we are, you show up in massive numbers, you give your all, and we're so grateful for your support. To our major sponsors, Jeep, Nib, NIB, Swinburne, Puma, Host Plus, thank you for your ongoing support. It's incredible. Footy clubs wouldn't exist without your support and help all the way through the year. The Elite Accommodation and all their staff, thank you so much for all your help, your love and support, your amazing meals. It's been an incredible journey and a big part of this year's story, and we're very thankful. To our families of both players, staff, here tonight, but also back home, we know how much you've sacrificed. It's been one hell of a journey. I hope that you can sit there in front of your TV with a massive smile. And the people that are here are incredible. Finally, the Richmond organisation, all of our staff here at home, and all of my teammates and coaches, we did it. What an exciting.
Thank you. To Brian and Chris, your side is simply amazing. We admire you guys enormously, what you've been able to do over the course of the journey. You're an incredible competitor. That grand final today was something I think the whole AFL was looking forward to, and I think we got a hell of a game. So well done. You're a terrific organisation. We'll see you again next year. You're an incredible side. To the Queensland Government and the State of Queensland, we thank you so much for allowing us to play. It's the one thing we wanted to do, and you allowed us to do that, so we thank you incredibly much. To my wonderful family who are home, it's a little bit emotional with this. You've given me incredible support. You're not here, unfortunately. The circumstances we're in make it incredibly difficult. So all the people that we did leave behind in Melbourne, together with all the Tiger faithful here, we applaud you. But we always also remember those people in Melbourne that have done it tough. So thank you guys for supporting us from afar. Thank our sponsors, Jeep, Nib, Puma, Host Plus, the Swinburne Centre. Without you guys, it would be nothing. We thank you once again. And then finally, this team. You know, we started at the bottom of the mountain with everyone else, but to be the very last side on the top is an incredible journey. We've had an enormous amount of fun. We've had some incredible challenges, and one thing I will say, when push comes to shove, boys, you guys raise the bar. You're an incredible side, an incredible organisation. So to Brendan and Peggy, I applaud you guys as well. I can't wait to see your statue smacker on the outside of Punt Road. And finally, to the Tiger Army, both here and far, we thank you very much. Without you guys, we don't exist. We play for you.
Three-time premiership coach Damien Hardwick of Richmond. After the Tigers' 31-point triumph in the 2020 decider.
I have the pleasure of inviting Ash Barty to the stage to present the Premiership Cup to Captain Trent Cotchin and the coach, Damien Hardwick.
In a year where difference become normal, some more different. A superstar tennis player from Ipswich, the world #1, and a lifelong Tigers supporter presents the trophy to Trent Cotchin and Damien Hardwick. And the cup is raised aloft at the Gabba by the Tigers in 2020. The yellow and black streamers burst from the cannons, and another rendition of the Tigers song. What a footy team, what a footy club. Brad Sewell and Lauren Arnell smiling on, soaking up the scenes of jubilation, and well, we'll pause on that for a moment because our broadcast position is right in front of the Geelong race. And we're now seeing the Cats leave the field. I'm just trying to look for Gary Ablett Jr. Where is he? He's gone to the other side of the field, so not all of the Geelong players are leaving. Tom Hawkins, Mitch Duncan, Lee Stanley, Zach Toohey and Gary Ablett Jr.
It's all the family over there.
Yep, and there is a banner which reads, Gazza, you legend. And it's not just about father and son, it's about uncles and cousins and brothers. Jeff, of course, a two-time premiership Hawk. Gary Senior, 4 times tried but couldn't win a grand final. Nathan, what an enigma he was. Came with Gary to the Suns after playing in the 2007 grand final. Didn't have a long career at all. And then the son of Kevin, Luke, cousin to Nathan and Gary. Part of the Swans winning team in 2005 and their beaten team in 2006. And now we're going to see quite a moment here because Gary Ablett is on the far side of the ground. The Richmond players have left their celebrations to form the second half of a guard of honour. And the stage is there for Gary Ablett, and he is with wife and child at the moment on the other side of the ground.
It's a rare sight after a grand final, isn't it, Q? You see this sort of thing happen through the season, but the Tigers to put their celebrations on hold speaks to just the manner in which Gary Ablett is held, the esteem in which he's held by his peers.
Well, it's reminiscent of the end of the other great name, the official greatest player of the century, Lee Matthews, who finished his career on the losing side of a grand final. And those images of him being chaired from the ground in 1984. Or 85, I should say. Long time ago. But now Gary Ablett realises that they're waiting for him. It was always going to be a night of history. First night grand final, first time away from the MCG, and the end of the career of a two-time Brownlow medalist, two-time premiership player, but just a guy that made people love footy with the way he played. Winged in the first quarter. Return to the field to fight it out. Gary Ablett cradles his left arm, raises his right arm. The ball genius has graced an AFL field for the last time. Was there ever more a case in sport of like father, like son? Thanks, Gaz. Can someone else talk, because my throat's about to get really choky?
Unbelievable. A farewell befitting a very good and respected player. 5-time player MVP, 8 times All-Australian, 6 best and fairest across 2 clubs, as you said, Q. 2-time Brownlow medalist. A nice farewell for Gary Ablett Jr. and now Richmond's celebrations to continue. As I said, to think about where they've come from. Every time Damien Hardwick experienced the success, we think back to only 4 years ago. There were fans calling for his head. 3-time premiership coach in that time. What they've put together is just extraordinary. This is a genuine dynasty, Q. There's no doubt about that.
Your thoughts are welcome. 0437 774 774. Grant from Hobart, thanks for your support throughout the year. He reckons Jack Riewoldt's going to retire. I don't know about that. Interesting. Hi, Q. I think Richmond will get better. They were way below their best in the first half, but in the end were too good for Geelong. I think there is daylight between Richmond and the rest. P.S. Loz, the best summariser on radio. I'm so pleased for her that she got to vote in the Norm Smith. Go, Loz. Who are you 2-1? Thanks from Amir.
Too kind. Thank you. I went Dusty, Jaden Short and Mitch Duncan in that order.
So 3 to Dusty, 2 to...
Jaden Short.
Jaden Short, and 1 to...
Mitch Duncan.
Mitch Duncan. We'll probably get advice of the entire rundown before we get off 4. G'day to Greg from Emu Point in Western Australia. Great call, people. Thoroughly enjoyed it, other than the outcome. Well, Dusty can't leave his car at the ground this year. Thank you for your coverage. Good on you, Greg, from Emu Point. The Tigers are now doing a lap of honour, which must feel great, but must feel different. But I don't know, Brad, you've been there. What's it like?
It's a magical period after the game, that's for sure. Naturally very different here, but it's consistent with the entire year. Just watching Geelong boys walk off, and of course Sean Grigg, one of the development coaches for Geelong, a part of this Richmond side for the last couple of years. So he's somewhat conflicted, seeing a number of his old teammates, happy for them of course, but for his new team, a very sombre period now for the next long period.
I'm watching the Richmond players as well get in around the cheer squad that we normally see at the MCG, and yeah, just got to wonder how much different it must feel for the Richmond players to be that close to the general public, having lived such a long hub life this season.
The bubble has burst.
To now be
literally and figuratively
enveloped in Richmond supporters, where traditionally a cheer squad is placed. It must be just such a relief, not just to win this premiership, but to be out of the bubble and to be interacting with the general public like they would normally do.
Just thinking Cavill Ave wouldn't be a bad way to celebrate, would it?
Just coming back to... That was a 53-point turnaround.
Yeah.
So from midway through the second term, 22 points was Geelong's game high lead at that point, 5-5-35 to 2-1-13. From there, a win of 31 points to the Tigers. I mean, I know that the game is a bit shorter. We don't see those kind of turnarounds in 2020 footy. What a remarkable grand final.
Jack Riewoldt got the cup in hand. And they've now moved their way from that group of supporters at the school end of the ground to start what will be a slow and no doubt joyous lap of honour at the Gabba. You've got a thought on the footy, you've got a thought on the way that the night grand final went off. We were lucky with the weather. The rain basically stopped for the game. It was very slippery in the first quarter, but we still got, a pretty good display of skill. 12-9 beats 7-8. By 2020 standards, that's not a low-scoring game at all. And 29,707, of course, the lowest attendance for an AFL Grand Final since war times. I've got the numbers.
1917, I think, Hugh.
There you go.
Collingwood beat Fitzroy at the MCG by 35 points. So it was always going to be, wasn't it?
Yeah.
We knew we were getting into that, and it only speaks to how just different this year has been. But yeah, so 28-5 was that year, 1917. So our lowest Grand Final attendance since before Richmond won their first premiership. And now they've got, 13?
Yep. So you can add 2020 to a list which has got 2019, 2017, and that amazing period between 1981 and 2013. They made preliminary finals in 1995 and 2001, and they were their only finals years. 6 finals in 32 years between 1981 and 2013, but boy, haven't they made up for lost time. And now, quite rightly, they get mentioned in the same conversation as Tommy Hafey and Royce Hart's teams of 73-74, and of course Hafey coach in 67 and 69 as well. So they've done 3 and 4 years, which that group wasn't able to do. And just the third time they've gone back-to-back, having gone back-to-back in 20 and 21, 73 and 74, and now 19 and 20 for premiership, 13 in all. Well, the Cats now, they halve their win-loss record in grand finals. 9 times premiers and 9 times beaten grand finalists. And their triumph over Collingwood in 2011, the last time that they lifted the cup in what, of course, was Chris Scott's first year as coach. Takes a moment or two to digest it all, Brad and Lauren. I'll give you an open slather here for a moment. We are waiting for the players to get around to the interview zone. We're so used to just talking through the football because we don't have to talk about an afternoon on Saturday at the MCG every grand final year, because that's what happens. But this year, we get to talk about playing at night, playing at the Gabba, and the way that this was always going to be so different. So how do you think it's come off?
It's come off sensationally, I think. Loz, we saw a terrific arm wrestle, besides maybe for the last 10 or 15 minutes, I think, of the game, where it appeared both sides were genuinely in the contest. And this, the victors, we see the toils of a decade of work, if you like, to put themselves in this position. Not just this team, the organisation behind the team that Brendan Gale outlined, I think it was a decade ago, in terms of his ambitions for the club.
As the Tigers continue their lap of honour after a 31-point victory, Richmond 12-9-81 to Geelong 7-8-50. Now out underneath the city end, Noah Bolter raising the cup. Well, here he is, the first timer, getting to know how it feels.
So just on, we saw the great farewell for Gary Ablett, and we'll come back to the Tigers shortly, but Harry Taylor, we weren't any clearer on Harry Taylor as a possible retirement. If he does go out tonight, that was a hell of a game to finish on, albeit it wasn't the desired result for him. On that alone, he may even go around again next year.
Yeah, well, he did an exceptional job, especially for the first half against Tom Lynch. Just his ability to put on and time his body work against one of the best forwards in the competition, Spriggy. Harry Taylor played a very good grand final. Perhaps, as Sully said, towards the back end of that last quarter, things blew out a little bit and the game was done. But another exceptional career in Harry Taylor.
And Noah Bolter is certainly making the most of his time with the Premiership Cup. To think of how good Alex Rance was for so long for Richmond, and full forwards across the country thinking, well, finally he's retired and we might get a chance to try and penetrate this Richmond defence. Well, Grimes keeps turning up. Asprey keeps turning up. And the man wearing number 21, who turned 21 this week, Noah Bolter, looks like he is the stereotype of a long-term key defender for Richmond, as David Bowie now gets its chance to belt through the Gabba speakers as the Tigers slowly are making their way to the southern wing. The Geelong side well and truly in the wounds, licking their wounds, but the Tigers continue to celebrate their 13th premiership. Richmond, 31-point victors, and lapping up the spoils of an historic night here at the Gabba. Has he given over the cup to someone else yet? Noah Bolter? Yep.
Did you have that, Sully? Are you one of your any real cup hogs in your first flag, or?
Yeah,
you?
No, certainly wasn't me. I mean, fancy losing somebody like Alex Rance and having
100%
a replacement like Bolter just step in.
But even in the context of this game internally, to lose Nick Vlosten in the first 4 minutes, we didn't see Dylan Grimes for much of the first half, really.
Yep.
For them to reshuffle the way they did, it is testament to their depth overall. But this team, like you say, lost Alex Rance, an All-Australian quality fullback, and have just kept that success up tremendously.
It goes some way to talk about the stevenness of this side, doesn't it? And still have somebody as influential as Dustin Martin lead from the front laws.
Yeah, and I think talking about leadership, you look to Trent Cotchin. We've heard quite a lot about the shift that was created in not just Damien Hardwick post-2016, but also in Cotchin, and the leadership that shift at the footy club took. Lots has been said this week, obviously, about Brendan Gale's comments. Briggy, you mentioned those earlier.
Yep.
Peggy O'Neill as president, her leadership, incredible. But Cotchin with the players, and they speak so much about vulnerability, being yourself. It's okay to not be perfect. You don't have to do absolutely everything right. And hearing that, you know, at footy clubs at times, Sully, and you'd know this, people are expected to do everything to a very high level. It's a high-performance environment, and sometimes if you're not winning footy, that can put you under a heap of pressure.
Let's get to Zane Bojack among the throng of celebrations.
Yeah, I'm down here with Liam Baker. Your second grand final win, and I think you're only 22 years of age. It's not a bad effort.
Yeah, it's hard to believe, mate. I come to the right place at the right time. I've said it several times over the past few years, and I'm rapt to be a part of this group, mate. It's unbelievable.
What makes this group so special, Liam?
I think just the way we connected off the field. Like, we're all mates. The hub was tough this year, but it was probably one of the better things that we've done, and it was a tough road, but it was good to get this medallion at the end of it, that's for sure.
How are you guys so resilient? You were 22 points down midway through the second quarter, and yet you end up winning, running away from the match.
We've always been a four-quarter team, and we knew if we just kept grinding, we'd overrun them, but credit to them, they're a great team, and they really took it to us in the second quarter, and good for us that we bounced back.
All right, well, we've got some commentators up in the box, including Brett Sprigg, also Quentin Hull, Lauren Arnell and Brad Sewell. They want to have a chat to you, Liam.
Liam, tell us something we don't know about Dustin Martin.
I don't know. I couldn't. You stumped me there, mate. He's just a champion, isn't he? How about him rolling them through when it's a wet night? It's unbelievable, mate. He's a jet, isn't he?
Liam, you mentioned how good Dusty is, obviously, but what changed at half-time? What was the message for you to be able to come out and be so strong in that second half, particularly after Geelong throwing everything on the table in the first half?
Nothing really changed, really. Just a few structural things, but we generally thought we were playing pretty well, and then they just got a couple of goals which we let ourselves down, so we just kept sticking up with what we do and just kept smacking in, and the scoreboard went our way in the end.
Liam, it's Quentin Hull here. Now the bubbles burst. Who are the first people you want to see?
Out of the hub?
Yeah, now that you can see who you want to catch up with.
To be honest, I got no one really over here at the moment, so when I get back to Perth next Friday, I'll be seeing all my family and all my friends after I do my 2 weeks.
So you've got another couple of weeks before you can see your family and friends.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So I can't wait for it, mate, and I'm sure they can't wait to see me as well.
How would you describe your coach, Damien Hardwick?
Oh, genius. Inspirator. He's the man, and he just loved playing for him. Puts a smile on my face even when we're down at three-quarter time or something. He's great to play for, and we all love him.
All right, Liam, enjoy it. Good luck. It feels unfair. You've got to have more isolation before you see your family and friends in the West. But thanks for joining us on Grandstand AFL.
Oh, thanks, Dad. See you later.
So, do our best. It's a different grand final scenario, trying to get to the players over on the far side of the field. But Zane Bojack among it.
He's from Lake Grace, Liam Baker. Same hometown as Nat Fyfe. So I guess in that respect makes him the second most accomplished individual, at least. But he would feel on top of the world right now, being a premiership player again, Liam Baker, for a second time.
I reckon Nato traded 2 Charlies for Liam's 2 premiership medals.
I reckon you're right.
There's something in the water over there.
So, among the challenges of 2020, we've had Premier Palaszczuk's guards, Brad Sewell's inability to work out daylight saving, Lauren Arnell moving to this part of the world, Brett Sprigg going through isolation, and now we've got the binoculars to the far side of the Gabba trying to work out what's next in the post-game with a throng of photographers, players, black and gold streamers in the middle of the Gabba. If you have just joined us, it finished 12 goals 981 to 7-8-50 for Richmond over Geelong, and Dustin Martin achieving what no other has in the history of the Norm Smith medal by winning that acclaimed medallion for a 3rd time. So all of the celebration just at the top of the Richmond race, which is down on that southern side of the field. And there's still quite a few Richmond supporters that have hung around. 29,707 is the official attendance here for this 2020 grand final. And the night experience, which had, of course, Shepherd at half-time, which was fantastic. Entertainment was always going to be a talking point. And if you've got a thought or two, send through an SMS 0437 774 774. Thank you to James from Kew, who's a Hawks fan. He says, good call, team. I'm not a fan of either side, but pleased that Richmond won. I'm excited. Need I say any more except for go Tigers from Bruce at Elmhurst. Mikey from Bendigo, thanks for your support, mate. He says, hi, Q. Yeah, the entertainment looked good, but I prefer to watch the grand final breakfast and go and have a barbecue and get into it at 2:30. Thank you, Mikey. Let's get back to the outer side. Zane.
Yeah, I've got Jack Graham down here with me. You've got a medal around your neck. After what happened last year, how sweet is that?
Yeah, this one tastes a bit better. Obviously, the first one was a bit of a shock, the fairy tale ending 5 games where last year would have meant a lot more, obviously being in the AFL system and appreciating how hard they are to get. But, yeah, this one's just, tops it off, especially the year we've had. Everyone ruled us out once we had a few off-field issues, but we dug deep, we did the job, and, today's just an amazing achievement, not for myself or family, but just for our football club.
Just talking to Liam Baker, who's from WA. You're from South Australia. Are you looking forward to getting back and being able to catch all your North Adelaide mates?
Yeah, definitely. Unfortunately, they didn't get the result on last weekend. They went down, but going back to SA will be pretty special. Mum and Dad are up here, which was good, but all my mates back home, grandparents, cousins, so I don't know how long I've got because I've got a partner back in Melbourne, so she's screaming for me to come back home, but she's been awesome through this period.
All right, well, we'll throw you up to the commentary box. We've got Brett Sprigg, Quentin Hull, Lauren Arnell, and also Brad Sewell.
Jack, you won a flag in your 5th game back in 2017. You missed last year's GF with a shoulder injury. What does this mean to you, this particular win tonight?
Yeah, this one means a hell of a lot more. In 2017 I came in at the right time. 2019 I went out at the wrong time. And this year it was a battle through, ups and downs. I hit a bad batch of form, but it got me way back into the side. So, yeah, this one just tops it off.
Well done, Jack. Is there a blanket ban against kebabs tonight, or are we all getting together at some stage for one?
Yeah, I'm not too sure what's planned for tonight, but I'm sure I reckon I'll be going straight to KFC and getting a bucket.
I love that, Jack. Well done. Epic. Another second grand final for you. You mentioned your partner in Melbourne. What is the plan? Has anything been mentioned for the footy club? You obviously want to celebrate this together, but I'm sure that there'll be a range of people wanting to be in different places around the country to see their loved ones.
Yeah, it definitely is. I think the next 3 days we're kind of still under hub conditions, kind of. We've got to do some medicals and exit meetings and whatnot, but I think we're just going to soak up the next 48 hours, and then I'll stay in a couple of days on the Gold Coast, and then I'll head back to South Australia. But like I said before, I don't have long because I've got to get back to the missus.
Well, enjoy the KFC.
Yeah, I can't wait for that.
Jack, who are the people that really helped you get through this time, being away from your partner and your regular support network?
Obviously all the boys, but you hang around Jaden Shaw and Liam Baker. Shorty's got a partner back in Melbourne. So my partner and his partner are pretty close. So yeah, everyone really. But yeah, my family who were able to come up, they've been huge support, and I'm very grateful for them.
Go and enjoy the celebrations, Jack. Well done. Thanks for your time on Grandstand AFL.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Jack Graham among the throng out there as the Tigers players are still on the field of play, and Geelong have gone into the rooms and are part of the question now. I'm sure that Harry Taylor was ensuring that this was the last night for Gary Ablett and done respectfully, and the question will now come as to whether or not we've seen him for the last time once the dust settles. Back to you, Zane.
I've got the birthday boy here with me, Noah Bolter. Congratulations on winning your first premiership medallion, but also happy birthday.
Thank you. Yeah, it's an unbelievable experience, man. I can't even put it into words, man. I just want to thank the players and all the staff for, I couldn't have done it without them. So, yeah.
You stood on top of the boundary, up on top of the hoarding with Dustin Martin and the cup. How long is that going to last in the memory?
It'll probably be framed up on my wall in like a big 2 by 1 metre photo. But yeah, no, it's an unbelievable experience. I'm so happy that we come out on top.
You got thrown up forward as well during this game. Do you like the fact that you've got a coach who's willing to throw a young fella into the mix and see what he can come up with?
Yeah, I come into the game just planning to be back in a little bit of ruck, but yeah, I took it as an opportunity and went forward and played my role, and that's all that Dimmer asks from us, to play our role and we get the job done.
As a young man, have you any idea what your team has achieved in the past 4 years?
Other than 3 premierships, what we've got here is it's unbelievable. The culture here, it's just so fun to be around, and I wouldn't change it for the world.
All right, Quentin Hull and also Brett Springer up there, along with Lauren Arnell and Brad Sewell, if you want to have a chat.
No, just a question about Justin Lepage, because he's leaving the club. I'd love to know what you've learnt from him.
Yeah, Justin's unbelievable. He brings a funny personality and a good vibe. He's not too serious at times. And yeah, he's unbelievable. He tells me just to play to my strengths, and he respects us as a player. He doesn't really tell us what to do. He knows that we've been drafted because we can play footy, and just play the game.
Noah, you talk about your strengths. Take yourself back to Calder Cannon's days as a teenager. We look at the hallmarks of your game being such a versatile athlete now. What were the things that you learnt back in the Cannons program?
I had Jono as a coach, and he was pretty similar. Just play to your strengths. Put yourself out there, put yourself on display to get drafted, and I did just that, and here I am.
It was 21st yesterday, Noah. Is it a 21st celebration tonight or a premiership celebration?
Bit of both? Both, definitely both. I got to just make up for the alcohol I missed out yesterday. So, yeah, that's going to be me tonight.
Have you enjoyed the experience this year, Noah? I know it's been unexpected, but we wait for so many stories of this crazy year in so many circumstances, but have you actually been able to get the enjoyment out of it outside of the ultimate prize?
Yeah, definitely. These boys are like family to me, so being around them all day, I loved every second of it. It's a different opportunity, and that's how we saw it, and now it makes it feel like it's all worth it now.
And I'd just love you to tell us, having that thought in the rooms, looking around your 21 teammates thinking, they've all done this before and it's my first time. Did anyone seek you out, or did you have a conversation about that?
Well, no, we went into the game just thinking, at the end of the day, it's another game. It's the same time quarters, and, we've played footy before. We've been doing it our whole lives. So, just went into it as casual as you can and, play your role.
How much fun was the last 5 minutes or so when you knew you had it?
Oh, it was unbelievable. I was on the bench for a little bit of it, trying to get Lynchy off, and then I think I got Rioli off and went down forward, and was happily on for when the siren went, and ran over to Dion, and I think we bumped knees, and
Wrap it up, we're gonna go.
Lynchy's telling me to wrap it up, but thank you.
Good on you, Noah. Yeah, we can hear Tom Lynch in the background. And now, well done.
Awesome, thank you.
Good on you. And now he's on the host broadcaster coverage, along with our super tech Aussie Bob and Zane Bojak out there. Noah taking off his headphones. And Trent Cotchin now again lifts the cup to the Richmond fans that have stayed in the reaches lower and upper of that southern stand. And the Tigers are about to go into the rooms. A different scene. Well, Brad, MCG rooms, hangers on, grand final day, bubbles burst. I reckon there'll be a lot of people in there that these players haven't been able to actually feel for months.
Yeah, I feel like this one might mean more to the guys, given just how concentrated it's been. They've been in such tight confines with their family and their friends' family, and really special period for them.
The achievement is immense, isn't it? We said that last week. We knew we had 2 Victorian teams in there. The team that wins it they'll have earned it, and they've certainly done that, haven't they, the Tigers?
I've just had a bit of a giggle watching them all roll into the rooms. You can see the relief and the excitement and the alcohol free-flowing already.
Yeah, having a quiet sip.
And the Premiership Cup is about to be put in the middle of what will be a raucous circle of Richmond players, support staff, and from the bowels of the Gabba in 2020, a song to ring out to toast a premiership for a 13th time. One of the most loved theme songs in football, even if you're not a Tigers supporter. In 2017, they got to sing it at the MCG after beating the Crows. They did it last year after beating Greater Western Sydney with a thumping victory. And who would have thought that the 13th flag for the Tigers would be won at the Brisbane Cricket Ground in the first ever night final. They're still forming the circle, and they're about to launch into the song. The jubilation that only a year's worth of hard work can bring for a footy club. And this year has been like no other. So we'll leave the victors there for a moment. If you are just joining us, Richmond premiers in 2020 by 31 points over Geelong, 12-9-81 to the Cats, 7-8-50. Let's get some reaction from the vanquished Cats. Here's Neil Cross speaking with the Coleman medalist, Tom Hawkins.
I'm with Tommy Hawkins, and Tom, this is probably the worst job on the worst night that you've had for a long, long time. But how do you cope with a situation that you found yourselves in tonight?
Oh, it's difficult because internally we believe our best was good enough and one of the best sides in the competition, and we certainly showed that up until half time, and probably just after that maybe we lost our nerve, but the credit to Richmond, they were fantastic. We tried to win the game, and unfortunately when you try and win games, you open yourselves up to be scored at the other end. So absolutely credit where credit's due.
to Richmond and their football club. You know, we should be proud. We shouldn't be satisfied. We should be proud, but yeah, it's tough.
Did you feel in that third quarter, was it overwhelming? Richmond obviously increased their pressure, so was it overwhelming?
No, not really. I didn't feel it out there. I felt like we were really in the contest. You know, a few things didn't go our way. You know, they started getting on top maybe around the footy and pushing the ball forward, which we know that they like to do as a team. So I still very much felt in the game. You know, even right up to the moment where young Sam Simpson unfortunately got knocked out, we sort of had an opportunity to regroup, and Sam kicked a wonderful goal, and still knew that there was enough time for us to come back and be a real threat, and we're confident in that. But as I said, you know, you've got to take a few more risks when you're down, and unfortunately those risks didn't pay off. But yeah.
Do you think maybe you didn't take enough of your opportunities in that first half? That was also a problem.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know what. Yeah, it was 7-8, maybe. You've got to take the most of the opportunities against good sides. You know that. Yeah, we would. Yeah, maybe we'd like some opportunities back again, but yeah, I don't know. I don't want to sit here and say that we didn't play well enough, or because we came up against a side that was, they were outstanding, have been all year. So yeah.
What was the sense at three-quarter time? You said like you always thought you were still in the game. What was said at three-quarter time?
Oh, we just need to play our way on the front foot and take the pressure up to them and put it back on them. And we just couldn't capitalise going forward. We couldn't keep the footy in there. They were able to knock it on and capitalise and make the most of opportunities. They had players that had big moments, and you know, Dusty kicked a couple of magnificent goals. Shy Bolton kicked one forward that was really clever. So I don't know. Maybe we were just outclassed late in the game.
A word on Gary Ablett? Can you say just a word?
I don't know. I'll get emotional because I barracked for Geelong as a kid and idolised his old man, and then got to see him play, and I'm just sad for him because he deserves better than that. But you know, what a wonderful journey we've been able to watch, and I've been privileged to be a part of it. You don't get the opportunity very much in footy to play, you know, with generational players, but Gary's more than that. He's one of the greatest of all time. So wonderful teammate. I'm a bit sad about it, but yeah, he's what a wonderful servant for the game of AFL footy.
Things to look forward now. You're out of the hub. You'll move in the next few days. Things to look forward to.
Yeah. Oh, look. It's hard to imagine that at the moment. Look, we've done a wonderful job as a footy club. You know, to come away for 100 days, and it's certainly been tough. And you know, we've been well looked after and well supported as players. But man, it's been tough on everyone. Tough on the families that couldn't quite come here, and the ones that are at home. It's been tough, and not only on us, but you know, the whole COVID situation right across Australia has been tough for a lot of people. So yeah, we're looking forward to getting out. It's always going to be a little bit sad in some respects. You know, win, lose or draw tonight, that we're not living with each other. But yeah. I don't know. What do we do? I don't even know what's I'm going down to Byron for a few days, and yeah, I'll just take a bit of time, and training in the start of Jan seems a long way away. So yeah, we'll just take it day by day and see how we go.
Training is a long way away, and thanks for your time tonight. I know it's been a difficult night, but I appreciate the time.
Cheers, thank you.
Well done, Neil Cross. That was a fantastic chat in the toughest of circumstances in a football context. Tom Hawkins, very generous with his time and his thoughts after the Cats go down in the 2020 decider, 31 points. The winning margin for Richmond, 12-9-81 to 7-8-50. We are about to wrap it up from the Gabba, but just a reminder that if you are listening to us on local radio in Victoria and Western Australia or on Grandstand Digital around the country, Corbin Middlemass and Ben Cameron will be with you and have more of the grand final wash-up and can also take your calls if you want to have a chat. The number to call in is 1300 222 774. That's 1300 222 774. And of course, one grand final down from our major football codes and another to come tomorrow with Andrew Moore and the team to bring you the NRL decider in 2020, where the Melbourne Storm will take on the Penrith Panthers. Is it really all over, Sully and Loz?
It's hard to believe, isn't it?
Right.
Wow, what a crazy year.
Yeah.
A year absolutely like no other. What's the one thing you'll really remember more than anything else?
Daylight savings, hopefully. If we have footy in October again, which we won't.
Well, you're right.
Yeah.
I won't get it.
That's unique in
Caught
itself.
undone next time, will I?
How about this, Loz, for your first full year in Brisbane?
It's been awesome, and to be involved in a grand final call and such a great game of footy too. It's yeah. Thank you, guys. It's been an interesting year. It's been a year with lots of different challenges for everybody, and to be a part of the team up here in Queensland with such a hectic schedule and different things happening all over the place, and to be part of this call team tonight, calling the grand final. It's been a pleasure.
Well, I've written something which I'll try and get through. Help me if I get a bit emotional, because it's been pretty crazy, hasn't it, this year? And as host of the night, it's my duty to sign off from the season. A reminder, of course, Corbin and Ben are coming up. But from the venue, this is the last time we'll broadcast for 2020. So here we go. It is indeed the most extraordinary season that we have ever been a part of. And it's a year where we at the ABC have called more games live from the venue than any other media outlet in the country. That's the value of your national broadcaster, and it's a privilege, responsibility and a legacy which all of us here at Grandstand AFL treat with the utmost respect. And as ever, we expend our gratitude to everyone who has been a part of the on-air team in 2020, but particularly a shout out to our Melbourne colleagues, Craig Davis for holding it all together down there, to Al Kelly, Clinchy, Corby, Tony and all our experts. To maintain your levels of enthusiasm and accuracy while working through the challenges of broadcasting from a studio. It shows just what true professionals you are. Great job, guys. Those of us who have been lucky enough to go to the footy in this crazy season have never been so aware of just how fortunate we are to turn up to the game and do something that we love. In our engine room, a big thank you to our behind-the-scenes team, to content director Tim Verrill and planning producer Andrea Williamson. Not just puzzles that needed to be solved from week to week. On occasions during this year, it was puzzles that needed to be solved from hour to hour. You guys have been absolutely colossal, and to think they still did it with a smile, despite the Crows having a horrid year and having to put up with their team getting thumped most weeks, except for that flicker of hope at the back end of the season. What great sports you are. But I'll have to say that my 3 votes goes to our technical team. New commentary boxes, calling from the studio, new setups, no crowds, changing COVID regulations. It's been an incredibly challenging year, but the sound coming out of the ABC speakers has been the best you would find anywhere in the AFL broadcast base in 2020. Across the country, you know who you are all dead set legends. And to roll on from that, a few thank yous here to our Queensland team, which of course has had to shoulder an unexpected load. To Super Tech Aussie Bob and to his partner in crime Peter Scott, well, today we broadcast from our 4th commentary box of the season here at the Gabba. That's just a sign of the amazing workload you've gone through to make sure we stepped up when the competition knocked on our door in our part of the world to save the season. To my regular co-commentator Michael Price, what a year, mate. Thank you. The way you've handled the extra requirement to call more games up here than in any other season shows your class and ability. It's been a huge year on and off the field. I couldn't have done it without you. And to Spriggy, well, I'm sure 2 weeks in isolation's been worth it for the month we've had together, mate.
Been great fun, Q. Well done to you.
Well done, well done. To our long-time regulars, Jeff White, Matt Primus, Andrew Swallow, thank you. And to our new Northerners, Lauren and Sully, well, didn't you guys pick the right time to move? It's been wonderful to have you guys with us this year, and of course the ever-professional and enthusiastic Zane Bojack. We love you, mate. But as we sign off, my biggest thanks is to you, the listener. We're bloody lucky to do what we do, but this year more than ever. From lockdown in Melbourne to the highways of our great land to the apps which found weak Wi-Fi signals in the most obscure corners around the globe, wherever you are, thanks for coming to the footy with us. And as 2020 has taught us all too well, the power of connection is more than just a physical presence. We treasure your company. Congratulations to the Tigers. Stay kind, stay well, stay safe until we bounce the ball in 2021.
Craig Rucastle presents Big Weather, an essential guide for survival.
This series will show you what we can all do to be more prepared when big weather comes.
The first thing you want to do is face the car towards the fire front.
And the water level is rising up.
We have 2 persons trapped. The river is relentless. It doesn't stop and it's always stronger than you.
So listen up, Australia, because it's time to talk about the weather.
Big Weather. Watch it now on iView.
In 4 years for the Richmond Football Club, this dynastic run continues. A 31-point victory, but coming from 22 back, arguably their best yet. What a season coming to a close. A great call, Quentin Hull alongside Brett Sprigg, Brad Sewell and Lauren Arnell. We'll take you back to the Gabba momentarily. The Tigers premiers in season 2020, and we want to hear from you over the next hour or so. This is Corbin and Ban, ABC Grandstand across Australia. Great to have you with us. Particularly through ABC Radio in Victoria. The first night grand final coming to a close. Tigers by 31 points. The talkback number, Richmond fans, give us your best tonight. 1300 222 774 is the talkback number. Ben Cameron's out on the west coast of Australia. G'day, Ben.
G'day, Corbin. By any measure, any metric, I think it was their best yet. However you wish to look at it, I'm sure we'll get to all of that a little bit later on. As you said, they made it 3 in 4 years, this great Richmond Football Club. Who would have thought 4 years ago we'd be saying that? They're in the doldrums. Damien Hardwick just survived the axe to continue as the coach. And yet, fast forward to 2020, here we are, this colossus in the competition just roaring on.
Brendan Goddard's going to join us as well. He's a regular part of our program, Ben, which you can hear Monday and Thursday from 5 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time on Grandstand Digital. And we'll check in back at the Gabba momentarily with Lauren Arnell. Your first word off the top, Ben, you touched on Brendan Gale. His comments proved to be prophetic all the way back in 2010 and now a third premiership for this club.
They certainly did, Corbin. It's naff alliteration, but I spoke about it on Thursday. It's a dynasty delivered, courtesy of Dusty tonight. I can add that in with his third Norm Smith medal. And Gale's vision vindicated or validated, whichever V word you wish to go with, because when he made those comments on Footy Classified a number of years ago, he was almost laughed out of town. Yet, as you said, it's proved prophetic. And here we are. He was actually wrong, Corbin, because they've got in excess of 100,000 members, Richmond, to go along with their 3 flags. So I always say that, I'll never knock anyone in life for being aspirational, and that's what Benny Gale was on that night. And here we are. It's been delivered by Richmond. What's yours?
If you need a refresher, Richmond fans, this is Brendan Gale back in 2010, the chief executive of the Richmond Football Club on Footy Class.
Got to make the right decisions, mate, because you're talking about 3 flags by 2020.
Absolutely. We've got to make the right decisions in the most competitive sport just about in the world and one of the most competitive phases in our eras in the history of the game. And I make no apologies for the fact we want to be the best football club. We want to be the greatest.
You cop some flack about the fact that you put a document, an internal document that got out earlier than you would have liked, spoke of a membership target of 75,000, 3 flags in 2020, and over this 5-year plan or 10-year period.
It starts with a vision, and we're not here just to compete. No one is. There's no point. You might as well pack up and go, no, I'm not embarrassed. I'm actually proud of that. And we've got a vision to compete and to be the best on the field, the best off the field. If we're not locked into that, we might as well pack up and go home.
If we're not locked into that, we might as well pack up and go home.
And you know what they say, Corbin? He who laughs loudest, and it's hard to get out.
Who's laughing in what order?
I think someone's laughing at me right now, not getting that out. But Benny Gale is laughing loudest right now, Corb. What's your first word?
I said a couple of weeks ago, Ben, that this is a super team that we're living through in the competition right now. They went out and lost to Brisbane in the qualifying final without Tom Lynch. I joked at the time saying, what's Richmond without Tom Lynch? They're the minor premiers in 2018 and they're the premiers in 2017, and they added the most prized free agent in the game to a team that was already the most dominant side in the competition. Lynch gets there. They win 2 premierships in 2 years. And so one of the great runs in the history of the footy club. I know there'll be Richmond people out there saying, what about the team from the 60s and the 70s where they won flags in 67, 69, 73 and 74? So with the names like Burke and Bartlett and Hafey and Hart, that you could argue that dynasty extended from 67 all the way through to 74, where they were able to win 4 premierships. But in a national competition, 18 teams, equalisation the way it is, for this team to essentially bob up out of the sprinkler overnight, having not won a final since the Ice Age, and all of a sudden win 3 in a row, all of them by 6 goals plus in 2017 to win the premiership, back it up to win flags again in 19 and 20 and do the toughest thing there is to do in footy and go back-to-back. This is truly a super team that we're living through at the moment, and they deserve to be in the conversation alongside the likes of the Brisbane Lions from the early noughties. Also the Geelong team, who won flags obviously a year apart between 07 and 11, and then the Hawthorn team, who had that hat-trick of premierships and played in 4 consecutive grand finals. So they belong in that conversation when we compare the great teams of this century, and I'm sure we'll have that conversation a lot more, Ben, in the days and the weeks and the hours to come, certainly all over the summer. There'll be more of that conversation. Back to the Gabba shortly, but let's hit the phones. 1300 222 774. Corbin and Ben on ABC Grandstand. The Tigers by 31 points. A 3rd premiership in 4 years for the Tigers. Paul is up in Darwin. Hello, Paul.
Good evening, Corbin. I listen to you every week, regardless of whether my team's playing or not. I go for Brisbane, and they didn't quite make it.
They didn't quite get there. What did you think of tonight, Paul?
Yeah, great game, yeah. Definitely different being played at night game in Brisbane, the first one, so I don't know if it's going to happen next year.
Are you a fan of the night grand final?
I don't mind it, no. It'd be a lot cooler than playing in the daytime.
Yeah, absolutely. What else?
At least the rain held out.
Absolutely.
And I'm hoping to catch $1 million fish in the next couple of months. We've got $1 million fish competition here to catch $1 million barra. So hopefully catch one of the fish.
Very nice. And you're entering the comp?
I have entered the comp, yes. So I either get a $10,000 fish or $1 million fish.
Good on you, Paul. All the best.
Thank you.
That's Paul. He's trying to catch $1 million fish. 1300 222 774. Pat is in Victoria. Hello, Pat.
Sorry, I haven't got $1 million fish. I just wanted to say your lovely producer made me say this, but I was just so proud to watch it, and I thought Queensland did themselves proud and did us proud, and it was just beautiful. So they did really well. I thought the halftime entertainment was fantastic, the whole thing. They did it really, really well, and they should be congratulated. And one down as a finish. No more night finals, please.
Oh, no more night finals.
Can we have it back in Victoria in the afternoon?
Well, we're doing our best on the Victorian front, and we'll see how we go with the time slot.
Pat, it's been really tough in Victoria, something those of us not there probably don't understand just how tough it's been. How important has the football been for you in giving you some level of escapism?
Now, if you're finished, can I say I am a Victorian? I've been locked down for 5 months. And the ABC and it's footy and everything else, I'm an old, long-time ABC. But I still would like to hold the traditions that we always have of playing it in the afternoon. But my congratulations to Queensland. They saved us this year.
Good on you, Pat. Appreciate your call. 1300 222 774 is the talkback number. Lauren Arnell is standing by. We're going to get back to the Gabba momentarily. But, Ben, should we recap what we witnessed tonight at the MCG?
Let's do it. Well, the first notable moment in the game was one in which essentially we lost two players. Nick Vlosten, his night ended with a forearm from Patrick Dangerfield, and Gary Ablett in his 357th and last game, he was winged.
Dangerfield slaps it to the advantage of Ablett. There's a Tiger down. He does not know where he is, Nick Vlosten. He's out of the game.
Meanwhile, in the middle of the ground, Gary Ablett's clutching his shoulder.
Gary Ablett Jr., in the last game of one of football's most decorated careers, is clutching his arm in pain and being walked from the ground with the trainer.
It was that stage of the night, halfway through the opening quarter, he didn't know where to look. And you checked the scoreboard and no one had even scored as yet in the game. So if you had a ticket and you were still live to see who was going to kick the first goal in your sweepstake, you had to wait a little bit longer as Ablett hit the bench and Vlosten hit the showers. He was done for the night. And the first goal went the way of the human meatball, number 3 for Richmond.
Bolton thumps it to the front of the pack. Edwards toes at the advantage of Rioli. Hand pass through Graham. Hand pass to Prestia. He snaps the first goal of the grand final.
And after that, Richmond kicked another one. Then the Cats kicked 5 on the bounce. And when Tom Hawkins had goaled at the 18-minute mark of the second term, they were out by 22 points.
Nankervis with the touch. Ablett, though, wonderful slick hands to Selwood. Kick inside 50 to Hawkins. That is a trifecta of dream proportions for Geelong. One-handed, he's still that good. Hawkins close to half-time. Booms it through!
All right, big problems. 22 points down. The Richmond Football Club comeback has begun. Just reheated the 2019 preliminary final, down 21 that night. The Tigers at halftime, they kicked the first 4 goals of the third quarter. It wasn't quite that, but Dustin Martin took over in the second half. He kicked his second goal of the game, which had Richmond well and truly back in the hunt in the third quarter.
Shorts kick for Richmond from the wing to half forward. Pitches on attacking 50. Bounces devilishly into the hands of Martin. Outside of the right boot, a roller from Dusty. Puts the Tigers in front.
Well, Corby, 3 is a magic number. We know that. And it was Dusty's third goal that secured the third flag. And I reckon his third Norm Smith as well.
The spoil from in behind here. It ricochets down towards Dustin Martin. Tries to tackle 55 from goal. Tumbles it towards the goal square. And it's through. Moments of sheer awe in which the pace and intensity of the grand final slows to what feels like an infinite second. Dustin Martin has 3 and the Tigers may well have 3. That's premierships.
It's just poetry from Brett Sprigg. What a piece of art. Speaking of pieces of art, we've become that type of broadcasting program now, Ben. What about Dustin Martin? Just stepped it up. If you were having any doubts as to who the best player on the ground was, trying to do something that no other man has done in the history of the game and win a third Norm Smith medal, Dusty just delivers this in the final term.
Through the fingers of Stanley for Geelong, can't take the mark. Martin pinches his pocket, snaps from the boundary. Oh, no way. Of course. Dustin Martin. Exclamation point is an understatement. He has freaked it out of his right boot on the boundary at the end of the game.
And all that was left after that was to make it official, the crowning moment to solidify this dynastic run.
In a year where nothing has been normal, one thing stays the same. The Tigers are still the best team in the land. 3 flags in 4 years for Richmond. An historic achievement on an historic night.
One more time, Richmond fans. Come at us, Richmond fans, 1300 222 774, particularly those of you around the great state of Victoria, whatever you're up to tonight. I'm sure you've been following along with the footy from the Gabba. The 1300 222 774 is the talkback number. We have lines available, but let's take you straight back to the Gabba. And it was a historic night in plenty of ways, and I think the first woman ever to sit in the booth on grand final day. As I mentioned the other day, we've had plenty of very talented women work on our broadcast, but for the first time ever in the booth tonight, our very own Lauren Arnell, who joins us again. Corbin and Ben, ABC Grandstand across Australia. Lauren, well done. Sensational call. What are you feeling now at the end of what has been a very busy night?
Thank you, Corby and Ben. Great to chat to you as always, boys. It's been a big night. We've been here since 5 o'clock doing the pre-game, and what a game of footy. We thought at half-time that Geelong had done enough to put themselves in a position to win the game, but as Brad Sewell always reminds me, Richmond's not going anywhere, and wow, that Richmond team thoroughly deserved grand final win, and what a treat for us. Obviously a night grand final at the Gabba, but an exceptional game of footy as well.
You sort of sit back at the end of it, Loz, and I'm lucky enough to work with you and Brett Delidio every Sunday, and we talk about it on a weekly basis. But to think where this Richmond team's come from 2017, virtually popped up out of the ground to win 3 finals and go on and win the flag, and now they've won 3 in 4 years. And even this final series stumbled at the start, came back to beat the Saints, didn't look great that night. Preliminary final, they had life and death with Port Adelaide, and then they come out the following week and turn around a 22-point deficit to come back and win. Where does it come from? How is this Richmond team able to do that?
Well, I'm always about depth of contribution. So winning even a regular season game of footy, you've got to have a depth of contribution across your list. And what we saw tonight, even when Tom Lynch and Revolt were quiet in the first half, they were able to come through in that second half, and they had enough players around them supporting them and getting the job done otherwise, just to keep them within distance of Geelong. And I did a little bit of homework this morning, boys, and I looked at both Geelong and Richmond, and after round 10, both sides only lost 2 games of footy. And that was so the Cats, as you mentioned, lost to Port Adelaide in the first round, and then I think they lost to Richmond as well.
Richmond.
And then for Richmond to only lose the other 2 games post round 10, obviously to the Lions, and I think also to Port Adelaide, to then come through the grand final, and just guys like Mankervis, who steps in as the number 1 ruckman and gets the job done. His stats don't read as well as many others on the ground, but just his ability to play his role as that ruckman, follow up at ground level and around the ground. You just feel like each Richmond player knows their role and able to play it. And as simplistic as that sounds, that's what they were able to do. And unfortunately for the Cats, that second half, things just fell away and just looked like Richmond ran over the top of them.
Lauren, I tweeted at the time that when Gary Ablett hurt his shoulder, I felt like it must have been similar to how people felt when Don Bradman got out for a duck in his final innings, because all I could think was, this career cannot end in this fashion. This can't be his last moment on a football field if he couldn't continue. What were you thinking and feeling at the ground as you witnessed that?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I'm a little bit obviously felt for Gary Ablett. I was a lot more concerned at the time for Nick Flostone, because he was stationary for a very, very long period of time, and you sort of look at a shoulder like that, and no doubt that's probably going to require surgery for Ablett. But you know that with him walking around and being able to get himself to the bench, he's generally okay. And as weird as that sounds from a general life perspective, that will come good. I was a bit worried about Flostone, and hopefully he's feeling okay now post game. But yeah, it was such a strange moment, because obviously there's such a big build up to the game. The pre-match entertainment was epic. The start of the game was epic, and then that huge collision, which I thought was quite clearly accidental from Dangerfield. To see 2 players go down in a matter of 2 contests was so unfortunate for the game, and so tough from Ablett to continue to play the game. Obviously was without basically his whole other arm. So yeah, it's a really tough one, but hopefully if Lostone's okay and for Ablett to play out the other 3 quarters, obviously very hampered and not able to contribute to his same level was really unfortunate for such a great of the game. But what we do know is tonight's game is not the way that he will be remembered. He's obviously done so many special things in his career.
Lauren, you've been to, I believe, 3 grand finals at the MCG, all of those, of course, in the daytime. How did tonight's night grand final differ to those grand finals?
Yeah, it's a good question, Ben. I think I'm a bit of a... I don't know, things have kind of grated me this week listening to everyone whinge about the weather, because being a Victorian and knowing that the grand final's locked into Melbourne all the time, the weather just is what it is, and the grand final is played as it's played. And then being now in Brisbane through all of the challenges that we know through COVID, if the grand final had have been played at 2:30 today, it would have been an absolute disaster with the weather. The rain was pouring down at 2:30 this afternoon. So to have it as a night grand final was actually a blessing, because it allowed the ground and the weather to dry up. So, I think all the debate amongst the weather obviously gave some people lots of things to talk about during the week and probably contributed to a bit of a build-up of the game. But the Gabba couldn't be looking more perfect, other than a fair bit of glitter at this time.
Loz, I think we're on air in about 12 hours together, so we won't keep you much longer. Of course, you'll be back tomorrow for Grandstand AFL Sunday. You were part of the Norm Smith Medal voting panel. Did you err at all, or were you very confident? I noticed all 5 of the judges gave it to the master in Dustin Martin.
I did. Had a bit of a breath of relief when I saw the end voting, and that it was very similar to what I'd put down. So, yeah, it's a tricky job to do, especially with a relatively even game. I thought Jaden Short, I gave him 2 votes. He was outstanding and just probably one of the more unsung heroes of Richmond's side. But Dusty with 4 goals, my goodness me, like the timing of his goals as well. I'm sure, boys, you would have been loving that. He didn't kick 2 goals in junk time. He kicked 4 goals when they were needed. And wow, what a player. And I also think Mitch Duncan, if Geelong had have been able to continue in the fashion that they were in that first half, Mitch Duncan was tracking for best on.
A 3rd premiership in 4 years for the Richmond Football Club, 31-point winners. Lauren Arnell, looking forward to chatting tomorrow on Grandstand AFL Sunday. Well done tonight.
Thanks, guys. Corby, I'll chat to you in about 12 hours, mate.
I was going to say this morning, but we've still got another 9 minutes before we hit midnight. Look forward to chatting then. Lauren Arnell, part of our call team tonight up at the Gabba on grand final night. A 31-point win for the Tigers. 1300 222 774 is the talkback number. We mentioned Dustin Martin. 3 grand finals, 3 Norm Smith medals. The big question about where he ranks in the history of the game as to the all-time great finals performers. Here he is after collecting the medal.
And the winner of the Norm Smith medal with 4 goals, 21 disposals, Dustin Martin.
Geelong for an awesome game. You're an awesome club, and well done to Gaz on an unbelievable career. To the AFL, Toyota, the government, and last but not least, the Richmond Footy Club. Let's go!
I should have known it had the presentation included. It said 47 seconds for that soundbite. We know Dusty hasn't got that many words in him, picking up his 3rd Norm Smith medal tonight. So where does he rank, Ben?
Well, I think he's got to be considered as one of the best big game performers in VFL AFL history. People are going to raise what Lee Matthews has done throughout the finals. He becomes the only 3-time Norm Smith medalist. We know that there are 3 others in Ayres, McLeod and also Hodge as dual Norm Smith medalists. But you've got to show up when it matters the most. Accountants can holiday in May, Corbin, but they need to be there in July. Don't forget your partner's birthday or the anniversary. Those are the important bits. We know that in life. That's what Dusty does. He shows up when it matters the most. Being clutch is often misunderstood, or being a big game player. It's not about if you're a great player and you're a great player again in finals. It's about how much you elevate your game. And Dusty does that as an already great player better than anybody else. He takes it to another level in finals. I'd call him Mr. September, but Now one of his norms is in October, so somewhere in amongst all of that. But he's right up there in amongst the conversation.
I think that's Derek Jeter too. He's already got that title as Mr. October. 1300 222 774 to the talkback lines. This is Corbin and Ben, ABC Grandstand on ABC Radio in WA and Victoria, Grandstand Digital across the country. Up to Brisbane. Ben is there. Hello, Ben.
G'day, gents. How are we doing?
We're well, thanks.
So I've just been cruising home. I've just attended the game. So I just got across the gateway, heading back to Redcliffe. I'm an MCC member that lives in Brisbane these days, so I've been lucky enough to attend, I think, about 9 grand finals. That was probably almost as good as 2010 physically. That is one of the greatest contests I've seen in a long time. I don't know what you guys think, but it was a bit of a blowout towards the end, but which probably took the shine off it, but that was unreal. Also, I've got to say that I think the AFL's got to consider making the night grand final, I wouldn't say permanent, but definitely have a crack at it in Melbourne, because if you do that, what I saw tonight at the MCG, it would just be spectacular. It felt like it went to another level. It was like we're at the Super Bowl or something like that. I don't know what you guys think.
Yeah, I thought a number of times tonight that there's a different light and vibe at night, naturally, of course. And it did feel like I was watching a Super Bowl rather than an AFL Grand Final. In terms of where it ranks in recent Grand Final contests, the obvious one, of course, is 2018, which was an epic between West Coast and Collingwood and decided by Dom Sheath's left boot late. But, it was a great arm wrestle for a large part of it, wasn't it, Corb?
Oh, that was better than that. It was better than an arm wrestle. We usually use that term to describe games that are a bit dour. I 100% agree with Ben. I thought, as a game of footy, the first quarter was stunning. Your jaw hit the floor when you saw what happened with Ablett and Vlosten. And then, really, they shared the points in the opening stanza. Second quarter, Cats completely took over. They were dominating the game. Absolutely humming at stages, Geelong, and should have been a lot further in front than what they were at 15 points at halftime. I was messaging some of our experts at halftime, and they all felt the same. They thought, gee, Geelong should be further in front here. All of a sudden, we all got flashbacks of the 2019 preliminary finals. Same thing happens again. Richmond came with a rush in the third quarter. And by the time the stampede had come, Geelong couldn't fight it off. And in the end, they finished over the top to win by 31 points. But it had a bit of everything tonight. And in particular, the best finals performer in the game that we have at present stands up and delivers that sort of a masterclass. It was a tremendous conclusion to what has been an unbelievable season in so many different ways.
And there is that moment that if it's much more than 2.5, it was 2.5 goals at halftime, but if it's much more than 3-4 goals, do the Richmond players lose their belief that, we can run over the top of them? Who knows where that quantifiable point is?
Ben's point on the night grand final, are you yay or nay?
I liked it tonight, I've got to admit. What was the phrase you used on Thursday when we were doing this show, Corbin?
Yeah, from Marcellus Wiley, nothing's a big deal when it's a real deal. And I feel like that's what was going to happen for a lot of people tonight, that the prospect of playing under lights, how could we possibly do that in a grand final? Sure enough, it comes along. We've seen it once. It's not that big a deal. People adjust their routines on grand final day and they go, hey, that works okay. The other thing that I can't get over, and I felt like this way leading in, so I wasn't one that sort of had to wait to see it in action to be sold on the night grand final concept. We play every single game at night. If anything, it's a break from what we're used to play the game during the day on the last game of the season when we haven't played an afternoon fixture for 5 weeks. And then randomly we're just going to go back to play in the middle of Saturday afternoon, having not done it for 5 weeks. And every single game that we're used to watching in the competition happens during the night time.
All the big finals are at night, and the biggest game of the round is Friday night every week. And now Thursday night as well is a big deal. So all of the big games are at night, except for the biggest in previous years.
We've got a bank of callers, Ben. We've got Brendan Goddard still to come. We will get back to the Gabba at some stage as well for more of the reaction. The Tigers by 31 points. The next of our callers, Donnie is in Perth. Hello, Donnie.
Good evening, boys. Great call.
Thank you. It wasn't us, but we'll take the credit. We'll pass it on.
I know. Listen, Dusty, you should not have two norms. Because first one was Besha Hooley's.
Oh.
There's no two ways about it. Besha Hooley was the best man in the field. I don't care when I says. He got robbed. Now, mate, this Richmond team, there's only 2 players will walk into the Eagles lineup in 92, 94, Hawthorn of 91, Collingwood's 90. This team, only reason they're so good because competition's been diluted since GWS and Gold Coast came in. Let's remember, there's extra 80 players. You go back, this team wouldn't stand a chance against the premiers since 1919 until 2015. The Hawthorn team, Brisbane Lions in 2000, Crows in 98. You know, Kangaroos, the list goes on. As someone said, best team in 30 years. Give me the break. There's only 2 players will get game. It's Dusty and Lynch on the bench. The rest, they wouldn't get a chance. We'll look into the other sides. I'll leave you to it and listen to your comments.
Can I just say straight out of the gates, that is a talkback caller. That is what we want.
That is how it's done.
Donnie comes straight on. He's got some heat out of the gates. He's got an opinion. He backs it up. He gives me some examples. There's none of this, oh, by the way, I'm catching a fish next week down on the local corner. He's stumbling around asking us how we're going. He's just straight to the point. That's what I want from Donnie when we hit the talkback line. First of all, I think that actually helps Richmond's greatness when we look at this team, is that the competition has been diluted and spread out and the talent's a lot thinner. You can't just stack all the great players in one team like they were able to do pre-salary cap days back in the 70s and 60s and even further back than that, depending on where you want to go. And yet you look through this team and Donnie's quite right. It's not like it's a team like the Brisbane Lions in the early noughties where you go, oh, that guy's a multiple-time All-Australian and that guy and that guy. They don't have names like that on their team. And yet, as a system, and you sort of left, we're going to speak to Brendan Goddard shortly, and people like that who have been around footy their whole lives are, footy intellectuals, that they're scratching their head thinking, how's this team been able to win 3 out of 4 flags and been the best team in the competition? I feel like that's part of the point, as much as I love Donnie's call, that what this team's been able to get out of themselves against some of these other teams in the competition and have a sustained dominance for such a period. They are a super team, and they do it again. They proved it again tonight and throughout this final series.
I think he's well rehearsed as a talkback caller, Donnie. You're absolutely right, Corbin. But you bang on. There's some kind of intangible about the connection or something of this team with Richmond that they are able to do it where their system overcomes everything else. And that is how they get it done. It is just, they take you into deep water and drown you, don't they? Because they just keep coming and they believe in their system and it holds up. And eventually they overwhelm you, and they did that once again to Geelong tonight.
Justin in Margaret River. Justin.
Hey, guys. How you going?
Well.
Hey, quickly, just the equalisation strategy that you mentioned earlier. I think that the twin pillars, the salary cap and the draft system are working really well. But I'm looking for your comments on the free agency system, particularly in light of Tom Lynch's performance with Richmond over the last couple of years. And if you think back to the year 2000, you've had Brisbane, Geelong, Hawthorn, Richmond. So that those 3 clubs have had 3 flags each since 2000. And that really doesn't equate to the AFL's equalisation strategy.
So what I would say is, Ben, Justin, our caller, it's hard to get to the top, and it's certainly easier to stay there, seemingly being able to attract players through free agency. Look, free agency doesn't fit with the system that the AFL wants to work with. The AFL wants an equalisation model. They want the draft. They want to reward the teams that finish down the bottom and essentially have it cyclical that you should win one premiership every 18 years, and then they introduce something like free agency, which is heavily weighted towards the players and towards the clubs at the top of the table. So they're trying to have the best of multiple systems. But free agency doesn't work in this model. It should be for leagues that have a luxury tax or have a soft salary cap, not in leagues that have a hard salary cap. So that's always difficult. Brett Delidio made a great point on our show a couple of weeks ago where he said he doesn't really look at it like that of course the free agents want to go and join the good clubs in the competition. And what it is it's tremendous list management. We've seen good teams over the years, Ben, and Essendon were like this. I'm a Bombers fan, that in 2000, when they were the best team by a long way, the greatest, certainly regular season, or greatest season I think that we've seen from any side, certainly in my lifetime, lost 1 game, won the grand final by 9 goals. They lost a heap of players. Guys like Blake Carousella and Damien Hardwick, and there's so many players left the club to go and earn money elsewhere because there's only so much money that they can get at one club. So if you can somehow work your salary cap to a point that everybody takes unders, that you've got enough room to go and get a free agent, the way that teams at the top now in the Brisbane Lions with Joe Danaher and Jeremy Cameron at Geelong, that they've got enough space in their cap to be able to attract someone. That's half the battle, Ben, to be able to have room to fit them in, because as we will see in this trade period coming up, the club that they're leaving has the right to match the offer and force a trade to be able to get that done.
Yeah, it's written about by Bill Simmons in his book, The Book of Basketball, that the hardest thing about going back-to-back or creating a dynasty is essentially what he calls the disease of more. And I think Ross Lyon labelled it the insidious creep of success throughout the year. And what that basically means is everyone who's a role player, they want their piece the next year. They want to be recognised for what they're doing, and that is in terms of financials off the field and also in terms of getting more of the ball and getting their minutes, etc. But if you are to sustain greatness, you have to find a way to manage that and overcome it, which is a little bit of what Brett Delidio was speaking about. If you can be at the top and still have salary cap room to attract the best available free agent, then you're doing something right.
Bruce in Elmhurst is the next of our callers. Hello, Bruce.
Hi, boys. How you going?
Well.
Well, I'm pretty excited after that little last 3 hours. That was fantastic.
Tigers, man?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm 60 years old, so I've been pretty blessed in watching dynasties get formed. And I think what's happening at the moment, to watch a player of the ilk of Dustin Martin to just grab a game by the scruff of the neck and change it was just like, that's what they get paid to do. He's worth every cent of whatever he's getting paid. And so are the rest of the boys, and every player that plays his game right across the nation. Look at the carnage. It was like watching gladiators at the Colosseum 2,000 years ago. What a fantastic, epic adventure that we just went on tonight. And hats off to you blokes at the ABC, fair income. And I'll just listen to your comments and just love being a Richmond supporter. Thank you, guys.
I think as supporters of other clubs in the competition, we're very envious of you, Bruce, and the success that you've had in recent times.
He had a barren run between the ages of about 30 and 60, did Bruce, but he's cashing in late.
Absolutely. Danny is in Essendon. Danny.
Yes. I'm a Richmond supporter. I was at the 67 grand final. Loved it. I think about tonight, you know, a lot of talk about Dustin Martin and what a fantastic player he is, but I think what makes Richmond the team they are now is the bottom six. The guys like Short and Broad and Baker, who don't get, much of recognition. Guys like Kane Lambert, fantastic contributors who do the little stuff, the hard work, while the stars do their bit. But those stars couldn't win games without those guys covering their men and covering the territory and so on like that. I love the culture of Richmond at the moment, much, much better than the culture back in the 60s and 70s when it was bash and arrogance and so on. This is really, I think, people will stay at Richmond as footballers, not because of the money, but because of the culture and because of the atmosphere around that place.
That's a great call, Danny. Appreciate your contribution. 14 guys tonight win 3 premierships, but some of the names that Danny highlighted there, there's so many of them, as he said. Lambert, Castagna, Daniel Rioli's a triple premiership player, Bashir Hooley, who was obviously swapped over from Essendon, Toby Nankervis, who Lauren Arnell highlighted. What an awesome preliminary final that he had. Nathan Broad was linked with some other clubs and now seemingly going to stay at Richmond. They had another, 7 players win a second tonight. Baker, McIntosh, Pickett, Lynch, Graham, Bolton and Short. And then Noah Bolter was the only guy out there tonight for Richmond playing in his first premiership. Rick is in Perth. Hello, Rick.
Yeah, g'day, boys. Just a quick mention about obviously Dusty, brilliant effort and one of the greatest grand final players of all time. But I think in the conversation, over, you mentioned VFL, AFL history. If you include other competitions like the Waffle, Barry Cable obviously won 3 Simpson medals in a row for Perth in the 60s. And then also, it was mentioned in the commentary on Channel 7 that for North Melbourne, he actually played 3 grand finals where he had more than 20 possessions on 3 occasions to kick 3 goals, and Dusty's the only other guy to do that. And I think Maurice Rioli also needs to be mentioned with his 2 Simpson medals for South Fremantle back-to-back in 80-81, and Norm Smith medal in 82 for Richmond. So I just thought I'd chuck that in as far as great grand final performers.
Very good call, Rick. Very good historical call, looking back over the performances of years gone by. I should have checked this on the way in, but I think it was only 75 as well, Corbin, that the first Norm Smith was actually awarded. So what does that make it? 45 years now that we've had Norm Smith medals awarded to the best on ground on grand final day. So there has only been 4.5 decades in which people have had an opportunity to win 3 Norm Smith medals. Can I take that opportunity, Corbin, to throw at you my question without notice here on Corbin and Ben?
You'll have to do it, but there'll be no sting attached to it today, but you can just launch straight into it.
Now, I find this interesting, Corbin, because you consider yourself the Dustin Martin of this show, and you tell me to be the bottom 6, the role players. So my question without notice for you tonight is, would you rather be a 3-time Norm Smith medalist or a 3-time Brownlow medalist, like Bob Skilton, for instance? So would you rather be the best player in the comp 3 times, no Norm Smiths, or 3 times the best player on the biggest day, but never the best player in the competition, or recognised as that with the Brownlow, the most prestigious award?
The Norm Smith medalist, I think. Because if you're the best player on grand final day and the best team, you could make the case that by extension you are the best player in the game. So I think there'd be plenty of Richmond fans and plenty of footy followers around the country that would be arguing right now. This might be one for us tomorrow, Ben. We are on it, I'll say later today for those of you on the East Coast, 5:30 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time, as to just who are the best players in the game at the moment. Lachie Neale won the Brownlow, but do people think he's the best player in footy, or is it Dustin Martin? Is it still Nat Fyfe? Is it Patrick Dangerfield? I think it's a really interesting debate as to where you would stack them if you had to look at your top 10 list in footy right now. But I think if you won the Norm Smith medal in the premiership team, that's a pretty good case. Let's get you back to the Gabba. Zane Bojak's done a tremendous job tonight catching up with a number of the premiership-winning Tigers, and triple premiership player, all-round nice guy Basher Hooley had the chance to catch up with Zane a short time ago.
Basher Hooley, it's been a tough year on a number of fronts for you. But nice on that calf. Well, first I will ask you, how is that calf?
Who cares? Who cares? I've got 6 months to recover, so it's been one of those sort of injuries that's been niggling a little bit throughout the year. But yeah, I guess I had to play my role for the remainder of 3.5 quarters, and so glad that I got through and hopefully contributed in some way or form.
Well, there's no doubt about it. You always contribute. I want to take you back to the start of the season. You started the hub late because obviously had young sons, Mohammed, and also your mum was sick. Can you bring us up to date with how she's going?
Yeah, she's good. She's good. I was just on the phone with her before, and she's she was very nervous before the game. I remember, she's obviously, her breathing isn't the greatest at the moment, and she was struggling. So I was panicking a little bit, and I requested the other family members to go and see her and make sure she's okay, but apparently she was really nervous. But so proud to see that she's good, and you know what, I can't wait to see her in the next 3 or 4 days, so I can kiss her feet, to be quite honest.
What's the next few days look like for you? Have you got to be careful about going back to Melbourne and what you've got to do prior and all that sort of thing? Yeah, for me, obviously my wife and kids are with me. I'll try to enjoy some time with them. Without or less restrictions, to be quite honest. Try to show them some love and give them a little bit of freedom, to be quite honest. They've done it really tough over the last 3 months. Sacrificing so much in coming over with me and showing their support. Not to say, people from Victoria are not doing it tough, but, to be able to live in my shoes, or just in general in the footballers' shoes, it's quite tough, the struggles and,
mentally, physically, you just got to, the family rides the bump, so particularly the wife. So hopefully, just enjoy a few days with the family, and then obviously with the teammates here and there.
You're also a very spiritual man, so how much are you looking forward to being able to go back to mosque and actually be able to participate in your church community?
Yeah, to be quite honest, that's one thing I'm looking forward to. Tomorrow morning at 3:45 a.m, I'm going to go to the local mosque in Southport. The people from Southport will not know, but it's our first prayer of the morning, and doesn't matter what time I go to sleep tonight. If I get any sleep, I'm going to fulfil my first prayer at the mosque in about 4 or 5 months. So it's been a while. I'm really looking forward to that, and spiritually, obviously my faith is the most important part of my life.
And I know you love your fishing too. You're actually going to do some fishing on the Goldie before you go home.
Oh, see if I can sneak in a session, to be quite honest. I've got a few mates here who are kind of pushing me to go on the boat, but obviously that we couldn't go on the boat and restricted to fish on shore. But we'll see how we go, to be quite honest. I just want to give the family what they deserve, and that's spend time with them and allow them to enjoy themselves. And if the opportunity opens up for 2 or 3 hours on a boat drifting for some flatties, I'll do that, because there's some crazy flatties at the moment, some big flatties getting around in the Gold Coast.
And talking about boats, a bit rocky for you guys in that second quarter. What was the big turnaround?
For us, it's just more about resetting at halftime and using our previous experience against Geelong, particularly in the prelim final last year, how we came out and we stepped in, we showed up and applied so much pressure in opposition, and we knew that we had that in the system. Although our pressure was really good, but for some reason our offensive ball movement wasn't up to scratch. We bombed away a fair few times, and it just fell in the lap of Geelong players. And we adjusted a couple of things, our approach into the football, and we knew will come. And apply more of that pressure. So, very proud of the boys.
I promised you to be a short interview, so this is my last question. Look, you missed out narrowly to Dusty in the first two grand finals for the Norm Smith, but do you think it was pretty much daylight between him and the rest of you guys for tonight's performance?
Oh, mate, he's just absolute star, and I'm so, I'm just so proud that he can. I think it's history, isn't it? 3 years he's created history now. Three Norm Smiths. I'm just so proud of his efforts, mate, to be quite honest. He's the master of what he does, to be quite honest. And, so proud to call him as a teammate. And he's just so consistent. He just gets the job done.
Well, Bash, you're one of my favourite players. Congratulations on an outstanding career, your third medal. Thanks for chatting to ABC Grandstand, and I hope you get a chance to not only enjoy Moss, but also to catch a flatty tomorrow.
Yeah, it'll be nice. Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Zane Bojack chatting there with Basher Hawley. What a beautiful chat on the back of his third premiership.
Oldest trick in the book there from Zano. Just butter them up with a few personal questions, a bit about their hobbies, and then hit them with the ones that you really want to know. Also, I should correct myself, 79, the first Norm Smith, Wayne Harms. So, that was the first Norm Smith. So what does that make it? The 42nd year? That would make it this year that it's been awarded.
This year in the competition, we've spoken a lot about the challenges that have been there, Ben, in 2020. It's when they often say in sport or competitions, like when we look at the NBA, for example, and they say, it's the most difficult year ever. But if it's the most difficult year for everybody, it means it's not the most difficult for anybody. That essentially everyone's dealing with the same challenges. That hasn't been the case in the AFL this year, though, because some teams have had more advantages than others based on situations, obviously, out of everybody's control as to why that's happened. And the Victorian teams that have been away for 100-plus days to make it through to a grand final, going to enemy territory, both Geelong at the Gabba, Richmond at the Adelaide Oval to beat Port to make it through to the grand final, is to overcome one hell of a hurdle that I think we've clearly got the two best teams there on grand final day. And every year, people that follow teams from out of Victoria often use the same lines every year. Imagine if my team got to play the grand final at the MCG and what that would mean. Well, I think this year we've seen that clearly the best team in the competition is the Richmond Football Club for everything they've had to overcome. How about a few of these challenges too, Ben, that have been in front of them this year? Callum Coleman-Jones and Sydney Stack deciding just to head out of the hub, break the protocols, get a late-night kebab, and get themselves involved in somewhat of a scuffle and then ultimately sent home from the hub. Brooke Cochin goes to a day spa and the team receives a $25,000 fine on the back of it, the Cotchins, due to the handling of it, reportedly threatened to leave the hub at one stage, which we didn't learn until Jane Gale, the wife of the chief executive, Brendan Gale, decided to air that publicly in an article with the Herald Sun. They'd had players like Dylan Grimes and Nick Vlosten accused of staging at different stages, which upset the coach. Vlosten and Short, both in hot water over really an unfortunate incident with Mabior Chol, in which there was some inappropriate touching going on, which was highlighted, and Damien Hardwick wasn't happy about that. He fired some shots at David Schwartz for his criticism of Tom Lynch. Lynch had a number of little on-field indiscretions. Bashir Hawley and Shane Edwards missed the first part of the season and only rejoined the team late in the hubs. They had long-term injuries to Nankervis and Lynch and Prestia with some soft tissue injuries. Soldo did his ACL, and they were able to overcome all of those hurdles to still be the best team in the competition and defend their premiership this year. That is one hell of an achievement.
It certainly is. And when you put it like that, Corbin, I think you tweeted earlier, so I really am quoting you, but imagine what this team could be if they'd been at the MCG all season long too. Now,
how well is it when the show operates like that, Ben, that not only am I speaking, then I have the other person on the program who quotes me on the show as well. That's when I think we're really just operating on all cylinders.
Oh, well, sorry about that, but I thought it was a really valid point that struck home at the time. The difficult thing now will be, at the end of each season, we always like the premier from that year as the favourite for next year's, but historically, winning the fourth has been really difficult. So can this team go on and make it 4 out of 5 years, complete a three-peat in this batch and defend their crown one more time? That'll be fascinating watch next year, because it feels like they're well positioned to do it, but history tells us we always feel that way tonight and in the immediate aftermath of the grand final.
The other thing is, too, the team who are the runners-up this year, they may be losing Gary Ablett. They're not losing Gary Ablett in his prime. They're losing an ageing Gary Ablett. And they're
more mystique than magic right now, isn't he?
And they're about to bring in Jeremy Cameron and Sean Higgins to a team which already made it through to the grand final. So the Cats, you think, personnel-wise, are just going to get stronger in the off-season. Brendan Goddard, who's been a regular third voice on our program, Ben Corbin and Ben ABC Grandstand. You can catch us Monday and Thursday from 5 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time on Grandstand Digital and through the ABC Listen app. After all that long introduction, his name is Brendan Goddard. He's had some unbelievable performances on grand final day, former St Kilda and Essendon champ. And he joins us on ABC Grandstand across Australia. Beach, thanks for your time.
Extraordinary, isn't it? It's still, I think, all trying to get our heads around it, and particularly how it happened as well, and the opportunities that the Geelong let slip through their hands. And I felt at half time was like I think they've shot themselves in the foot. It was an opportunity to be. I think they got out to 20. What was it? 21 points.
22
points, and it's like it feels like they're probably too short of where they should be. So. Incredible effort. Dusty stands up again, which is incredible. Continues to do it. So, incredible effort by Richmond, really.
One of the key talking points will be, why didn't Patrick Dangerfield go into the middle in the third term? Why did it happen? Why didn't it happen?
I'm not sure who's makes the call on their team either, or whether it's Paddy that makes a decision on ground where he feels like he needs to be in there, or does Scotty leave it up to the players to make that decision because they've got a better feel for it? Paddy being obviously more experienced and player, so I'm not sure. It's a question you can only ask Scotty, and he's the only one that can answer it all with Danger, really. So it was quite bleeding obvious, wasn't it? That he should be in there, at least having an impact around the ball. So because they couldn't get the ball past halfway, so he and Hawkins were starved of the footy there through that period we're alluding to in the third quarter mainly. So I'm not sure why. I think it was just because what they'd gone in pre-planned, and that Danger, I'm feeling Danger's probably makes that decision out in the field.
It was a stunning start to the game with back-to-back injuries. Nick Vlosten KO'd after a collision with Patrick Dangerfield, and Gary Ablett hurting his shoulder, which obviously hampered him throughout the remainder of the night. But I understand that the focus is on Gary Ablett, given that he's a favourite son of the game. He's one of the all-time greats and retiring. But the loss of Nick Vlaston, Beach, how big is that from a Richmond setup perspective to lose someone like him so early in the game?
Yeah, it was huge. Yeah, huge. So in terms of their setup on the ball, what he's been able to do, particularly this year, and what an incredible year he's had, is left out of the All-Australian squad and team, to a lot of people's surprises. So he has a huge influence on Richmond and the way they set up and how they set up around him. It's hard to pull him apart at the best of times, but with him as that anchor and that linchpin within that defence and playing that loose, knowing when to drop off early, his influence, being third man in, probably is not rewarded or seen as to be rewarded as externally as what others probably see and feel on the ground. So yeah, it was just huge for them. And then Gaz you just felt sorry for Gaz, didn't you? He just couldn't get a run, not only in the grand final, but his last ever game of AFL football, couldn't get a good run at it. So extraordinary circumstances early. So it was a huge loss for Richmond. So that makes their story even more incredible. It doesn't to lose a guy. Not only was it Nick Vlaston, but to lose one of their players 4 minutes into the game and to play one down, to do what they did was an incredible effort.
With beautiful symmetry, Dustin Martin hangs 3 premiership medals around his neck and 3 Norm Smith medals, the best player on the biggest day in each of the premierships he's been involved in. Where does it leave him in your reckoning as the best big game performers we've seen?
Oh, well, yeah. I made a point on the ABC grandstand that Richmond didn't need Dusty to dominate a game, and it was probably, correct me if I'm wrong, it's probably his most dominant performance in those 3 of those Norm Smiths. It was pretty obvious he was the clear, or the most influential player on the ground anyway. The moments, the goals, the time that he kicked his goals, got one late, but yeah, incredible. It's, he's just in rare air. He's the only one there, so you have to put him at the top of the list, wouldn't you? Or in the conversation. Who's the other one? Lee Matthews.
Yeah, well, Lee Matthews' record in the finals is sensational.
Greatest player of all time.
I asked David Parkin earlier today. He threw in Wayne Johnston's name as someone, the Dominator, of course, who he would have coached and coached against at different times in his career. But certainly in the existence of this award, no one's done what he has.
Yeah, in the modern era, he's clearly, isn't he? So, yeah, extraordinary player.
The dynasty overall, of course, we're going to talk about this in the days and the weeks and over the summer, I'm sure, to come, where they rank the Brisbane team of the early 2000s, the Hawthorn side, most recently that won a hat-trick of premierships, and, of course, in between the Geelong team winning 3 flags in 5 years that you played in grand finals against Beach. I guess, how do you look at the run that Richmond have had now with a 3rd flag in 4 years and a minor premiership in between with the preliminary final exit?
Well, I think it's surprised all of us, hasn't it? I think a lot of people within the footy club, it's surprised them. So it's just where they came from. So, the whole club review and everything that happened then and where they were, and we all saw them back then as, not winning 1, let alone 3. It's incredible what they've done. Credit to everyone involved, the decisions they've made, the hard decisions. Yeah, it's extraordinary. So 3 out of 4 years, then the argument comes that, Brisbane did 3 in a row. Hawthorn had won 3, got the 4, so, who the better team. But in terms of where they come from and what they've been able to do in a short amount of time, it's not like, I think the other teams came off a long run-up. Richmond kind of came from nowhere and has dominated the competition for the last 4 years.
It'll be fascinating to see what happens next with this Richmond team. We've got you tomorrow, Beach, or later today by the time we're airing this chat. It's sort of depending on where you are in the country, so looking forward to having you Sunday, 5:30.
Sun's just going down for Benny, isn't it?
5:30, correct. He's in a completely other time zone. It's still Friday over there, in Perth. 5:30 to 6:30 tomorrow, Australian Eastern Daylight Time, after the WBBL, before the NRL Grand Final. Look forward to having you in studio with us tomorrow.
Thanks, gents. See you then.
Brendan Goddard with us on Corbin and Ben, ABC Grandstand across Australia. So the Tigers premiers, 31 points in the finish, a 3rd flag in 4 years for Richmond. We've got a lot coming. So at the end of the footy season, I feel like the cricket season's just coming in hot. Tomorrow the WBBL starts. Of course, we're your home for the WBBL on Grandstand Digital and on ABC Radio. So over the next few weeks, you'll hear plenty of WBBL action. my advice to you, if you want to follow along with all of it, Ben, is to download the ABC Listen app and look out for the little cricket ball. If you click on that, you'll be able to listen to the WBBL throughout, which actually starts coming up on, I'm going to say on Sunday. I know some of you have already ticked over into the early hours of Sunday morning. There is footy coverage tomorrow too. I'll be on air, Ben, from 12 noon. That's again Australian Eastern Daylight Time with Lauren Arnell, who worked the game for us tonight, and Brett Delidio. The Tigers winning the third flag in 4 years, so we'll hear from Lids. And then we'll be back following the WBBL coverage. Of course, the footy forum will follow us. That's at 1 Eastern Daylight Time. Then the cricket coverage from 2, and then we'll be on from 5:30 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time, and Brendan Goddard will join us in studio. And that'll all lead up to the NRL Grand Final. So whatever your code tomorrow, I feel like there's plenty of sporting action for you on ABC Radio, the Melbourne Storm and the Penrith Panthers. Have you got a pick there for us, Ben?
I think the Storm will win.
Ooh.
I think if Gary Ablett lost his farewell game, the fairy tale finish, I think Cam Smith will get one, and I think that will be the end for Cam Smith.
I think Jim Maxwell calls me the man of many colonies, given the fact that I've lived in so many cities in recent times. But I still am a native Sandgroper. I'm happy to consider myself that. But there is an unbelievable sense of pride around the Victorian sporting teams at the moment. It's been a really tough winter, undoubtedly. And I think if the Melbourne Storm can win tomorrow, it'll mean a lot to the sporting capital of the world, Melbourne, if they can get the premiers in the Super Netball, the AFL and the NRL within the space of a week. Looking forward to chatting to you, Ben, on Sunday, whenever that rolls around for you in Perth.
Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow, Corb. Have a good night.
Thanks to Jules as well, our producer, all across it, to everyone at the Gabba. I hope you've enjoyed Grand Final night. The Tigers, premiers, still.